today. This is the Isle of Siptah we're playing through at the moment. We're about... technically, I would say this is like day 4. We did hop on very briefly last night because I was trying to play another game and it went down for like server... console anchored my PC. Yeah, console. I get you. But unfortunately, I don't have any console keys for you, but I've just got 2 Steam keys to give away today. So there you go. So yes, this is where we are on the map. Without further ado, this is where we are on the map. Yes, we started over here. We started on the map over here, ran down because I was like, I'm going to live right here because there's a bunch of world bosses down here, including the Red Mother on the Isle of Siptah, who is also on the Exiled lands, if you've played that map, which I assume you have. And yes, unfortunately there is an issue with crashing at the moment, which hopefully they're going to get sorted for the next patch, which hopefully won't be very long, maybe just in the next few weeks, maybe, I don't know. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, they get it sorted. So we have relocated our base to over here, and we haven't had any crashes since we came here. So it is a known issue, and they have like tweeted about it, put it on the forums and whatnot. So hopefully we'll have like an uninterrupted gameplay. We set up like a little teeny tiny like foundation amount of base here. There's a bunch of iron nearby, there's these lovely redwood trees, and there's a very low level NPC camp over there, which are all just exiles, which is fantastic. The very, very lowest kind of tier HP and damage enemies on the map. And so they should be quite good for us to knock out / modify for sorcery. And I don't tend to bother that much with sorcery since like chapter 2 of sorcery. I just kind of, I don't know, I'm like stuck in my ways. I like to play the game without it a lot of the time. However, on Siptah, there are no obelisks. So getting around the map is on horseback or on foot and can take a bit of a while if you want to kind of run around. There's a lot of like high ground, a lot of like verticality on the map, so it can be a bit of a pain. So I really want to be able to get my teleportation stones as soon as possible, and I'll need to level sorcery all the way to the max level to do that. So we have our thaumaturgy bench, or let me just leave creative mode. I always go into creative mode, God and Cloak, before the stream, just so that I don't level passively while I'm like standing around in my timer and stuff. There you go. So this is our thaumaturgy bench. This is just a tier 3 sorcerer that we picked up on the map. And we have to kind of like craft these items in order to level up our sorcery and learn more spells. We need to keep gathering sorceress spell pages, which we get from hurting sorcerers. And yes, and we also pick up failed spell pages. Once we get to like 10, we can craft a full spell page with our sorcerer dude. Weasel, thank you for the follow. Sapien, thank you for the follow. And Vega, thank you for the follows. Welcome. If you guys haven't, by the way, follow me on Twitter, checked out my YouTube channel and stuff, you can actually sub to me over there. I've got loads of guides and whatnots and thingamajobs. Yes. Okay. So let's go into this camp first. There is some flotsam nearby as well. And on the Isle of Siptah, there are a bunch of there's a lot of loot on this map. It's a good map for loot. And just generally like the weapons and armor are great fun. There's a lot of like gameplay differences and things like that, which we'll get to as we come to them during the playthrough, right? But yeah, there's like flotsam in the water, which have some very interesting and useful kind of tools and weapons and things like that. And we're looking really for a grave digger. This is my little horse, Stella, who's like already level 11. So we'll take her with us. We'll just go and like check out the camp. See if we can get some flotsam, which is on the other side of this boat. How's my game volume? Crank it up just a wee bit. Go. And yes. We're looking to take out some sorcerers. Steal their spell pages, and then if we see any crafters that are like tier 3 or named, then we'll knock them out and put them in a wheel, which we've already placed. I have the momentum mace in my hands, which is really arguably the best mace, certainly, or the best thrall weapon on the Exiled lands. On Siptah, there's a load of really good, like amazing weapons with great weird perks and stuff like that. But it's great for me early game. I have spec'd into strength just so that I can take advantage of it, but it is incredibly strong. Yes, I don't really need it, so I could use my daggers, although I don't have any points in agility. I got to warm up a little bit. Excuse my voice. Yeah, I mean, with no points in agility, I can just kind of deal with these guys and save the durability on my momentum for kind of tougher enemies. I'll take some flasks from you. We're going to need those for... Oh, what do we need them for? Potions of bestial memory and things like that. I'm wearing just the medium armor that you get in the game. Nothing special. Now, if I had points in agility, I would have been able to roll a second time away from him. So I do really like agility, and I'm going to be speccing into agility grit build. Yes. Once I get a better agility weapon.
Who approaches?
It's me. What do we got? So these guys are like perfect for early game. It's such a perfect beginner camp. There was a headhunter event near here in the Age of Sorcery. So yeah, we need to just... I don't want to say kill. So if this goes on to YouTube... Oh. Solo. Thank you, lovely. Welcome back, Solo. I'm sorry you've been having some problems. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Crikey. Good to have you here. Thanks for the lurk and whatnot. We got another sorcerer here. I don't know if we're going to get a spell page from him. Oh, yeah, we got a little pouch. A little satchel, whatever it's called. We should take the water-filled flasks. I should probably skin these people because... Oh, did I... Wait, the horse has all the tools, do you? Little friendo. Yeah. We'll use our steel skinning knife, which we looted from an enemy. As soon as I get my Twitch drop, at some point I will just restart my game so that I can claim it and we can actually have a look at it. Ooh, loads of... Oh, my word. Do you see all that iron? This map is so generous. I think the idea really is that you've played... Look at that, 666. Oh my goodness. Nice golem parts. The idea is that you've played Exiled Lands when you play this map. And so you're like, you know, you've done a lot of grinding. It takes a bit of the grind out from the game for you. I do have a bow. Could shoot you as well. I don't have any points in agility, but she's very low level. So I could take that iron sword if I wanted to, but I don't really want it. It can stay. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Yeah, so on Wednesday, there's the grave, by the way. If we get one of those grave digger thingies, we can harvest that and get the loot. Yeah, on Thursday, sorry, the 24th, the Funcom are doing the dev stream to announce chapter 2 of the Age of War. So it's very, very exciting. Yes, I will be streaming probably straight afterwards. Maybe we'll do a watch party. What do you think, chat? Should we do a watch party? Or should we like just watch it and then stream afterwards? What do you want? Never thought about YouTube difficulties with language or nightmare. I could never police my language in unscripted monologue. Yes. Yes. It wasn't an issue before. I had one short that I posted on my YouTube channel, and I said the words, if we killed everybody here, and it got demonetized or what's the word? Restricted or like reduced or like monetization or something on a short. Now shorts don't make any money at all, so it doesn't make any difference. But I was like, it's a game, for goodness sake. So what do I have to say? If we, like, you know, cuddle these people, do you know what I mean? If we just put them to sleep, you know, watch party. I would be here during the dev stream. Okay. Watch party sounds good. So thankful for Beast of Burden perk every time I watch you leave so much loot behind. Yeah. Watch party, watch party. D-pixeled. D-pixel, that's a good one I've never heard. Watch Butty. Oh, Buttspot wants to do a watch Butty. Alrighty. So, what do I want to do first? Right, let's see if we can learn any more spells. What do I have in my inventory? Schematics fragment failed. Okay, we've got enough spell pages now. I want to keep the sort of schematics fragments. I don't need the map. I don't need the notes. Schematics fragments. So when I play Siptah, I usually have like a box that I label Siptah stuff. Let's say I use the word stuff. Let's pretend I do. because you do get a lot of like stuff. I feel like I'm like editing myself like mid sentence. Where should we need like a specific box, don't we? Can I make one? I don't know if I have the mats for it. Let's give it a go. Can I place a chest with this? Storage. Chest. Nope, I do not have the mats. What is it I'm short of? Probably shaped wood. Shaped wood. Can I make more? Do I have any more wood? Let's make a bit more. I guess we'll have to chop a bit of tree as well while we're at it. Bum, bum, bum. Did I turn the music down like a ridiculous amount? What is this sitch? No? Can't really hear it. A queue party. Hello. Hello, Kalendros. Hello, lovely. As long as we're not watching Bridge over Terabithia. I'm talking just specifically right now about the dev stream. But I thank you for your feedback. Oh, God. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, so Siptah stuff. Okay, blackened heart. Anything Siptah specific. We'll dump in here. And what was it I wanted to put? Schematic fragments. Yep. Anything Siptah related. These are the weapons we looted. We went to the grey, like, what was it called? The Proving Grounds, which is over here, which has some grey ones, which are very tough enemies. All of their weapons apply a bleed on a hit, which is fantastic. They even have a shield that applies reactive bleed, which is brilliant unless you're knocking out a friendo. And we got a bow as well, which I don't know, shall I use that instead? Maybe. I may as well, right? May as well use it. So we could switch to one of these weapons. We could use a greatsword. Once we get a thrall, this is going to be really good, although we do have momentum. I am going to be very concerned about thralls getting unalived until we have good armour. So I kind of prefer to be a bit solo until that point, really. Oh yeah, we've got these like statuettes. We need to keep these when we pick them up in NPC camps. And eventually we will head here to the spawning pools, where we can place them down and we can summon bosses and other enemies and get some really good loot. It's a really good fun mechanic on Siptah. Tis good, tis good. Hello Stick, hello, hello. Welcome in everybody, good to have you all here. We're going to do some giveaways today, and we've got Twitch drops, so make sure you've connected your Twitch to your Conan account, though I'm sure all of you who are here know what to do. So, right, let's make a spell page. Yeah, I started this playthrough just very recently, so it's nice to be doing a fresh playthrough. I like to do Siptah like mid-season anyway, it's kind of a good thing to do. So we need some glowing goop and we need some savoury flesh. There is a bunch of glowing goop on this map. There's definitely a bunch like around these, anywhere that's swimmable. So maybe we'll like head over there, see if we can see some in this kind of vicinity. And then the savoury flesh is easy to get. Obviously, you just kill a deer and harvest it with a cleaver or something. Or even just a regular tool, I guess. Let me put these things away first. Dum, da, dum. Hello, fakes. Hello, draw. Hello, hello. Maka, thank you for the follow. How are you? Good, thank you. How are you doing? I'm very well. I'm like a little bit tired, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm always a bit tired, aren't I, chat? Do you know what I mean? When is Anna not tired? What are we going to do with our golem pieces? Oh, look, like this is where the chaos begins, right? It's one of the reasons why I hate looting stuff. Gamer Mama, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Good to have you here. Thank you so much. Good to see you. My name's Annabriella, and I play a lot of this game. Let's just say that, shall we? Yes, it is one of my main games. I have like over 7,000 hours. I have a YouTube channel, guides, and a bunch of stuff. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Angel. Good to see you. Welcome in. How are we all today? Good, good, good. Very excited about the drops. Yes, indeedy. What do we do? I'm trying to be like a reformed character and put things away. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a struggle, right? I'm going to drop any dice. Okay. We're going to be tough, people. Chat likes to hold me accountable sometimes. Do you really need that in your inventory? Yes, I do. Right. Sorcerous skulls don't have any use in this age. Spare pair of boots. We can just chuck those in here. I got some eggs. I can put those in the thrall pot, which is our makeshift kind of early game refrigerator. Just kind of prolongs the life of things. We do have some babies we just shoved in here as well. And we did buy some rock nose eggs. This up here, the Camp of Castaways, is a market up here in a kind of a peaceful place. Calendros, thank you for gifting it to 1 sub. Thank you very much. 420 subs. Brilliant. Excellent. Embrace the chaos of storage hoard age. Yeah, pretty much. Is that Betty? Oh my goodness. Is that Betty White? Thank you very much, Kel. 420. I'm stopping. I won the game. Thank you, lovely, for all the support. Thank you, thank you. Oops. There we go. Another Brit. Yes, I am indeed. I gave it away today. Yes. All right. Let's go get ourselves some goop if we can. I do have nighttime on super fast because when I'm streaming, I hate it when it's kind of like, you know, it's a bit dark and whatnot. So let's go get our shiznits. Yeah, today I'll be giving away a couple of Isle of Siptah edition Steam keys, courtesy of Funcom. Thank you very much to them. Yes, so do stick around. We're doing that throughout the stream. So once you've got your Twitch drops, make sure you stick about. Stick around, hang about. Okay. Am I going to be able to see glowing goop underwater? This is the question. Tina, thank you for the follow. You're from Manchester? Ah, lovely. Bless you. Thank you for the follow. Is that goop? It looks goopy. It is goop. I'm going goop. Yes. Perfect. Actually kind of helpful that it's dark. Okay, there is, yes, it's a bit blurry underwater on this map. Go. Bit of this. Nice. Bit of that. That is probably enough now. Da-dum-bum-bum. That other thing there was, what is it called? It's like the orange dye. Ficus. Orange ficus. Ficus. Indeedy. Lady Fedara. Did I say that right? Fedara, thank you for the follow. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum. Alrighty. Do we need any more? Do I have like a bajillion? 68. Let's just see if we can find some more, shall we? Da-da-da-dum. Let's go modify the crested Luxur world boss over here as well. So we can top up our keys, and then we'll go to the middle of the map at some point and try and get some legendaries. Maybe we'll do some vaults today. We haven't done vaults yet. We could pick an early accessible one, like the Serpentman one perhaps. Although I haven't done any vaults obviously since the Age of War started, so I don't know how tough they're going to be. I don't know if they've been rebalanced at all. Bum bum bada bum bum. Do do do. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, there's a Luxur just over this area. What is everybody up to today? Are you working and lurking, or are you playing at the same time? Are you excited about the new chapter coming? The changes to the Purge? Map is amazing. Probably start the map tonight. Yeah, it's a brilliant map. I love it so much. It's really beautiful. I think with, especially since Sorcery came out, there's the boss. Having the teleportation stones is big boost, really. Because it does, like, early game it's just a really good adventure. But it can get a bit of a pain to, like, traverse, really. Especially with all the high ground. Can take a bit of time. They have spread out resources, so there isn't necessarily, apart from maybe on the Isle of dusk where there's some kind of specific things. There's not really anything you have to go to a specific part of the map to get, really. I mean, maybe the centre of the map for star metal, but things like brimstone and star metal, black ice, that kind of thing, gold, silver, really kind of dotted around quite well. There we go. Take out those little turd wallets. Let's skin them because this is early game. We need all the stuff we can get. Working lurking tonight. Nice. Chapter gonna help the RP. Nice. I'm very, very excited. I'm a big fan of the Purge generally. I've done a lot of Purge hunting in my time. So I'm really, really excited for the changes, definitely. Big things coming. Excited, hopeful they bring fixes. Yes, yes, absolutely. I hope that the invisible creatures problem on the console is coming soon. Because they have addressed it and have mentioned that it's supposed to be coming on, hopefully, on the next patch. This guy's a bit of a pain in the butt, honestly. Am I going to use my daggers? Should we just use daggers instead of my momentum? I could use the momentum, but I don't really want to, like, use it up too much. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Yeah, the nice thing about the new Purge, one of the nice things is going to be opt-in. So if you hate the Purge, because I know some people are like, oh, I hate it, it scares me, then you won't have to do it, you know? There'll be no more like, oh, I have to build here or I have to build there, because, you know, you want to avoid a Purge or you don't want to have, like, you know, bugs or you don't want this. It's not going to be like that anymore. So that's kind of good. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Sir, you have an annoying AoE to your bite. Sir. PC has gone to Valhalla. Oh no. Best thing is to watch someone play. Oh, I'm so sad. Do you know, that terrifies me as a streamer. I'm like, what will I do if something happens to my PC? To like baby it. How you feel? I keep trying to make it do a backflip. The Tid wallet tree. Yeah. I do also have some like Conan related merch. If you do ! merch in the chat, or if you click on one of my panels on my channel, if you want to browse that. That was released pretty recently. In like the last couple of weeks. Obviously it doesn't say Conan Exiles on it because I do not own the title if they're listening. Oh god. Oh, he bit me. I got stuck in his face. Mercenary. Kalendros, you're a pain in the butt. What are you? Come on now. Thank you for that, yes. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ooh. He's a pain in the butt, this guy. But he's not too hard to kill with a pair of daggers, like early game. I guess he is probably one of the reasons we got the momentum. We got 2 legendaries so far. We got momentum and we got a soul spiel shield, which is kind of useless on Siptah because there's nowhere extremely cold on this map. It's one thing, my one complaint about it, if I can call it a complaint, is I don't feel it is quite as varied in terms of biome as Exiled Lands, but it is huge and gorgeous and lots of great places to build. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Gotta get into a bit of a rhythm. Do, 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 do. There's no boxes next to bosses, so you have to kill on this map. So you have to kill the boss, take the skeleton key, which you harvest, and then you have to either head to the center of the map, right next to the tower, which we will probably go to today, or go into vaults, basically, which are dungeons on this map. And then in there you'll find a legendary chest, like in the wine cellar. Do 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 do. The nice thing is I can just repair these daggers because they're just iron poniards, so I don't have to worry about the durability being wasted on another dude. There we go. Sleepy times, friend. Sleepy times. There we go. Let's get his key. I've killed you many times. He's your spirit animal. That's it. He's Calendros. Now, I do really like that we have this here because these eggs are going to be really good for when we go to make Exotic Feast, which is a 10 heals per second food. So you see, okay, I got a lot of branches apparently. There you go, eggs, which very scientifically accurately I can hit with my pickaxe, which I looted from a body, and get loads of eggs from here. Could you? There you go. Just like opposite, sorry about this horrible view, just like opposite the summoning place. They're always a bit janky to hit, honestly. Can we get these ones? Maybe I need to stand on top. No. Pickaxe might be, pick might be easier. I can just eat it, interact with them, but that's kind of a waste. Well, it's not too far, so I guess... There we go, that's a bit easier. The reason I go into first person is because it gives you a more accurate idea of where your like HUD dot actually is, your cursor actually is. Can I? There we go. But you've got to be like the right level. If you're too high, I don't think we're gonna get it. Screw, it's gonna really bug me. Okay, I'm just gonna pick it up. There you go, perfectly executed. That's a crouch hit eggs to get them. Yeah, gotta be precise. Yeah, on at the eggs opposite the summoning place, usually I don't really have much of a problem. I mean, sometimes I do, but you know, yeah. Bum bum ba-dum do 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 bum bum ba-dum. Right, let's get back to our base. We'll leave our eggs behind. There's also oysters on this beach, which is kind of cool. Bit of free meat. And we'll see about our sorcery. I also need some savoury flesh. So I need like a deer or something. There's wolves up on that ridge up there. We went over that. Oh, can I go up the hill actually? Yes, I can. Let's go kill an elk or something. That's kind of handy. Will a sickle work? Probably. I don't know if I've tried a sickle. I think the pick is probably easier. Crouching helps. Yeah. Normally I don't have too much of a problem, but there was that little spot there that was difficult, so maybe I should have crouched. I hear a wolf. So I might use my momentum. There are actually like white wolves that spawn up here, which are kind of scary. Can I like fight you? There we go. So I've got to be careful. Bum bum doo 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 da 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 da. Okay. There's a deer or something. Yep. Gazelle or whatnot. Hello. Sweet. It's a bit of overkill. Okay, I'll use my cleaver to get the max out of this, which I think I left on my horse. Ba-da-dum-bum. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. That will do. I mean, we'll get some more while we're up here. May as well. Do-do-do-do-do. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum. Do-do-do-do. There's some black ice there. That is pretty cool. Maybe we'll get that actually while we're here. There's loads of iron down the bottom, so I don't need to worry about that. There's black ice outside most of the vaults, and usually like brimstone, so it's kind of handy. I might mark this though, so I remember. What do I mark it with? Um... Okay. Grab some materials. Bum. So I don't know what I'm going to build, or exactly where I'm going to build it. I don't know, and I don't know when I'm going to do it. Maybe sometime this week we'll do like a build stream or something like that. Or maybe I'll do it off stream. I'm not sure. But I want to build something kind of big and epic. Because I haven't done that for a couple of, like... I don't know. Haven't done it really since the Exiled Lands playthrough. Well, the previous Exiled Lands playthrough. Or the previous Siptah playthrough. I don't know. Because I just did, like, little kind of huts and stuff on Exiled Lands. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Da-dum-dum. There we go. Loads of this midnight blue flower. If you want to make the midnight blue dye or dark blue dye. There's some coal here. I guess we'll take that with us. A giant cart. Hello, Valkyrus. Oh. Does the Isle of Dusk still... yes. There hasn't been a patch yet. So, yeah. Ooh, you notice this? What is this? Oh, it's because they just hadn't disappeared yet. Yeah, we haven't been there. We've been, like, avoiding it. Is that taking a moment to de-render? Yeah, that's interesting. Today is Taco Tuesday, is it? Hey, we've got some bits and some bobs. Nice. There's loads of iron up here. It's brilliant. I'm going to put a lift at some point. I don't know if I'm going to build right up here or down the bottom. I kind of want to be... We could do up here and just have a lift down to the NPC camp. We're going to need like a bunch of people to sacrifice for sorcery. Especially if you want to do a sorcery build, you really need to build next to like an easy NPC camp. You got to have like a bunch of people to sacrifice. Da-da-da-da-dum. Neff is headed upstairs to make tacos. Nice. What's your vid on leaving the Exile Lands today? Build is awesome. Thank you. I want to do something like epic like that again. Yeah, that's really like the last... I think that's like the last big kind of epic build that I built. That I did. I should be skinning these guys. But we're really not struggling for hide at the moment. It's a bit bald here, isn't it? What do you mean? Some kind of rendering issue, maybe. Is it? Look at it. It shouldn't be bald like this. Not to, like, shame the bald. The grass is like, excuse me. I like it like this. I just cut it short. How dare you? No. There's also a bear. A baby. There's a baby bear. Chat. Oh, okay. Baby bear incoming. Bear friendos. Loads of bears, actually. Are you... You're not like a boss, are you, my friend? You're not like a misher, no. Listen, I promise to look after your child. Oof. Momentum at its finest. We'll get some fur. And some... I don't know if she drops... Oh, she drops bear pelt, which turns into thick hide, doesn't it? Can I steal your baby? I do have a fair few points in strength. Come here, sir. Don't Benny Hill my horse. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Where's the bebe? Bebe! It will have run away. It's the thing, as soon as you, like, attack the parent, the baby will disappear, won't it? Baby! Let's go kill the other one and see if maybe they have another child we can steal. Nope. Maybe. Hi! I came to steal one of your relatives. in like a really just in a friendship kind of way. This one does like a burst attack, I think. Be careful. Bum ba dum. Do 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 do. Ooh. Looks at child, my job's done. Sweet. Dum dum. Do do do. Alright, let's sort by weight. Nice. Do do. Do do. Right, let's head down. Do do. I'd like to glug some Cholula sauce on my taco. Whoa. Hot sauce is good. I love hot sauce. I've never had a good taco though, but I've only really had tacos like once, in my defense, and it was probably quite late at night. Probably wasn't the best example. But I do like burritos and fajitas and shiznits. Hello, sir. I realise you're enjoying the view. Could I trouble you for a fight? There you go. Didn't really need to kill it. You know what I mean? So, should we just drop down? Just casually. Just yeet. The panting is a bit loud, isn't it? We did turn up the voice volume, and when you turn the voice volume, you just hear a lot of panting, really, don't you? Kind of funny. Right. Come on, horsey. I promise to look after your child, proceeds to say mum. Yeah. I mean, you know, we didn't find the child, so sadly the child is just out there. Destitute. Do you know what I mean? Yes. Gonna look for some jobs. Nice. Hello, Bothica. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we will be giving away some Isle of Siptah Steam keys throughout the stream today, so do stick around. Bum, ba-dum. Do 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 do. Alrighty. So we'll focus on leveling sorcery a bit, and then maybe we'll pick a vault and start doing some of that, because we're pretty strong with this mace. Yeah, Rahili. Yes, Rahili. Indeedy. Dum dum do do do. Can you imagine Anna reading stories for the children? She's still balls. I don't know what you're saying, Kai. Are you implying that I would say some kind of expletive or something? Some kind of swear word? I'm so confused by this. Okay, so savoury flesh in there, and we can put the glowing goop. We can learn another spell. I don't know what it's going to be. But I want to, like, really push sorcery as much as possible. Okay, abyssal mount, abyssal... 2 abyssal mounts, okay. So we need volatile glands. So I know where to get those from. We probably actually... Let me see if I can pull that through. Yeah, we already have the volatile glands because we this is one of the reasons I wanted to set up down here. There's a bunch of salamanders in this kind of area, and they will give you volatile glands. The best thing to do is to spec into the second perk in expertise and to choose careful harvest, twice as likely to gather rare resources when harvesting. But we already have our volatile glands. We just need to find some sorcerers. Hopefully there's some more spawned back in. I'm sure there will be. I think it's been long enough. Let me dump some things. We need ever more, like, boxes, don't we? Okay. The ice will not help refrigerate these things. It's just a place to store it. Yep. Do I want to carry around a bunch of eggs? Not really. I'll put them in the tannery because that's the most logical place to keep them. Am I right, chat? Don't look in my cupboards. That's all I have to say. Okay, let's go and murderify some sorcerers and hopefully get another page. Don't need to do anything special. When it comes to it, we're going to do marbles on stream. We'll do like a race. You can race for a Steam key. But I got a couple, at least a couple to give away today. Didn't get a notification for the last drop. I don't know if there's a way to get the bloodstone. You didn't get a notification for the last drop. What do you mean a notification for it? Oh, I streamed it for like it was, they tweeted it out. I tweeted it out. And I streamed it for like, I don't know, a couple of weeks. But no, I think once the drop is gone, I think it's gone. I think that's it, as far as I know. Mentor Rule, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If anyone here hasn't seen my YouTube channel, there's a bunch of Conan guides and things like that. Obviously stick around and whatnot, but do give me a sub over there and watch some stuff. Ooh. Follow me on Twitter and all the things while you think of it. Bum bum bum. Right, did we get a spell page from him? But nope. Skelos Cultist Master, which we will be wearing probably because ooh, medium harness. We don't need that really. I might take the arrows. Bum bum bum. What is that? Show me the alcohol. I just want to see what. I just want to look at it, chat. Do you know what I'm saying? Does it give me any benefits? No, it's just a beverage. Okay, there should be another sorcerer. Hello, sir. Please, could you give me a spell page? I would appreciate it. Ooh, maybe. Maybe in the parcel. He got sleepy very quickly. Can I open this satchel? I got a note. Brilliant. And a map. Failed page. Yeah. I don't know what the point of the notes is, chat. Does anybody know? There's a spell page here. Frick, yes. Chat, was that there before? Because I swear I didn't get an interact button. Oh, brilliant. If that is on cooldown, I swear to goodness. Okay, I learnt pirate banners as well. I'm feeling extra excited right now. Hello, Sisyphus. How you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Mentoril. Hello. Must have been heavy on Twitter, but the Twitch never gave me notification. I mean, if you watch Conan Exiles, people usually put it in their stream title. Yes, it'll always say drop. So if you'd like periodically during the time when the drop happens. Plus, also they have been giving the dates for each like on the tweets that I tweeted and I put it on my YouTube community page as well. It did actually have the dates of all the drops as well. But yeah, I know things get missed, so I guess I'll just be mad. Yeah, that's it. Zontrax, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Click your notification up there. Open your most recent. You'll see your most recent items. Yeah, opens your inventory. Yeah, if you watched at all during the 2 weeks, then it should have happened. Although you do have to claim it as well. Hello, neurotic, just lurking. All right, lovely. Thank you for the lurk. Notes can be used to research the sorcerer bench. No, the notes can't. The failed sorcerer spell pages, right? Research gives you a failed or not spell page. Yesterday you asked how you got stuck with me. You thought it was Conan, but it was Valheim. You've never played Conan. It was from Valheim. Ah, I see. Well, that's funny, isn't it? It's weird how you kind of misremember things. Well, I appreciate you anyway. Thank you for being here. There's a big Valheim update today, isn't there? Is everybody excited about that? The Hilda's request. I will have to squeeze that in somewhere into the schedule. I don't know when, chat. When am I going to do all the things? So I can use the notes to research at the sorcery bench. Can I? Oh god, here we go. Okay. They do not have cookies, never know, and it'd be knife. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Decod Kane. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Freaking love that AI voice. It's so good. Thank you very much. Reese, thank you for the follow. There are 2 research options, one for fails, one with note. Why did I not realise this before? Really? People have said to me they were useless before. I don't know why I missed it. Nah. Research just gives you the option to craft a spell page. It doesn't use the notes. Best shows, Kane says so. If you've learned all the sorcery, you can collect the spell pages and place them into monthly membership. Yes, that's true. Yes. Best jokes, yes. Yeah, research is failed spell pages, not notes. Not where it says note. That's a different thing, isn't it? Yep. Failed spell pages. You need 10 of them to make a sorcerer's spell page. The note does nothing, as far as I'm aware. One with failed pages, one with notes and bloods. Nope. One of them, not for me, one of them shows plant fiber, sacrificial blood, and an inking brush to craft a spell page. Or I can use 10 failed sorcerer spell pages to craft one. Can you use blood crystals in trade here on Siptah? So we did find, yes, we did find, what's his face? What is his name? Not Mech. Oh, God. The dude that sells you golem parts. Huang. Thank you very much, Verdigris. Huang. I forget his other... Master Carver Huang. That's it. Who I love. He's brilliant. We found him, but we didn't find any other, like, Khitan traders. So I don't know if they exist somewhere else on the map. Maybe someone will know. I don't think so. So I think you can buy golem parts from him. And there are also, like, a bunch of just general traders. He's up here, by the way, in this camp of the castaways, which is a peaceful place, like Sepamaru. You can't knock anyone out there, though. Only one of the only NPCs are to have facial hair. I'm sure they'll use for notes somewhere, but apparently not how I thought. Yeah, that's all right. No problem. Hello, Exile. Hello. The reason I knew is just because it's come up a few times where we like talked about it. We're like, what do we do with these? And people are like, there's no use for them at all. I don't know if you can you read them? Yeah, it doesn't, I don't know what they're for. Yeah, maybe they should have like stories on or something. Okay, we did get a spell page at least anyway, so I'm going to drop the notes. I don't know if we could dismantle them into something, but I know the spell pages you can. Yes, we're not going to struggle for black blood though, because over here on the map there is a harpy vault, which is a dungeon on Siptah, which is very, very tough. So we won't go in there until we're like fully geared, right? But outside the vault, there are some of the the harpies, which we can just go and modify, and we can steal that black blood by harvesting them. Okay, so let's try and learn another one. We need one. I swear to God, I must have dropped. I bet those bodies are still over there. Maybe there's some in here. I will have squished it. Okay, let's see if we can get a human. We could just kill ourselves and harvest our bodies if we wanted to. If this goes onto YouTube, please don't demonetize this video because I said that. Probably won't. They dismantle the plant fiber. There you go. Thank you very much. Collective knowledge of chat. What are notes to use for the simply decorative? Yeah, so I suppose you could put them up, but they don't have anything written on them. So what's the point? You know? Right, let's harvest some bodies. Get some... at the very, very least, we should do this because we need the blood. And if we put the human flesh into... what's it called? Into the fluid press, we'll get a load of blood from it. We're going to need a bunch of blood anyway, so... if you want, like, animal pets, particularly, like, cats, then blood sausages can be really, like, the 10 heals per second food, they can be really handy. So it's kind of useful to get as much blood as possible. Already harvested this. Let's just hack up all these people. I don't know a way to say that that's a bit more, like, sanitized. Let's just hack up all the people, do you know what I mean? Well, I'm just going to lean into it. Take the fire water. I don't think there's any more... is there still... There's no journey for getting drunk, is there anymore? Is there? Is it in the brewer thingy? Get drunk? There is, yes. Okay, so we could get drunk. Wonderful. Get drunk in a video game. Brilliant. Flotsam. Okay, let's go check the flotsam out. Which I may have forgotten it earlier. Give us paper airplane at least. Oh, that sounds cool. I would love that. Or make it into origami or something. It was the time it suggested you could write in them but never implemented. I thought you could... Are we sliding around? It's because we were swimming. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I thought there was a way that you could write notes, especially if you learned, like, languages. You will be needing a dancer for corruption removal after using the sacrifice table. Yeah, or we could go up to the camp again and clear our corruption. True. Let's get some meat. Yeah, let's go get some meat. Let's hack up some people. Annie, thank you for the follow. Let's hack up all the people. Let's open their chests. Oh my god. Gurskov. Do I just aspirate at the beginning? Gurskov. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm gonna spam my socials so you'll like check out my YouTube channel, peeps. Check it out. The Conan stuff over there. I placed these boxes because I needed to dump stuff so I could take a thumbnail. So you can choose to ignore those or not if you wish. Let's get some human flesh. Let's see if we got a grave digger. Nope. We did get a lot of hardened brick. Got a reinforced stool. Anything like random that we don't have a particular use for, we can still put it in the delving bench. So we'll put stuff like that in here, in this Siptah stuff box. I will call it Siptah. Siptah stuff. Excellent. Perfectly executed. A gravedigger broke. Does it still have a crappy durability? Does it use durability when you use it on a grave, though, Sapien? I don't remember it doing that. I'm on the Conan server, and I guess seen all your vids. Lovely. Good to hear it. Thank you for watching them. Where do I keep my golem pieces, people? The chaos is too much chaos. I just need more boxes, right? Should we make a box for golem pieces? Like proper grown-ups, right? Let us do it. Yep, we'll call this golem pieces. Okay, all the golem pieces. Usually I don't keep the stone ones, although they can be good for harvesting. Imagine we could have like a couple. We could have some up the top, just harvesting iron for us kind of endlessly, if we wanted to. As long as they were in render range. You don't go in there, do you? This will be called golem. Golem bits. Lovely. Excellent. Okay, let's make a spell. Perfect. Oh, it surprised me. Yeah. Even broken, it was still open graves. Ah, I see. Wall of fire, we learned. Okay. What do we need? We need a bit of blood. We've got that. We're out of spell pages, though, I think. Yeah, we've definitely got some blood. I might put the rest of the human flesh in here to turn into more blood. Yeah, we need some more spell pages, so we need to go find some humans. Now, it is single player. I could just run out of render range and then back again, and they will just respawn if I really wanted to. Mayhaps. Squish the thingies. And actually... they'd be pretty close to respawning. I'm just kind of tempted because I want to kind of power through this as much as possible. We could try and get ourselves a dancer. Where was that camp that we got a dancer from? I kind of got to avoid this area here. Oh, I got my own drop. Brilliant. Claim. Amazing. Fabulous. Flotsam crates. After the first time it broke, I used many weapon brackets on it afterwards. Now I know. Vanina. Thank you for the follow. Hmm. Shall we relog? Shall we relog? Will it drop me out the category if I relog? No. It won't. Let's relog so we can get our throne. Do I have to shut the whole game? I think so. Let's have a look at our drop. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Dum bum bum. Ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-dum. It's quite a slow game to shut down, do you think, these days? Like, it still says running. It still says running. Bum, bum, bum. If you're like, oh my god, there's a black screen, it's because I'm just restarting my game so I can claim my drop. But it still says running. Isn't that ridiculous? Still says running. I'm gonna have to feed that back. It's never been so, like, taken so long before. Still says running. Isn't that crazy? It is so slow to exit. Winker? Welcome in. There we go. Finally. That is the longest shutdown. It still says running, yeah. That is the longest shutdown. Right, launching game. Someone's going to say now, excuse me, I can see a black screen. Have you tried turning off again? Yes. Right, let's click continue. So hopefully we should have our throne now. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Do, 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 do. Da-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum. Launching game, in case you're worried. This is a black screen. What is this stream? Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum. It is a shame I have to shut down my entire game just to claim my drop, but I'd rather, like, get it, place it. You can see what it costs as well. Do-do-do-do. Hard to DoorDash. It's really hard to DoorDash and watch stream. Are you work for DoorDash, do you? You don't have to answer that. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Thanks for trying. Okay, we're back in, friends. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. We are here. Well done us. Okay. All right. Let's get our friendo back. Let me see if I can place the throne. See if I can find it first in my ancestral knowledge. No. It'll just be in decoration. I'm assuming based on... There it is. Gelid throne. Construction hammer. Decorations. There it is. So we need hardened brick, steel reinforcements, and black ice. There we go. Where should we put it? Somewhere pretty cool. Here. Ooh. Oh, it is icy, isn't it? Or has it kind of got a bit of a transparency as well? It does, doesn't it? Like, it looks like it's made of ice. I like it. It is mostly like a reskin, right? Of like one of the in-game thrones, I would say. Well, if you're going to make like an ice palace or something like... Okay, that was the back of my eyeballs. It's very cozy. My butt is definitely cold though, do you know what I'm saying? Will it drop your heat if you sit on it? That is the new drop. That is what you're currently trying to get right now. Let's take a screenshot. Oh no, I did that thing. Oh no, the thing happened. Wait. If you like hit V... How do I do it again? It messes up your camera. What do I... how did we fix it last time when this happened? Looks like throne. It looks like... well, it looks like a combination of the Skelos throne and... so I'm not relogging again. What do I do, peeps? Oh, is it a bow? Load the bow. Remember. No ammo. I think the arrow is what people said last time. Yes. Yes. Ah. Oh, whoever said that last time, well done. There you go. So that's what you're... oh, no, it hasn't fixed it. Wait, if I sit back in the throne, will it fix it? God damn it. I did this last time. Wait. It doesn't... Basically, what happened is, to recreate this problem, I sat in the throne and then I pressed V for, like, vanity, so I could hide the HUD. Can I sit in it? Go into... for the love of God! Please. Please, will you fix my camera? Have I fixed it? No, it isn't fixed, is it? Try pressing V again. Oh, I tried that. I tried that. Climb something. Okay, we'll try climbing something. Okay. What about getting on the horse? Is it still fixed? Yeah, getting on the horse fixed it. Going to first person. Oh, chat. That was so annoying. Reskin the regular throne. Yeah, it's a reskin of the regular throne. Should we place the regular throne to compare it? Furniture. Let's line the throne ups next to each other, I guess. There's Skelos. Skelos is huge. Where's the basic stone throne here? Oh, it is bigger than the stone throne. It's a lot bigger. Is that that's the only one, isn't it? As far as I remember. Apart from the toilet, which is technically the throne. No? No? Bad joke. Okay. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so it is bigger. Let me move it so I can line them up. Wait, can I... let's put them next to each other. Yeah, it is bigger. It is obviously a reskin, as you would expect, I suppose. But it is a lot bigger. So, you know, we only have, what, 2 thrones in the game. Skelos. Skelos is very deep, isn't it? There you go. That's what they look like. So yeah, bigger and icy. I used the latrine for my throne. Very good choice for the porcelain throne. I sit on it every day, yes. Horse is more useful than you think. Yeah, who knew a horse would actually be useful? Alt F for pinhead. Perfect. I don't know why I didn't try that. Delete the game and reinstall. Yeah. Weird, when I press V 2 times, it'll get me back to normal. Really? It never works for me. Hello, Bulwark. How you doing? Gratitude for the new chair. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We're going to be giving away some Isle of Siptah Steam keys today, so do stick around during the stream. So yeah, it is exactly the same as that, except it's bigger and it's made of ice, and it does have some transparency, which I do like. So I would be annoyed if I didn't have it. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can see. Like, it does have some kind of transparency to it. Awesome sauce. Maybe I'll just plop these down somewhere, so if somebody asks during the stream today, let's just have, like, just for display purposes, a little bit of a... well, maybe we'll put the toilet next to it. No? I'm so glad we have this move function. Oh, blood, it doesn't work if I climb. Okay, I could maybe put myself some stairs. Stairs. Treat yourself. Okay, this is the display for the thingy. If anyone wants to see what they look like in size. There's Skelos. It is funny that we don't have any more thrones in this. It is nice, isn't it? I tell you what, in a black ice castle, I'm going to really like that. You know, it's nice and bright. DLC has the lion throne. Ah, the what's it called? You mean that Riddler Steel? That's true. Furniture. The lion throne. I know what you mean. This thing here, it's more of a seat, isn't it, than a stone? Vedigree, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you very much for that. Try putting it, yeah, a black ice, what is it called? What am I trying to say? Just all the thrones then in order. Yeah, we should put a, what is it called? A frosty torch. Witchfire, that's the word I'm looking for. I can totally word. Witchfire torch. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's so ready to be like a maze. Let's make it nighttime. Oh yeah, maybe. No, but maybe. If we put it next to it. Yeah. If without putting them at the sides. It's definitely frostier. Let me get rid of that one. Let's go with just the one. Yeah, I mean, you could decorate the area around it, I suppose. Thanks for the chop. Thank you for being here. Hello, Limito. How you doing? I want them to release a Witch Queen set. Ooh, that sounds good. Try the Aquilonian chair as well. The Aquilonian chair? That's not a throne. Can you attach the wall torch to the back of the throne? Can you attach things to the throne? Probably not. The Aquilonian is just a chair, isn't it? Basil, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. If anyone here, by the way, isn't in the Discord or would like to join the Discord, you don't have to be a subscriber. Have a look at the link in the chat. You can join our Conan Exiles server if you'd like to as well. It's free to join. Aquilonian chair. I know what you mean. The kind of the bigger chair. This guy. The councillor chair. Or these guys. I usually use these around like a table. They're like my favourites. To make it day again. There we go. Sorry for your eyeballs. Eyeball warning. Yeah, those are like the thrones, I guess. I mean, it is kind of... It's more like a chair that goes around a table. Generally, I would like... Okay, that sounds so silly. It's a chair that goes around a table. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to just be so factual. What happened? The choo-choo train! Who started the hype train? Thank you for that. Normally I do this guy here. I'm the commander of the undead friend. Oh, never know. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you to David. I appreciate that. House of Joe's nothing special. Yeah, yeah. Well, I usually use those chairs around this kind of table, basically. Cool. Yeah. Well, maybe we build ourselves a castle or something. Yeah, it definitely has like a bit of a sheen to it and it looks like a block of ice. I think I'm happy with it. When I first saw the picture, I was like, I mean, it's just a reskin, but it is a cool reskin. It's a cool reskin. It's bigger. It's frosty. So yeah, that's what your drop is basically. RPG, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you everybody for kicking off the hype train, by the way. That's very nice of you. As opposed to a chair. But listen here, Fighter Knight, less of that cheek. Less of that cheek. Yes, this throne has the same kind of like stance as the other one. Wait. Where's the bog? Here. This is another throne, obviously, which has a very similar sort of stance. Which I find quite funny. This was in the bath set. That's in it. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic pic. The Watcher chair has a sort of Viking throne vibe, but no special pose. The Watcher chair? Which one's the Watcher chair? Oh, do you mean the most recent thingy? Nope. This is the new thing which is in the bazaar, which was given to me by Funcom. Disclaimer. There's no, you can sit on it. I wish there was like a way to recline on this. Do you think? I think there's an opportunity here to like recline. The thinking posture for the porcelain throne is perfect. It's very good, isn't it? Yeah. I love the building piece in this game. I find myself spending more time than I care admit building pottery rugs. Ah, it is so nice to decorate, isn't it? It's lovely. The first of Twitch drops when Siptah dropped. Was it? I don't think I got it. How did I not get it? Mind you, I was like, maybe I must have been watching Twitch back then. I was definitely watching Twitch when Siptah came out. Paint you like one of your lion rugs. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So anyway, those are all the chairs. That's a chair display, so you can see like the way it looks. I'm pleased with that. That's kind of cool. Happy to have new placeables always, especially when it's no extra cost. It wasn't advertised very well, a very short timeline. I see. Maybe this is just how it works when you try on the new chair. Maybe. Yeah. Normally I would like lie on it. I don't have the sleep on side thingy. And I don't know if we've... Ah, look. You can lie down with your buddy. It's kind of cozy. I don't know if I have seduce. I don't think so yet. We haven't picked up a lot of the emotes. I can sulk. Talk to my lion friend who'll be like, listen, you can sulk all you want. I'm the one that's stuffed here. So yeah. That chat, that's cheered me up. Oh my goodness. Corner. Missed notification you were live. Must have been totally missed. Impalia. Oh, understandable. Is there something to disable auto face lock? Too bad you can't stretch out in the bed from that set. Yeah, the bed is really cool as well, isn't it? Anyway, right. So, what were we up to? Let's leave creative mode now. So we've got our chair, which is very exciting. So those people will probably have respawned by now. Let's go and get ourselves some more spell page and whatnot. Is that all we needed to do the next thingy? Yes, just a spell page. Let's go do some modification. Pussy's like, here we go again. She's always killing something. Goodness me. Hands fighting Ira cookie. Do not give him a cookie. Never know and be knife. Emote it to stretch it out. Emote it to stretch it out. What have I missed? Right. Sorry about that. Apologies. Shall I use my bow? Nice. No points. No points in agility at all. But this is a decent bow. We got this bow from the grey ones yesterday. Well, yes, yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Oh, it's fun. Hello, pokey person. Stop it. My charge shot would have one-shot her, probably. I'm looking for sorcerous people. I will hack them all up and put their bodies in the blood thingy as well. The squishy. Oh, we got a named person. Chat, I'm going to kill the named person because there's no benefit to it. I just wanted to tell you beforehand so you could have your outbursts. But there's no, we've got a tier 3 and we'll get another one. What I really want is a spell page. Do you know what I'm saying? What did we get? Spell page. 2 failed ones. We got a pack with 7 notes and a dead sorcerer's map. Okay, perfect. And some pouches. It's worth it. It's worth it. You know what I mean? Did named sorcerers even do anything useful? Not currently. Maybe, yes. Maybe eventually. Maybe just better loot, I would say. But no, really just, I think, just a tier 3 chat. Am I right? Or any tier? Look at this freaking iron. Gimme. There we go. We've got an explosive guardian head as well, which is something I probably will never use. Flotsam has respawned. Thanks to our shenanigans. Let's get both of these. Did you see my mention on the settings? You said something about auto-lock. Yeah, I read it out. Grey ones are still next to source. Yeah, they're really good, definitely. They are tougher, I would say. definitely tougher. And obviously the fact that they're not susceptible to bleed is kind of scary. Yep. Tier 3 and higher can craft pages. It's tier 3, right? So it's not just any. Thank you for that. I thought so. Ooh. Do you have a page on your bed? Nope. That lot good you are. Yeah, so the page hasn't respawned, I guess. Bum, bum, bum. Do. Right, let's harvest them for human flesh. So we can get some blood. I love that. Welcome back, Tuban. Thank you for 5 months. Welcome. Hope we haven't... Oh, God. We're not going to be able to interact with this guy. He's, like, hovering above the ground. Okay, I got him. He's, like, hovering in 2 pieces, chat. He's chopped in half. Look. Look at that. It's like some weird ghost. He's, like, nearly headless Nick or something. Test the tier 3. Oh, the tier 3 definitely can. We have a tier 3. Definitely the tier 3. I'm just wondering if lower tiers can make the pages. Corruption does that to you. Oy. Yes. Well, we'll have to visit the dance bar. Do you know what I mean? Just to clear our own corruption. Just to keep ourselves pure. You see? Some more human flesh. Do we, shall we open these now? Hardened steel bar, practice greatsword, reinforced steel, rare spices. Is it always the same? Kevin, is this what you were trying to tell me? That it depends where you find the flotsam? It's not just RNG. Because I've got the reinforced steel a couple of times and the practice swords. Too fancy with my named tier 4, that's it. Houdini, yes! He's trying to, like... Yes. We got some steel as well, which is pretty cool. Let's hack up some more corpses. Wait, I misclicked. I guess we could take that oil as well. Kinda handy. The one at the Nook should have it. I see, okay. What are the chords for that? Lots of them is random, it's worth picking over you. Is it just random then? Because I thought it was random, but we have gotten the reinforced stool and the wooden swords at that place every time. I know Kevin's like super like familiar with this map. Where's the Nook? Is it not? Don't tell me it's on dusk. Is it on the Isle of Dusk? Most are, but those are normal drops, I believe. I see. Bum. Do. No. Shall await your directions. We might not go there today if it's far, but right. We've got our page. Failed. There we go. Next. Boom. North of the Isle of Dawn. Is it on the Isle of... Oh, I think I know where it is. Creeping darkness. Okay. Let's have a snack. Snacks are important. So now we need more blood and our cover because we do have those already. Squish the human flesh. I don't think there's a use for the practice swords, but we're going to keep them for now. Yeah. So it isn't very fast. We could go and try and get the Gravedigger. And we could visit an NPC camp and see if we can get somebody useful. I don't know. Try our luck. You know what I mean? Get killed. Probably in the journey. But have fun doing it. You know what I mean? It's the name of the game. Get murdered with your friends and enjoy yourself. Conan Exiles. Okay, let's put hardened steel in here. That will come in handy. I'll put my steel fire in there. Am I dumping stuff in random places? No, I'm not going to do it, chat. I'm going to put it in the cauldron. It's fine. I'm holding back. Can you get blood from skulls? No, not the skulls. You can make them into bone meal, question mark, and you can now place them, I think, for decoration. Look, as a guaranteed session if you manage to get a grade for it. Yeah. K6 or the beach goes out. Yeah, I know what you mean, actually. It, like, is a bit of a cave. Here. Is it this spot here? Like on the beach? Yes. Let's go. It's very close by. What's the worst that can happen? Famous last words. Let's do it. And well, there's probably like sorcerers around on that island. Well, there are there are sorcerers on that island, so we can go get some. I usually drop dyes, but I keep black dye because I always use black dye. Okay, so I've got a truncheon. It's a crappy one, and I have some bindings. I could take my wheel mats with me. Let's do that. Put it on the horse. We'll just carry it around with this. I have crafting on like super fast and taming and stuff. Let's do this and twine. So now we can place a wheel wherever we go. Let's give you your vines back. And I'll put these things in the benches they belong in, like a proper grown-up and stuff. I might put black ice. I just put it in a box here, actually. Okay. I've got a golem box. Do 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 do. Da dum dum dum. Pouches I'll put in here. I'm not planning to do any spells unless I like. I don't know. I get some like particular urge to. So I'm just not going to carry those pouches around because I hate that they weigh anything. Just find them a pain in the butt. We could do with where are we going to put our booze? I guess we'll put these in the Siptah box. Because I'm going to delve them, probably. Some of them. Alright, let's get rid of our iron. Cook that up. Is there anything I have to leave behind? I'm going to leave the practice sword because I don't care. I've got a bunch. Alright. Armour is mostly fine. Horse is equipped with just what we need. I've got some booze on me. I'll just leave that here. I've got snacks. Alright, people. Let's go and have a fight with some Stygians. And we'll place a bedroll down when we go there. Liana, thank you for the follow. There's at least one sorcerer in the Nook too, I think, and a boss. Yeah, booze in the belly, yeah. There's no benefits to those boozes that we've picked up so far, though. Unfortunately. Bum, bum, bum. Do, 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 do. You can get a gravedigger check behind the workbenches in the Nook and you'll find a pile of chem skulls. Dig it up and that's guaranteed saturation. Yep. Da-dum. Well, we've got our momentum mace. Have I leveled up? Yeah, I have. I haven't really had any problems with crit so far. I might put it into vitality. Let's get a bit more health. Do 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 do. I don't really want to like bother with friendos until we've leveled up a bit more and we've got some better like armor and things because I just, you know, they're such a liability, aren't they? I might kill the crested Luxur every time I pass it so that we can farm some skeleton keys, and then at some point we'll head to the tower in the center and grab some legendaries. Ba-dum. Do 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 do. Bum ba bum. Da 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 da. What will do? I don't know, Bulwark. Do you have any requests or suggestions? What do you think, chat? What building set shall I build out of in this playthrough? I'd like to build something big and epic. I do like vaulted ceilings, so I will probably mix in, if the set that we come up with or decide on, if it doesn't have vaulted ceilings, I'll probably mix in vaulted ceilings for a different set. Let's kill him with our momentum. The moon is about to fly very quickly because I have nighttime on very quick. Just one tap this guy. There it is. The magical flying moon. It's lovely. Oh, what? But when you say what build? Are you talking about attributes? Is that what you mean, Bulwark? Oh, I see. Agility versus strength. Put a poll from the whining category. Oh, I won't do a poll for it. Oh, no, I'm going to do agility. It'll be agility grit, presumably. It depends. If I get something like a weapon that I really like, I might do strength. We're doing strength at the moment because I've got momentum. Should get a mod where the moon is screaming. Oh my god. I just want to say that might break my immersion slightly, you know. Oof. Ooh. Okay, let's do a quick climb. So the horse should hopefully retain aggro, so he doesn't like regain his health. As long as I'm quick. There we go. Can you not hurt my horse, please? Okay, roll dodge it. Get over here. Bum bum ba-dum. Do 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 do. So basically, if you like, it gets tips as well. So it explains to you what additions are. There's a bunch of so basically, yeah, there's Conan Exiles, and there's a bunch of cosmetic DLCs, and then there is also this map that I'm playing on right now, Isle of Siptah. So you know, it makes sense to start with just the basic version of the game. Although the versions I'm going to give away today will contain the base game and Isle of Siptah. Yeah, but the other ones will just basically give you build pieces and armor and armor skins and weapon skins, placeables, decorative things, furniture, stuff like that. Some emotes, pet skins, things like that. It like really varies on the DLC. Let's get our key from him. There we go. All right. Easy peasy. Perfectly executed. By the normal and Isle of Siptah, there's a cool, but just cosmetics. Yeah, and then you can decide what you want. Like, you can play the game without any, like, DLCs. You don't need them. You know, then you could be like, well, I want to build an Aquilonian, like, you know, palace or something, or I want to build a big castle with the Nemedian stuff, or, you know, like, the building sets are really one of the bigger draws, I think, to the DLCs. Yep. Nemedian's probably most popular. This mentions all cosmetic. Yeah, I mean, the Nemedian, I like the Nemedian roofs, particularly. I don't know, I wouldn't, for me, the Nemedian isn't, like, my favourite one. It is lovely. I like all of them. It's really hard for me to pick them out. It depends where I'm building, what I'm doing, and I tend to combine a lot of the building pieces now, these days. Let's get past these guys. Am I going the wrong way? Okay, they can't get to me while I'm swimming. Yes. Let's go this way. I just want to play and don't really care. If you want to... Yeah, I mean, you don't need the Isle of Siptah unless you want to play on this particular map. You can just buy the basic Conan Exiles game. But if you want the Isle of Siptah edition, it'll give you the Exiled Lands map and the Isle of Siptah as well, which is this whole map, basically, which I think is wonderful, personally. I like to mix and match, yeah. I like make medieval town supports, yeah. Largest item in the bazaar is 2,900. What is it? What is it, Fight Now? Is it this? I don't know. These were given to me by Funcom. This I bought myself. This was given to me by Funcom. This was from a previous, like, there was a Disciples of Tsar bundle that I got that from Funcom. Oh, is that how much it is? Goodness me. Yeah. That is entirely a, you know, I mean, they're all very much like, if you like it, buy it. But yeah, that is a lot of money. Yeah, I tend to, like, the main ones that I like are any placeables, any plants, any building sets. Like, if it's a building set, I really want it. Yeah. They are very expensive, yeah. I did make a video about it. Yep. In the water. Flotsam by the... Oh, you're talking about the flotsam. Yeah. I bought all of them, yeah. I had all of them on PlayStation, apart from the Riddle of Steel. And then I bought the PC version, and then rebought some of the DLCs. And then some of them were very sweetly gifted to me by members of this community. And then I finally bought the Riddle of Steel, like, the other day. Just because I'm like, you just need to have the final one. You've never owned that one, so... I was like, why not? Let's waste some money. Can we see the hedge maze? Yeah, I can show you the hedge maze when we get back, if you want to. Thank you for the follow. I'm not going to read that out loud. That's going to be your name. This is nice, but doesn't have a snap option. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I always want to have, like, plant things. Because I don't play with... I play with mods, but all my mods are, like, quality of life. None of my mods are building mods, or like building placeable kind of mods and stuff. Let's get round here. There's an NPC camp over there. Can I get up this way? Yeah, go up the zigzag. Go up through the lions. Taika for the follow, welcome. Or a butt. It makes doing a maze really hard. I did try placing them very briefly when I bought that set the other day. Because I didn't have it originally. I only got it like a couple of days ago. Because I had some coins. And I was like, oh, I missed it last time, so I wanted to get it. I am glad they are, like, putting things back in. Returning things or whatever. Yeah, I know this island very, very well, in case you think I'm missing things that I haven't seen in terms of, like, NPC camps. This is my favourite spot in Isle of Siptah. Yeah. Yeah, this Isle of Dawn is my absolute favourite map. Like, island or whatever, or section of the... There's a monkey up here. Yep. Now we go on foot. Horsey's like, oh god, this is where she dies. Have faith, Horsey. Dies immediately. Do I craft some more? Yes. Alrighty. Now if the game crashes, I'm uninstalling, not really. Uninstalls, starts playing Pokemon games. Quit streaming. No. Okay, bedroll down. Just smart. There we go. Alright. Wussy, you can come with me because you're like an incredibly good decoy. Steel fire, tar. So is this where you're saying we should check the flotsam? Is that what you were saying, chat? We're going to go in and we're going to fight them. I've been in this camp a bunch of times. It is tough. What's the best mod for the Black Corsair? What's the best mod for the Black Corsair? What do you mean? I like to use head maze sets for accents on gardens, but mazes. Yeah, I definitely will use it just to like line my base with some like greenery, but I probably won't make a maze. What do you mean? What's the best mod for Black Corsair? I don't understand. Chat went quick. Wanted to say it's my favourite spot because there are 2 big camps. Very nice to get trolls. Yeah. It's wonderful. I like it because I like Sepamaru, and it has a very Sepamaru kind of vibe. I like it. Greetings, turd wallets. I'm here to murderify you, or be murdified. Either way, I'm here. I has arrived. Dum, da, 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 dum. Greetings, turd wallet. Can I, like, fight you? The water at least is deep out here. Thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Poor horsey. We got a Taskmaster Master tier 3. They would help us to make chains. Also the tier 3 blacksmith would be handy. But at this point, I just want to like kill these people. It's easier to survive if I do it. Listen, you fudge. There we go. Survival is the most important thing right now. To me. Sweet. Horse is like, could you get me off the spikes, please? Ma'am. Ma'am. Come on. Come here, bud. How you doing? Oh, you got a bit of a beating. You're a healthy boy, though. You got your vines. You're gonna be fine. Squishy. Yes. Maybe he means kits for the armor. Thoughts on Great here has had Gravedigger almost every time I've got it. I see. I mean, it'll be RNG, I guess. Hello, cool. Bid cool. Oh, okay. What to put on it? Bulk plating. Yes. Sorry for misunderstanding. I was like, mods? I thought you meant like mods in game, as in like, you know, downloadable mods. No, bulk plating is the best to like increase the a very, very lightweight armor. When you learn that, if you're on Exiled Lands, you learn that from doing the Warmaker dungeon, clicking on the chests, basically. I do have an armor guide video. Squirrel. Let's take that. Oh, here's the boss. Let's take him out so we don't aggro anybody else. Control the fight as much as possible. Let's enjoy our hyper armor. That was quick. Bum 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 bum. Can I get you without aggroing your friend over there? They have obviously changed aggro in the Age of War. So normally everybody in here would have like been trying to kill me. Like including this person. Are you a sorcerer? Do you have a page on you, sir? I'm just here for your pages. Oh, he's got a spell page next to him. I feel like they nerfed on Exiled Lands. They nerfed the presence of spell pages at these benches. Please tell me there's a spell page there. Yes, nice. So I kind of I stopped looking for them in NPC camps. Did you? Kind of like changed my behavior a bit. And now I'm like, gimme. Right. Okay, let's open these. Note. 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 Brilliant. Great. We got a piece of invader boots. We can delve that, or we could keep it and wear it because it gives +3 in strength. Yes, very nice. What else have I got? A spell page. Let's get rid of the cultist master recipe. Get rid of the notes. Dum dum dum. Do 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 do. Mace. It's so good, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, I do mean the kit. Yeah, bulk plating. Bulk plating. Do the Warmaker dungeon. If you're on Exiled Lands, do the Warmaker dungeon. And then otherwise you're going to need to get the scroll to teach you the feat. If you're on Siptah, you need the scroll to teach you the feat for Grandmaster, or Master Weaponsmithing, or whatever it's called. Master Armor Smithing and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you learn it in the Warmaker dungeon from clicking on the tablet. And I do show you that on my video on the YouTubes. If you haven't checked out my YouTube channel, there's a link in the chat. I've got 2 YouTube channels. One, which is Annabriella, has all the Conan stuff and survival things and whatnot. And my second channel has like a bunch of other like cozier content. It's just random games. I tend to upload stuff to there. To follow me on Twitter as well, and join us on Discord, because we have a cozy community over there too. Feet not featured dwellings. Whole camp aggro before Age of War was better. You had to be a bit careful not to aggro too many. Yeah, I guess so. Is there some place to learn bulk plating here on Siptah? So you will get, you do learn like Exiled Lands feats. You can learn by doing vaults and learning recipes, and also from Surge's chat ? And sometimes from doing summoning creatures in the spawning pools by taking these like little figurines to the spawning pools here in the Isle of Dawn. And each of these 3 is like an altar where you place the figurine, summon the enemies, and then they will come and attack you. Got a bit of lore there. Bum ba-dum doo 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 doo. Da-dum da-dum. Shall I harvest their bodies? No, I don't want to carry it really. So yeah, we could have definitely thralled the Taskmaster Master. Also, we could have thralled the tier 3 blacksmith. That would probably both would have been decent choices. But Taskmaster Masters seem to spawn very frequently on the Isle of Siptah. So I'm not too worried about finding another one. And tier 3 blacksmith, I mean, we'll find him. You know, it's cool. Maybe we'll check in your flotsam before you leave here. It's gone. And I opened all the packages, didn't I? I believe. Or like immediately. We didn't get it in there. Yeah. So we could go to another NPC camp and return here while we're on this island. Should we run around the coast maybe? And see what we can find. If you get the gravedigger, you can get the truncheon too before you leave. Yeah. I didn't actually see the location. Let me remind myself. Is it at the back? Where is the grave? Is it at the back of the camp? Is it in here? Is it in there? You have to break it. On the right? Near the workbenches on the side, where you got the figurines. Here? Do I have to break the rock? I'm going to do it anyway. B-Dog, thank you for the follow. Not seeing it. It's a cool little entrance, isn't it? Yeah, I don't see the grave. Is it usually him? Maybe it's only on official servers? Nah. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Is it broken on single player? Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I don't see it, peeps. So we believe that it's supposed to be over here in this corner. That is interesting. And it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's just a loot bag. Stuff on official and not on single player. There is... I mean, yes, there is definitely. But I don't see why a grave wouldn't be here. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's just not rendered in properly or something. I don't know. Crate with the jug on top. The grave should be here. Really? Could be a spawning issue. Maybe it hasn't spawned properly, yeah. Well, we'll leave and we'll come back. We'll see if we can find the flotsam thingy. And we'll give it another go. Yeah, Mayhew, if you don't want ads, you can either subscribe with Prime for free. You can just pay for a pay for a sub. You can get Twitch Turbo and not watch any ads on the site. The problem is that I have a PC that is running. I have lights that are on. I'm a human being. I'm not a robot. I have to like live. I have to feed myself. I have to like pay for electricity and stuff. So this free content you're receiving, which is you're absolutely welcome to consume, unfortunately has to be paid for in some way. So, you know, complaining about the ads, it doesn't help me really. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things, I'm afraid. You just have to accept. It's free or you can subscribe. There you go. How dare I feed myself? Exactly. I know. Unfortunately, I'm not an AI. Imagine being here, need to feed the money to survive. Exactly, yeah, I know. I know people are like used to, you know, free things, and it's fine. You can have free things. You don't have to pay any money to be here. But unfortunately, I do have to run adverts if you don't pay any money. That's it. So, there you go. Them's the breaks, my friends. Did I see the comment about the Grey Ones Island? What did you say about the Grey Ones? South of the Grey Ones Island, there's a cove that has lots of flotsam with a great shovel. Drop rates, at least in my playthrough. Okay. Turbo, I have Twitch Turbo. I freaking love it. I love it. It's brilliant. Well, we'll run around the coast anyway. Let's run around the coast and let's do some gathering and stuff. Let me gather a bit of aloe just to replenish what we're using as we're running around. I should probably keep putting down bedrolls. Are you a boss, friendo? Turbo is so good, isn't it? I really like it, especially because I use Twitch to kind of like find something relaxing to listen to fall asleep. So I just find Turbo to be like the thing to do, really. It's great. Yep. Hello, Rigsy. Yeah, reality check. I'm a human. I'm not AI. Soon I will be replaced with AI, and then you have to worry about it. You know. Do you prefer Siptah over Exiled Lands? No. There are things I like more about this map. I think the graphics are better. I think in some ways it's more beautiful, isn't it? But Exiled Lands is like my home, really. I've got a lot of like fond feelings about that map. I know it so well. You know, so no, I would say no. I prefer Exiled Lands only because it's you know, it's like a home to me, really. Yeah. Okay, JMK, thanks for hanging out. Why do you need to see if she reads? I think they just wanted to give me some advice. It's more beautiful but smaller. I hate that since it's so beautiful. I wish there was this area. So yeah, I think for me, I don't think it's the size of the map. I think it's a big map. And I think the size of the map means I wish we had the ability to teleport between the vaults. I think it'd be really cool if the vaults were teleportable too, instead of obelisks. But yeah, I do wish there was a little bit more variety in the biomes. Yeah, I do miss being a big snowy area, and you know, I like that there's a lot of like desert in on Exiled Lands. There's a lot of greenery on this map. Probably train an Anna voice. Not sure I can replicate her personality. Not enough cookies. Here you go. You see, you might be able to like replicate my voice, but the Tudwalletry will remain just my thing. Yes. Thank you, Film Jock. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I do like this map. I like that there is a second map because I play Exiled Lands a lot, and kind of mid-season kind of thing, then it is nice to have somewhere to switch to. I think I've run past that NPC camp up there, haven't I? Let's go up there. Love to see a map room for Siptah. Yeah. Lizard is definitely reskinned crop boss. Yeah, he does. I feel like he has some slight different. His stats are different anyway. Yeah. I don't like the maelstrom, but I want to turn it off because it's a feature. Yeah, on single player. Yeah, when I live in the maelstrom, like radius, whatever, I do sometimes like to turn it off, like we did on the previous playthrough, didn't we? Because it was just annoying me a bit. But I do like that it adds kind of like some gameplay. It is fun to fight off the maelstrom kind of creatures. But yeah, when you live in there, the bad weather is just kind of annoying, I think, perhaps. Hello, Valentin. How you doing? Good to see you. Yup. Right, we got an NPC camp here. Let's put our bedroll down just to avoid, you know, having to run too far when we inevitably get murdified by these people. Although with this, like, momentum, my goodness, what a bonus, right? Can I maybe aggro just you? Oh, it's bleeding her. Is it bleeding her? No. Didn't she take tick damage? I saw on my HUD. Oh, it's me. Is it just me taking tick damage? Madam! Your aim is better than mine, you're AI. Let's get her. Here we go. Hello, Beagle. Hello. I like the vaults in the Grey Ones area a lot. I would enjoy the vault concept in Exile Lands. Most of the things is awkwardly placed on Siptah. Feels a bit random. I like the vaults. I love the kind of like the slightly more puzzly aspect, very lightly puzzly aspect of the vaults. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. How do I say that? Say to Prince. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Yeah, I like the slightly puzzly aspect of the vaults, and I would love to see more of that in this game. I think it's like makes it extra fun. But I do also think some of the vaults in this map are a bit samey, and I would love to see a bit of a rework, you know, some kind of variation. Some of them are a bit like just run in a straight line, kill the things, and, you know, that's it. Okay, we seem to have aggroed a lot of people. Chat, can they follow me up here? Is my first question. Probably on that side. Let's pick some people. Should we deal with you first? Because you're going to stop me from healing. Ah, poopies. Oh god, what are you? Are you a dancer of Zath? Okay, tier 1 priest. I'm just going to like... now it looks like I'm running away, chat, but actually what I'm doing is I'm just being tactical. I'm flanking, right? It's just a very long flank. You know what I mean? The longer the flank, the smarter the player. Okay. Get off his butt! He doesn't like it! Oh, we should knock him out, shouldn't we? Can I knock out this friend? Right, bear with me. I have the first perk in authority, and this is a... okay, that is just dumb, isn't it, really? Okay, if you want to try and hit my horse while I knock you out, I'm all right with that. The fact that we've got him by himself now. Okay, heavy attacks, right? First friendo. Now, we have, what do we say, chat? We got a pop-up gym, 24-hour pop-up gym, very high fiber snacks. Okay. We've got a varied workforce with some interesting, you know, conversations going on. It's reasonably sunny where we are. There is a bit of a smell of death because there's some corruption happening. There you go. You see, it was the smell of death that convinced him, I think. Do you know what I mean? He's the horse. I know. Tactical retreat. That's it. No one wants to fast travel on Siptah to try the transporting sense. Well, that's why we're leveling our sorcery as soon as possible. Definitely. Right, so fortunately we're pro gamers and we came here with our pop-up gym equipment ready, prepared. So we can give him some things to like think about and a bit of exercise while we recruit him. Okay, crafting stations, friendos. Lesser wheel of... wait, pop-up gymness. Okay, perfect. Where's my little thingy? So tier 3 blacksmith is a good first friendo, right? Okay. Perfect. Not unnamed, but we'll take him. I have taming on Insta. So there you go. I will leave him in there for now while he thinks about what's going on. Let's put these in here. Alright. How are we doing? Pretty well. Let's take on the rest of them now. The Insta taming is really because I'm just incredibly impatient. Yes. Come and attack me, sir. I will hide in the bushes. It's a flawless plan. You definitely can't shoot me through here. You see? I have obscured your vision. Sir, you can't see me. You're cheating. I'm calling hacks. It's got wall hacks, chat. Come on now. There we go. Carpenter tier 2. Okay, we will leave you here with your friends. I mean, you know, you'll die probably in a fairly quick accident. Let's deal with this lady who wants to stab me with her knives. Brilliant. Excellent. She didn't want to come with us. I mean, we did ask her. We're pro gamers. Yes, it's. Hello, teacher. Hello, hello. Got off work early. I'm able to join the stream for so. Oh, so good to see you. Yeah, I'll be giving away Siptah keys today, so we'll do one soon. Actually, I like a channel better than another one. How do I unfollow them? Well, you just click the heart to unfollow them, but you know, I wouldn't encourage you to do that. But live your own life, you know. Do you have a YouTube tutorial on how to build a slave harem? Of course I don't, Sisyphus. I'm not a slaver. I'm a friendship... Wait, I'm a staff development coordinator. No, the taskmasters are staff development coordinators. I'm a recruitment consultant. Right? Yes? Question mark? Notice the new drop. Yes. Hello, Lefty. I always have PTSD when I see people look away from knockout throws all the time. I always have PTSD when I see people look away from knockout throws. Oh, because they disappear on you and you're like, no, 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 don't leave them because you'll lose them. Yeah. I mean, if I'm really nervous about it, then quite often I'll just put them on the rope immediately and bring them to, you know, just bring them with me. But I wasn't going too far. I've got a couple of scouts here.
Blood of the serpent! Enemies at the gate!
Freaking momentum for the win. Look at that damage. Such a great, like, early find. Oh my goodness. RPG. Thank you so much. That's very nice of you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the big tip. Thank you so much. Thank you, lovely. I'm just happy to be here, honestly. It only shows how to describe. I would have selected it. I mean, you know, you don't need to unfollow somebody just to follow somebody else. I don't think there's like a count on it. It's not Twitter or something. Mousy, thank you for the follow. Great corporate recruiter, bet your new hires are gonna love. They will. Do you know what? We have very, very good feedback, Lefty. Do you know what I'm saying? Excellent feedback. Actually, I would say they're so peaceful. They're pretty quiet. They don't really say much. You know what I mean? It's kind of good. Do you have any skins on your pets and are they invisible? So I think the invisibility bug, correct me if I'm wrong, people. I think the invisibility bug is just on console. Let me know if anyone else has had it on PC. And they have addressed it in a post. And apparently it's something to do with middleware. And they are going to hopefully get it sorted for the next... It's to minimize notifications. Oh, I'm not sure, Sapin. I'm not sure. Yep. How's the turnover rate? How's the turnover rate? Oh, staff turnover. I would say once we get like staff recruited, generally speaking, you know, they don't leave really, and they're pretty quiet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Anime Sip, yeah. Haven't seen it on PC. Yeah, I think it's just on console, and it is something that is not just you. It is very widely experienced, and I think it's been around since Sorcery, and they've been struggling to sort it out. So fingers crossed for the next update. That's what they've said. Let's get rid of longswords because we don't really need them. And I'm not going to dismantle them, am I? Right, we can take our wheel with us. Let's take our friendo. Well, that was a good... We got our first recruit. We did find somebody else on our first day from a cage. We freed like a prisoner. a tier 2 taskmaster who unfortunately had an accident on arrival at his new home. So yes, we will have to have some kind of grave for him. Cool. Alright, let's head down. We could maybe try going back to that camp already and see if the flotsam has respawned. But let's keep going and we'll go back in a bit. There is no Twitter anymore. That name change is working for all. I refuse to call it X. That's what I say. I will be like an 80-year-old and I'll be like, oh, Twitter is wonderful, and like I'll have some young people like around who'll be like, oh, you silly person, it's X. And I'll be like, no, actually by then it'll be called like Xenomorph or something. Do you know what I mean? Oh god. Excuse me. Excuse me. I have never sworn on my knife. Also, thank you for the bits. Thank you, C3PO. Swearing. These are lies, chat. Straight up lies. I'm unaware of the swear words. Do you know what I mean? Totally unaware. Yes, this seems like a good time to give away a key. Should we do it, chat? Should we do a scheme key? Let's see if I can do it reasonably seamlessly. We're going to switch to marbles briefly. I will keep the game running and everything, so you're not going to have to worry about your drop and stuff. There we go. Can I do this like a flawless streamer person? Apparently I can. There we go. So just in a moment when I launch the map, it'll be !play. Give it a second. Let's pick one. Devil's Chaos sounds good. Let me lower the volume. Devil's Chaos sounds like fun. Maximum number of players. I mean, doesn't matter. Is this going to work? I haven't done this for a while. Devil's Chaos. Oh my god, it looks so creepy. So if you would like to win an Isle of Siptah edition version of Conan Exiles, type !play in the chat. Okay, wait. I will wait till the advert's over. Hold on. Okay, I will wait. I will wait for the ads. We've got, yes, let's talk amongst ourselves. Oh god. Usually I have an opportunity to snooze it. Oh god. Timing. Yes. If I win, I'll pass it to the next person. Oh, bless you. Yep. Oh, bloody hell. Of course there's an advert. Can I play too? Everybody is just to see how far I get. Yeah, of course you can just play. Whatever. It's fine. I just love playing marbles. I love marbles too. It's fun. Yep. We'll just wait for the advert to end because I want people to be able to participate. Actually, let me go pee, chat. And then we'll start it. Hold on. Okay, you don't have to do anything except do !play. I waited for the ad to end, so if anybody was panicking about that. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. It's just kind of like RNG related. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I don't know if this sound will work. All right, everybody in. I will start in... Wait, do I join as well? I'm not going to join as well. I will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. All right. I don't know if I remember all the controls. Oh. Okay. Oh, how do I move? How do I move around? Wait. Let's follow people. Okay. Hellhound. Oh, God. Right. Valk is in the front. Valk is in the lead. PNG. How do I rotate? Okay. I can use the mouse. Okay. Okay, there you go. Here's the map. You can see where you are within the top 10. So we've got Satyr Prince. Oh, it's moving around quickly. Oh, God. What is happening? Oh, God. Okay, we've got to get all the way down there. I can follow people. So we got PNG in the lead. Why is it silent, I wonder? We did hear it initially. There's just no music or something. There you go. PNG in the lead. Oh, no. Wait. Okay. Le Pompadour. Oh, nice name. Le Pompadour is in the lead currently. With then Draw. Okay, Draw is now in the lead. Okay, let's go. Draw. Oh, God. Draw died. Draw has been eliminated. Okay, space puts me up. It is a very creepy map, isn't it? Oh, God. Okay, Pompadour, PNG in second place. And we've got Zontrax, Hellhound, Stackvik, Satyr Prince, Lefty, Lunatic, Solo, Snake, Nightling. Pompadour right out in the lead. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? I can track people. Let's see who's right at the end. I can go to Nightling, watch Nightling's journey down the path. There we go. Can I press the next one? What do we got here? There's Snake. Just go through everybody. Who have we got here? Bothico is here. There we go. Solo. Going down the magma. Oh, down. Oh, we've got quite a way to go. Oh, crikey. I'll put music on for the next one, maybe. Did I die in the beginning? Did you die in the beginning, Bulwark? I don't know. Did you die, Sapien? Valk is dead. Oh, we lost Valk. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it'll appear here like with a little skull if you die. Sapien is out of the race. Sapien is out of the race. We've got Zontrak here. Can I forget all the controls are? So yeah, Zontrak in the lead and then PNG. And then there's a big bottleneck back here with Kevin and everybody. Here we go. Oh, Nephenor having a little jolly old time in the magma. Just having a little think about what his life is. Oh, no. Thinking about his wonderful cats. J King on his way down. Who's next? Goodness me. PNG and Zontrax have slowed a little, but now we've got J King, Nephenor, Dirge making his way down. On their way. Oh, who is going to win? PNG and Zontrax can neck and neck here. Yep. Snake Pit still in the top 10. Was left the top 10. No more casualties so far. PNG. Oh, PNG is in the lead. Is PNG going to win? PNG out in front. Yes. And is PNG the winner? Yeah, PNG is the winner of the race. Congratulations, PNG. You'll get a Conan Exiles Isle of Siptah edition Steam key. There we go. Solo second place. Zontrax and Lefty. Then Hellhound. There we go. Satyr in 6th place. 7th Snake Pit. Yep. Nightling coming into the 8th place position. Yep, Nightling 8th place. Bothico 9th. J King, are you going to get 10th place? Of course, no prizes for 10th place. But yes, J King is in 10th place. Dirge, Kevin and Neff having a jolly old chat on the way down. They're like, well, I own this game anyway. You know, what do I do? Guarding the rear, yes. Congratulations, PNG. Well done. Can I do my little, hold on a second. There we go. Congratulations, PNG. There you go. Well done. Well done. Thank you everybody for participating. We will be doing another one of these giveaways later on. Keep watching if you'd like to win. I will whisper PNG on Twitch. So make sure your whispers are open. This is how I always whisper. How I always give people their keys for these things. Is I will whisper it to you on Twitch. Okay. See the final results. There you go. PNG first, Solo second, Sontrax third, Lefty fourth, Hellhound fifth, Satyr sixth, Snake Pit seventh, Nightling eighth, Bothico ninth, 10th J King, 11th Dirge, Kevin 12th, Nefanor 13th, and some do not finishes from these honourable mentions down here. Look at all the deaths. It was a hellish race. Let's say yes. Let me just like copy PNG's thing. There you go. Let me just do. Let me do this. Copy your name and put it on my thing. Let's get rid of this. How do I get out here? Settings. Epic. Exit. Hold on. Let's get Conan back up. How do I... How do I close this? How did I do it last time? Base menu. Squirrel! Chat, we're trapped. I'm trapped in the game. How do I leave it? Do I just stop it in Steam? Do I just stop it in Steam? Yes. There you go. Perfect. Excellent. Right, let me just make a quick log of the winner. Congratulations. Yes, indeed. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Doo-doo-doo-doo. There we go. There we go. I've saved your username. Yep, we'll do another one of these later. Put that in the right position. There we go. Ba-dum, bum, bum. There we go. Close a little document. Perfect. There you go. Back to Siptah. What did I miss? All I heard was PNG won something. We did a giveaway for the Isle of Siptah edition of this game. Now we're going to continue with the playthrough. We're going to do another one during the stream, so stick around if you still want to win, if you haven't won. So to wait for 5 minutes and miss some exciting. My marble didn't work. You should have lubed your marble. That's the thing. I've returned to be a menace. Okay. Hands and a cookie on her way to the corner. Okay. Yes. She better eat that before she gets saved. Oh my god. Right, let's go check on our like shenanigans. It's a little bit loud now, is it? Nope. Is that the volume it was before? Okay, so let's go check on that little camp at the Nook and see if we can get ourselves a gravedigger from the Flotsam. The drop is a Gelid throne, that's right. Yep. Yep. It is indeed. My bubble was a square. Oh, bless you. Yes. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Just keep going. I don't think I've gone too far. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Bit further on. Here we go. Oh, I see it's respawned. Oh, come on, gravedigger. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. I used to be a marble like you, then I got an arrow to the knee. That's it. Yeah, yeah. I was a great fighter. Okay, gravedigger question mark. Nope. Table leg, practice sword, and shade bloom. So is it RNG? Or is it that particular Flotsam? Was he like sliding along there? Chat, does the game sound a lot louder than it was before? Am I imagining it? Is it just the same? Yes. Oh, to Zontrax. Yes, that's the drop. I am not a gamer. You could give it to second place. Oh, you don't want it? You don't want it, PNG? I didn't even notice. Oh, I wish he'd said sooner. I didn't take note of who second place was. They just wanted to play. I see. Okay. Well, that's fine just to play, but I wish I'd taken note of somebody else's who was second place. Does anyone remember? Give it to me then, yeah. I don't know who second place was. I mean, the game is not loud at all. I was fourth. Oh, check the VOD. Yeah, thanks, Neff. If you could screenshot it and put it in the Discord for me, I would appreciate that hugely. Ooh! Now, these are war cries. I'm not screaming in fear. If you hear like a squawking noise, do you know what I'm saying? Just a war cry. Just making sure that my enemies know I'm terrifying. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Again, just a war cry. Just expressing myself in a terrifying manner. Look how scared he is. He's so fearful. Horsey, could you stand between us? I'd appreciate that. I'm gonna rename her Meat Shield. There we go. She's like, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Will you stop trying to shoot me? I'm in the water. You fudge. I vividly remember that I was in second place. It just raised my head. My buddy complained about the shine. Ah, that is something you have to think about. Are you going to cause an accident because your head's too shiny? I was the first to die. Oh, I didn't fall off the track, but I didn't fall off the track. Yeah, that's it. He's stuck now. Can we shoot him? Yeah, normally I keep track of who's like in the next places, but I should have checked before I said that. Oh well. Thanks, Neff. Right, I should be able to hit him in the water. How are you shooting me from... There we go. And stay dead. I had to take a call and left the stream. Oh no, is it bugged? Okay, it's fine. There's a timer restart. Does the timer restart? No, it doesn't restart. It just continues on from wherever you were. You gain like progress towards it basically, and you can go and come back. You only should be able to. It should show you a percentage. I know that the fun costume is Thursday. Do you have any insight? What do you mean? Do I know any secrets? Well, if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you, would I? That would be my answer. Solo was number 2. So thank you for... Yes, the screenshot is perfect of like the top 10 or whatever. Thank you, Neff. So Solo, do you want it? Or did you just play? Oi, oi, oi. Excuse me. If you want more flotsam, go east and look. Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, it's all right, lovely. I know there's loads of flotsam on this island. We're good. We're good. Yeah. So it feels like it's RNG, doesn't it? I say thank you for the prime. Let's get rid of these turd wallets. Okay. Poor horsey. The horse really is like the best follower. Really. Let's get all the things. Stone Guardian head we don't care about. take his war paint, I guess. Let me just do a little bit of shenanigans here. Thanks for doing that, Neff. I appreciate it. Don't care about Ficos rum. Don't care about you, friendo. Oh god, we got too much stuff. Open the satchel. What is so heavy? Yeah. Sometimes when you order it, when you do this, it doesn't like automatically resort by weight. Have you noticed that? Doesn't always do it. There you go. Perfect. That's why I tend to take everything and then resort. So yeah, another table leg. But no gravedigger, unfortunately. I can eat a lasting feast to give myself a bit more weight. Spotted berries are just food. I could have just eaten them, I suppose. Let's drop any dark dye colorant, which I don't care about. I've got a failed page and a regular page. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum. I have a bunch of tat as well. I'm going to start dropping practice swords and things. And bowls and whatnots. And probably these relic hunter things, even though they do buff agility. Do a bit of sorting out. Thank you so much. You can sit upon a gelid throne, which I guess is comfortable. It's kind of, you'll have a cool butt. Do you know what I mean? That's really the main feature of the gelid throne, is the cool butt, because it's icy. You'll have a frosty butt. Yeah, no grave here, chat. Interesting. Interesting. Hello, sir. Do you have a scroll for me? Yes, he does. Let's take this little statuette. Who are you shooting, brother? He shot backwards! Hacks! I'm calling hacks. Calling hacks. Chat. He shot backwards. Right, we're going to take the breathing potion for the underwater... what are they called? Vaults. Take any kind of, like, goods and things. Leave these here. I really just want the steel and leather, I think. And the coins, I guess. And the crystal. And the iron arrows. Perfect. Yeah, it's been a bit of a bust, really, this this little location. Hello, sir. Do you have time to talk about the company I'm forming? Yes, absolutely. Frosty Booty, that's it. The Frosty Booty chair. That's what we'll call it now. All addicts to Conan family good plan. Did that with Kia one before. Yeah, that's good. I'll give it to my... Oh, I love that solo. Let's give that to my niece and her... Oh, I went... That's wonderful. Right, let me put you down then as the thingy. Wonderful. Thank you, Nefanor, for the help. Oh, God. Can I click on your name? There we go. Let me just copy and paste you in there. Da-da-dum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Da-da-da-da. Right. Here we go. Save. Excellent. There we go. Awesome sauce. I will whisper it to you after the stream. So like I do with all here on Twitch. I will whisper you on Twitch after the stream. There you go. Perfect. All right, let's continue our like quest on this little island. That's lovely. Hope we get a new dungeon. Oh yeah, more dungeons would be good. Happy to help. Bless you. Hello, Jason. Not a great recruitment advertisement and a peppering some guy with arrows, but whilst he swims, listen. I'm the most effective recruiter. That's all that matters. At the moment, a frosty butt would be great. It's hot at 32 degrees. It's a good time of year for a frosty butt, definitely. 93 freedom units in North Carolina. I seem to collect Carolinians, honestly. It is 82/28 in my room right now. It is kind of warm, but it's all right. I'm kind of pleasantly warm right now. But it's not too hot outside at all. Just a bit, it gets a bit warm in here. Actually, let me drink some water. Yeah, the nice thing about the key giveaways really is that you can give a key to a friend of yours if you want them to, like, play with you. I think that's kind of good. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, onwards. I guess we're exploring the coast of this island in quest for a grave digger. And we're also trying to collect any sorcerer spell pages so we can level our sorcery. So that's going to be handy for travelling around this map. There's another camp over there. Dum, da, 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 dum, da, da. So am I right in thinking there's a camp up there? Gotta get my bearings. There is one right over there, which I haven't discovered on this playthrough, but I was flying around trying to take thumbnails a couple of days ago, so I discover it. I wish you, when you go into creative modes, I don't think you generally learn things, but you will discover locations in creative mode. Do you know what I mean? Which I wish wasn't a thing. There's a giant rhino on the beach. I want everything you own. Awesome. 96 wrong degrees south of North Carolina. 106 yesterday. Only Satan knows what today will bring. Yes. Do you do build tutorials? I've only done one build guide. Although soonish, TM, I should be able to do like more kind of speed build type things because I've this community very sweetly bought me the professional version of my editing software, so I should be able to use like more of the features, but that is like still processing for some reason. So yeah, there is one, but it's just for like a treasure room basically. It's kind of a simple one. It was more about decorating than about building, I think. Although if you've never built like a circular building, then it is a kind of a tutorial for that. Okay. Shall I place bedroll here? Hello, sir. There we go. If they have hyper armor and you have hyper armor, you just better hope that you have enough armor to withstand his attacks until he dies, and you do more damage. Right, we've got a tier 3 cook. I don't really care about you too much, although I would like to fill my cooking stations. Journeyman Taskmaster. I tend to just kill cooks like initially. What religion do I usually go with? I always used to pick Yogg back in the day, and now I generally pick nothing or Crumb. Well, Crumb for fun, and then I just try and learn all the like religions, I guess. There we go. Got a bit of a well with some stash in here. Nice. So much loot on this island. Come here, horsey. Let's do this. Get rid of that. Don't need you, friendo. Perfect. It's been a good loot run anyway. Oh my goodness. It's a good sneeze. I'm in a large metal building with the doors closed and no AC. I think the bosses are trying to cook us. That sounds so bad. It may be related to Dalfari. Oh my goodness. Dev stream Thursday. It's about to get so yeah, exactly. Definitely. Very excited about the dev stream. At least we'd have the option to delete the marker from the map and let's rediscover it. Yeah. I think you can. There's probably a thing for relearning all. Or resetting all your discoveries or something. Bless you. Thank you for all the bless yous. Yeah, stupid allergies. Indeed. Okay. Oh. I got supply materials. That's not going to contain... No. Bugger. I shouldn't have opened it either. That's a good bit of loot though, isn't it? Oh, chat. Right, let's drop any, like, dies, because we don't care about those. Do a bit of, like, inventory management. Okay. As nice as they are. We've got 5 sorceress failed pages. We'll keep the scout reports. Drop the war map. Drop the notes. I could just place all these little flagons and things around my base, but they're not too difficult to craft. I should probably not be dropping all of those, but hey-ho. Right, let me reorder by weight. Okay, we've got a lot of iron, like, guardian pieces. It's kind of cool. Okay. Nice. Let's go check out the boats, because the boats have got some flotsam around them, haven't they? Bossie's like, oh great, more enemies. Oh yeah, this is one of the spots where the freaking sea doesn't render. This has been a problem for so long, hasn't it? I remember this. We haven't been on that boat. This is in the water. Let's go to this like thing over here. This is bugged. Oh, this is like a rendering issue, which is honestly, I feel like it's been like this since I was on PlayStation, because this is water. It is immersion breaking, isn't it? I gotta mention this. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Set is awesome for PvP. Over encumbered time to eat the 200 pieces of honey. Yes. I'm here for banging through all armor. Current goal is building a pyramid of sorcerous skulls. Thank you for the bits, Nefanor. Thank you, lovely. Poison Arrow is a good early game. Yeah, definitely. Stygian City outside the Grey One City has more than a few. I think there's still time to finish Journey Steps of Part 1. Walked away from the game for a while, got behind. Journey Steps. Is there time to finish Journey Steps? For chapter 1? I don't think I understand what you mean. I mean, the journey steps shouldn't change, should they? Apart from, like, complete a purge or something. Yeah? Yes. Yeah. It depends how much time you have to play. Yep. It depends how much time you have to put into it, yeah. It's not coming tomorrow, is it? It's not going to be overnight. We got 2 bits of flotsam. This is very immersion breaking. I'm like flying right now. It's pretty bad. Oh, battle pass. I don't know. It depends how far you've gotten, how much time you have. There's a lot of like... Okay, this is dangerous. There's no like thing for me to jump on either. Oh, balls. Oh, balls. Oh, we die here. Oh, we die. Yeah. That escalated pretty quickly, I would say. This is Siptah Cyber Zombie. Battle Pass. It depends how much you got left, I suppose. Invisible water. It's not new to me. I've seen... It's been like this for ages. Oh, we were all the way back at home because I lifted up my thing. Oh, my God. Where did we die? Oh, not far. Oh, we died there. All right, chat. We swim. Oh, while we're here, this is the throne, by the way, that you get in your Twitch drops if you didn't see earlier. It's like an ice block. It's like, I put all the other thrones next to it. There you go. You can have a quick look. And I put the toilet because the toilet's also a throne. Ruffle. Do I have any thingies nearby? By which, of course, I mean aloe. It is smart to leave a bit of aloe behind at your base, isn't it, chap? Although we do have passive regen. I don't think I did the smart thing. Yes. We died on the boat. So, yes. We're just going to go up, really. We're going to go do a bit of a swim. Everything's going to be fine. You're at 40. You're at 49. I mean, potentially, yeah. Do it in admin mode. Yes. Thank you, Bulwark. Good point. Yeah. Go into admin mode. Do it in single player. Don't claim the items until you get into... the game that you want to use the things on. Yeah, and you can do it very easily. Definitely. If you're like super close to the end of it, definitely we've got time. You do it in like one session if you're up to 49. Did they fix the crashing? They haven't yet, Cyber Zombie. They have put out a post about it, and they have said that on the next patch, hopefully it'll be fixed. Fingers crossed. No, not yet. Not yet. You got 3 to 4 weeks before next chapter. Like a middle ground between two thrones. Totally is the porcelain throne the best throne. Yeah, people will jokingly say I'm going to go sit on the throne in this country. Some people would. What's the maps? It is like tier 3 building mats, Saffreds. Drop on death is the best way. Oh yeah. Oh, I wouldn't go any other way, Sapien, honestly. And I don't ever summon I've never summoned my body. Maybe once in sorcery, maybe. No, I don't think so. Dev stream, then test server, maybe 5 weeks. Yeah, well, we'll have to see on Thursday. Very excited. We'll have to sit on. Oh, Nephino, thank you for sharing. Oh god. TMI, friendo. TMI. Yeah, we might do a watch party, or I might just watch the dev stream and then start up a stream. I haven't decided yet. But I'm very excited about the dev stream. Big things coming. Middle ground between punishing death and no punishes. Drop backpack of no losses equipped. No loss if equipped items, but still something to care. For me, I like the challenge of the game, and the thrill of the game is: did I put down a bedroll nearby? Like, you know, how am I going to get my stuff? It's a part of the game, you know. You know, and it's part of the learning curve of the game as well for me. But I do like that you can change it. So chat, tell me if you're on a server. Yes, you have to. It's a server settings because I had to change our server. Yeah, it is a server setting. I think it would be nice on servers if people could choose if they dropped items on like PvE maybe. It's fun if you die in the volcano or snow early on. Yeah, gotta go. All right, PVT. Thanks for being here. Private. Is it private? I never know what people is. PTE is private usually, isn't it? Here we go. The invisible water. It's witchcraft, chat. This is sorcery related, definitely. Something very suspicious. Oh, my horse is right there. Look, he's there. He's hiding. Oh my goodness. Poor horsey. You better not be dead. I swear to God, I would have been furious. Right. Could you forget about me? I'd like super appreciate that. Now I'm going to click and I'm going to yeet. Click and yeet, click and yeet. Go, 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 go. To get in the water. Get in the water. Now again, that was a war cry. That was not screaming, chat. Okay, now we are back in the water. Oh, gotta get my horsey to follow me. There you go. Thank you, Better Thralls. I'm just going to back away really slowly in the invisible water. You've been foiled. He's like, damn that dastardly woman. Just a casual stroll. Well over encumbered. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. I'm putting out a bounty for the one who stole the ocean. I know. But if you sunk on over encumbered, oh my god, Bulwark, we'd have to like chuck out some things, definitely. Challenge of the game is better whether I put down challenge of the game is whether I put down a bedroll. Yeah. That's it. And mistake it. Definitely a war cry. Definitely. There's no screaming and, you know, crying and like shrieking and lamenting. There we go. Oh, please don't be a boss. This is problematic. I don't have any like encumbrance stuff. Sit. Oh, he's not a boss. Okay, so I do have the momentum. Oh, I'm in the water as well, so I can control the fight. This like sliding. What is this game? 7,000 hours, people. 7,000 hours. Gotta get him, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Great way to study up an event. Like, keep away. Set up an event. Oh, gosh. Hello, Mattis. Hello, hello. Right. Can we sort out our stuff? We are, yes, slightly troubled here. I don't know if this was flotsam. Yes. Reinforced tool, table leg. No, frickin' heck. I'm just making it worse, the encumbrance, aren't I? Right, we can put that in there. Anything anything I can get rid of that I don't want? We've got 2 table legs, a reinforced stool. We haven't got a bloody grave digger. The problem when you die is when you're like, you've used an encumbrance. Like a potion or something, isn't it? Or lasting feast. There we go. Perfect. Should I keep the dried wood? No. Oh dear. Do you need 2 lightning guardian heads? Maybe I do, Bulwark. Maybe I want 2 lightning rod heads. Maybe. Mayhaps. How can you track your time? In Steam, it shows you the amount of time you've played. On PlayStation 5, it tells you how much time you've played. Yep. So I don't know about Xbox. I assume Windows tracks as well. Same on Xbox. There you go. Yep. It used to be that you didn't know how. So on PS4, correct me if I'm wrong, people. On PS4, it wasn't possible to track your playtime. And then my friend got a PS5 and was able to tell me how much time I had. And now I have a PlayStation 5. So, yep. But it's over 7,000 combined. Over 5,000 of that was on PlayStation. Yep. Never let them know your next move. Sliding around invisible water. Great strategy. See? I'm just an excellent, like, strategizer. Let's take all this stuff back, shall we? Well, we're, like, you know, struggling. We can learn a couple more spells and, you know, befriend some more people, maybe. But 311 HP, got corruption. Oh yes, I'm a little bit corrupted. Yep, just a little bit. Yep. Isn't it like Funcom balance the NPC aggro and Siptah as they did in Exiled Lands? I think they did, Violin. I think that's just a very small area. It definitely I've definitely noticed a little bit of like aggro range. Yeah, it's just a very, very small kind of area. Yep. Befriend. Yeah, you just, you know, form some alliances. You know, maybe remove some life from some friendos, perhaps. When you log back in the next day and your lasting feast ran out, oh yes. I love, like, collecting lasting feast. It's so good. Hostile negotiations. Sometimes negotiations become hostile and we have to use some, you know, stronger words and whatever. Really, really, like, big up the 24-hour gym. Speaking of islands, my friend gifted me one the other day. Been struggling to play it. I'm not surprised. It's not often someone gives you something with no strings attached. I'm assuming that Valentin, unless you have Turbo, is in an advert at the moment. If you are, corner. If you're not, corner. Don't think PS4 did, but I know I have hundreds of hours. Afraid if the devs continue like this, the bugs will pile. I really want them to take a break and fix everything. I mean, it's one of the challenges, isn't it, of a live service game like this. They have loads of different systems they have to get it sorted for. You know, and it's like I see this game like whack-a-mole. I can't imagine what it's like for them trying to get the game to freaking work for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Devon, thank you. Devon, thank you for the follow. Yes. The only person who finds it kind of annoying in Conan Exiles if safe from cocktails in their natural habitat. Yes. Water's a bit boring and safe outside a couple of very specific. Yeah. I mean, it is annoying and also it's quite nice early game, isn't it? Eagle Eye, thank you for the follow. Welcome. If anyone here isn't in the Discord and would like to join the Discord, there's a link in the chat. Check out the Twitter and the YouTubes and stuff like that. I didn't mean to rhyme, but I did apparently. Just too poetic. All right. Let us dump the things in the things. Right, Horsey, you've been a fantastic member of the team today. Let's give you back your snackies while we're doing this. Snackies are important. What do I do with your... Do I have an improved... Yes, put it in the tanner's table. There we go. Any leather? We got so much thick leather. That was brilliant. Steel bars. Brilliant loot. Put the steel and the iron in here, maybe. That is so much steel as well. That's awesome. We got to keep 200 iron for a... No, it's not 200. Is it 50 now, chat? Why am I thinking it's 200? It's 200 stone, 200 wood, and it's like 50 iron, right? It used to be 75. If I'm correct. Let me remind myself. I know one of you be going, yes, actually, but I'm not going to look, because I want to look myself. Yeah, 50. 50. Biddy. Okay. Right. 200 wood. 50 iron. 50 twine. And 200 stone. There we go. And we got a blacksmith now. We have one friend, chat. I feel very popular. Perfect. Oh, awesome. We can make reinforced now. We can make steel reinforcements cheaper than these things here. So instead of 2 steel, we need 1 steel fire and 1 iron reinforcement. And the iron reinforcements are 2 to 1. So, all right. I got some stone. I could put in a box, maybe. Yep. Right. Let's put the crystal in there as well. And the wood, because I'm chaotic. Let's put the golem bits away. Pretty much, we're missing a leg. And then an arm, maybe. We could do like a hodgepodge kind of situation. Could make a golem friendo. It's kind of cool. We did speak to Master Carver Huang. And we did learn how to make a golem. We have to make the golem thingy first. Okay, Siptah stuff. Let's put it all in here. So I'm very organized, obviously. Bit of this. Smelt down the silver. Right, let's learn some more spells. Sorcerous spell page. Failed one. There we go. Boom. Is this a new build? Is this what these like foundation pieces? Detect resources and mass cull. Worrying, I'm terrified of like the creatures in this game, and the water is safe. They can get me if I'm submerged. Yeah. Discord is full of a merry bunch of turd wallets. It is true. The present team is not the one that initially developed the game, so it's another challenge to search through the person's work and find what went wrong. They gave me value with no strings attached. I'm not surprised you can't play it. Been pretty lucky with my latest horse. Over 30,000 health. That's crazy. This is not... No, so this isn't chapter 2, if that's what you're asking. I've just realised what you mean. No, this is chapter 1. Yep, we have to wait for the dev stream and the beta and whatnot. Gold pick for the win. I've never transmogged the gold pick actually onto anything. I keep meaning to. Same as the steel one. Is it? Is it actually... I just thought it was just a skin. On Siptah blood crystals are only used for making golems. I guess so, yeah. I haven't found any other means to spend them here. Yeah, they definitely... I think they wanted to keep some things, like, the lore of Exiled Lands kind of, you know, specific, I guess. Alright, let's go murderify somebody else, steal their pages, and try and learn some more spells. Cost more resources, including a gold bar. I see. I might apply the transmog. Just kind of, you know, spawn it in and whatnot. I didn't realise it was that expensive. No, you won't. Thanks very much. It costs only 1 gold bar. Skink, thank you for the follow. He looks like the guy from the trailer for Baldur's Gate. No? Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Hi! I love just walloping them once with this. It's brilliant. Excellent. And squirrel. And squirrel. So good. Okay, hopefully we got... Did we get a page? I think we did. Failed. Yes, we got a page and a failed one. Nice. And the scroll is back. Frick yeah. This is brilliant. Look at this. It's like a head there. I don't remember that before this playthrough. Oh, there's this. Oh, we already picked this up. Snake dance, yeah. We already learnt snake dance. Yeah, it says learnt new emote. We already did it. Bum 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 bum. He's look at him leaping excitedly to kill me. This freaking momentum has been such a god tier thing to find early game. Da-dum, ba-dum. Hello. I'm here to talk to you about your extended warranty. Ooh, more aloe. This has been such a great camp, honestly. It's working out splendidly. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-da-dum. Bum 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 bum. Do. Speaking of, when will you play it again? I don't know, Nightling. I don't know. Right, of course, it's steel quality, gold, cost gold bars to repair. Oh, yeah, yoy. I would just use it for a transmog, honestly. And then you won't have to repair it. Baldur's Gate 3 is my current heroine. Ah. Ooh, remove. Remove? Or ooh, remove. Thank you for the follow. Sadigas. Thank you for the follows. Hope I'm not insulting people while I'm reading the names. It's always a fun challenge. Yeah, I do want to play more Baldur's Gate. The problem with it, right, is if you want to watch like the first day VOD of my... I've never played it, like D&D, and I never played a never played Baldur's Gate, one of the Baldur's Gate series before, anything like it, turn-based kind of situation. I really had such a wonderful time. The problem is, once the battle scenes become very long and complicated, it's like quite a lot for me to handle, like lots of people's opinions and things, and so I kind of, I don't know, I feel like I want to stream it, I just don't know when. I'm gonna have some water. Haven't played those games either. Yeah, absolutely fell in love with it. It's wonderful. Isn't there a book there? I think we already clicked on it. Look, time. All right, lovely. I do not like puns. Take it back. Okay, so failed page and a regular page. Need more blood and a skull. A weathered skull. Oh, we're in the weathered skull phase of things now. Let's put the lotus in here. I've got sorcerous skulls. We can't use those. I need a skeleton. Well, friendos, do we head to the north? Because there's a lot of skeletons up here. There's also a lot of skeletons here too. So we could take a ride up there. That's usually where I go for them. Or there is the centre of the map. Maybe we go the centre of the map because I want to get myself some legendaries, and we've got some keys. Or alternatively, we go up there first and then we go to the centre. Should we do that? Seems kind of good. Okay. Let me dump any bits and bobs I don't need. Oh, chemical base, steel. Okay, I do have a very good weapon. Let's put some points of vitality. What else do I need? Nothing? Bedrolls? Question mark. Aloe I've got. We're going to need a bunch of skulls, aren't we? Because we don't just need one, we need like 20 or something absurd. I don't have the more chance to harvest rare resources. Should we respec for that? Yeah, we got a bedroll. I've figured out how you can modify the spider box easy. Have you? Ship in the east and New Luxur. Oh, isn't there a book? Plus New Luxur has black blood. The ship in the east. You mean like undead friendos? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna go for the black blood. I'm gonna go to the harpies. That's my preferred way. Let's go, people. I think we're good. We got snacks. We got heals. Bum, ba-dum. Do 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 do. Da-dum, bum, bum. Let's go up the coast. What skin is that bedroll? It was from a previous bat pan. This is lovely, isn't it? It's a Turanian bedroll. It's about time we had new like skins for the bedrolls. It's really cute. Yeah, it's kind of looks a bit more cozy. Is ship island locked in the forest? Oh, you mean up? I know what you mean, but oh god, what is it called? Is it here? No? There's like a bunch of undead ships, aren't there? It looks really cool. The bedroll. Is that what you mean? Did I play Grounded? I did play Grounded. I played it before it came out on 1.0. When I say I played it, I tried it briefly. And then when 1.0 came out, I played it for about 3 hours, streamed it, and then put the video up on YouTube if you want to see my experience. And I haven't played it since, basically. I don't think. Hello, Brick. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you all here. Make sure you join us on Discord if you want to. Check out the YouTube channel if you didn't know I have a YouTube channel with loads of Conan stuff. Loads of things over there. We have already given away an Isle of Siptah edition version of the game today. We're going to give away another one at some point during the stream. So stick around if you'd like a chance to win it. And we'll do marbles on stream for it, which is what we did last time. Oh, is my captain not working? What is wrong with the captain? The bot not working. Did take in the day off? Should put old battle pass stuff in the market. They should put old battle pass stuff in the market for cheap. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I would like that. I think everybody would like more chances to get things they haven't gotten before. How do I refresh this again? Oh yeah, here. For some reason my bot is like AFK. Bum bum bum. Da 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 da. Let's see if that's worked. No. Why is he not here? I don't know how to fix him, apart from like... I'm not going to restart, obviously. Ba-bum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. How do I do like the... Says he's reporting for duty, but he doesn't seem to be working. Nope, it should have popped up already. Sorry about this. Oh well, maybe he'll come back. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes Captain Landsman just, you know, he goes on the rum. You know what I mean? I don't know if the new manacle wall in the cash shop lets you chain up an NPC. That is the idea of it. I have like used it myself to test it, and it works for us interacting. It should do. We could test it today actually. I messed up my last message. I meant to say that that derelict ship is landlocked in the forest. All three base have skellies. I see. Shop, not shop. Yeah. That's alright. Typing is hard, chat. W2 bus, but what is a butt kit? Yes. Well, it's probably best not to ask him too many questions, really. Can't really explain himself too well. Mallory, thank you for the follow. Dum da dum. We already got our belly dance emote, which I think was around here, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Or was it further up? I forget now. Ooh. Does that make me odd? That will make all the difference in whether I buy it or not. Yes, so the idea is definitely that you can put thralls in it. It is like thrall storage. But let's check today. Has anyone tried it? Has anyone tried it? I haven't yet. I did interact with it and it put me into it. Probably, but you're also probably in good company. Yes. I mean, I think the idea of it is that you can... So I do think the plan was for them to put thralls in it, but I'm just concerned that the thrall might be lost once you put them in there. I don't know. So we'll find... Well, what I'll do is I'll spawn someone in. Should we just do it? Should we just do it now while I, like, remember? Is it in furniture? I forget. I think it is in furniture. Here it is. The bed is just a bed, by the way. Can I not? I have to place it on a terrain. Oh, I didn't mean to put you there. Get distracted so easily. Right, here we go. The bed is here, which you can use, you can bind. So now it's updated my spawn point, which is so optimal, I suppose. So yeah, you can sleep in it. It's a shame. I wish when you clicked on it, you would lie down. That would be cool. And I can click on this to like put myself in the shackles. So let's spawn in somebody and knock them out. Oh God. Wait, I'm not going to spawn in... Yes, I will. It won't give me any benefits. She wants to kill the bird more than me. I like her. Wait. Excuse me. Oh, she doesn't see me. Oh no. Gotta exit creative. Because she's de-aggroing, she's regaining her thingy. Okay, so we got a knocked out person. So let's see if we can put her in there, and can we take her back out again? Okay, you can put her in there. I would probably put some clothes on her first. No more room on station. So what, how would I get... Wait, can I just plug in my keyboard because it's flashing? 1 second, people. Let's get organised, shall we? So I can't see my keys in the dark. So yeah, what happens? Do I just dismantle the station? Yeah. So I guess the only way to get her out is to break this, to remove it. Can't take them out. Yeah, let me put a thrall in, but couldn't get them back out. We'll add them to my workforce. They're lost. Got a few obsolete thralls I could spare. Turns into a decoration. Yeah. Yeah. I realise there's an ad running at the moment. Let's give it a minute. You hold E. Ooh. Improve quality of life. Dismantle. Wait. That's not what we look like. That's apparently what my appearance is. Excuse me. That's not my appearance. I don't want to accidentally transfer his look to me. Thrall to player. Player to thrall. No, it doesn't work. The mod does not work with it, chat. Can I customize his appearance? This is improved quality of life. Oh god. I don't want to look at his crotch. Game. How do I move? How do I... Sir, I don't want to like get a bad crotch shot. Get TOS. Hold on a second. Can I stand here? I'm so scared. Can I just make him female? Okay, well we made her female. Oh. I go home in 30 minutes. How do I get this shackle stone? It's in the bazaar at the moment. It was given to me by Funcom, disclaimer. It's here. Somebody will know how much it was. I don't remember. I can check. This is just a recruitment agency advert, yeah. You can't take them out. What with the equipped? No. No. So they might change that in future, but I do remember them saying new prison thing is also it's not a wheel. No, it won't process them. So if I dismantle this, I'll get my mats back. It's just decorative. You can put yourself in it and you can come back out again, or you can put a thrall in it. Yeah. I think I can hear the turtle sliding along the beach, chat. It's like very it's distracting. Where is it? Here. Yeah, so you will lose your thrall. So I can go into it and I can just come out of it like a chair. Hopefully in the future they will because you can build a dungeon now. You might want to have a few of these. You might want to store. Look at him. Hello, sir. It's like, I could go in there, but it's, I don't think I'll fit. Or you can put a friendo in there. I'm currently in creative mode. I'm going to leave it. So I don't know if I wonder if, I don't think I can put them in there from my inventory if I haven't got them on the rope. Let me make it daytime so we can see what's going on. Yeah, but I'd have to process them first. So yeah, you can put them in there. But yeah, they do lose their clothing. Patina, yes. Just a piece. It's just for decoration, basically. There's no sounds or anything that I'm aware of, but there's a slight animation. Snaps fingers. Louis, thank you for the follow. Hello. I'd really like to, if you could store unconverted thralls and they were waiting for space at the wheel. Yeah. I thought that was something they were aiming for in the future. But it's kind of cool. So there you go. Anyway, you can what's it called? Spawn a thrall from admin panel. That's what I did, yeah. Yeah. We could do. Definitely. So I have to say dismantle. It won't let me, because it knows there's somebody in there. Dismantle. Let's replace it. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Do. There we go. Place it in the middle, you fudge. There we go. It's got to sync, obviously, sometimes. I don't think you can. We'll test it. Nah. There's no way to do it. You have to click E. Yeah. Try interacting while having rope in hands. Maybe you can take the thrall out. That we tried that, Sir Zombie. Yeah. Got that stone too. It's great. You can Twitch drop. Yes, indeedy. Wasn't complaining. Oh yeah, I wasn't complaining. Saying it to spawn. Yeah, absolutely. I understand. So I'm just doing this player's Playful stuff. I'm angry about my training Ghost Camel console player. I'm sorry, Jason. I hope that it gets sorted on the next patch as they're hoping to do. It wasn't a party. Perhaps next time. The dances in your bar. Yes, it is. It is because I spawned this. This is a new person. I can't. There's no way for me to. There's no way for me to put somebody who's converted in there. I have to have them on the rope, basically. Weird Seeds, thank you for the follow. So yeah, there's no way. Sorry, Leonil of the Accursed. Yeah, you have to have a thingy. David, oh my goodness, Dave. Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Macy, Mythical, Zero, Uncle, Nitro Wolf, enjoy your subs. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Welcome in, everybody. Not sure I like that then, since you can't keep the thrall. I think they would be nice if they did the stone like this as the weapon stand. There's no inventory. Yeah, there's no inventory. Yep. Thank you very much, Dave. That's very nice of you. So there you go. Anyway, we tested it. Should we leave it here for testing purposes? What do we call it? Shackles. There we go. We'll leave it here for like testing purposes. All right, onwards, people. Is everybody satisfied? Let us go. Yeah, it definitely you would be if I got a Leonil and I put her in there and I thought that I was going to get her back, I would be really upset, definitely. So yeah, it's good to test with like a low level one, definitely. You can't get the thrall back is what we've determined. Yes, that's right. Yep. If there was one inventory slot and the thrall got displayed when the slot, that would be a workaround. Yeah, I think they just have to give it, I don't know, I think it probably would just be a bit of extra work to do, so time, I guess, but that would be cool. Yep. Things should have a thrall inventory so it's possible to place a thrall on. Yeah, definitely. It'd be kind of good to be able to store like 5 of them and switch them out or something. I don't know. Have a display. I don't know. Hello, pup. Right, let's go get some skulls. Sorcery. We are just, yeah, we're just troubleshooting, exactly. Facts. It's not a puppy, it's a grown dog. I got excited for a minute. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-da-dum. It's not like they use their time fixing the console version. Oh, bless you. Apparently it's something to do with middleware. Some middleware that is a problem. I don't know. I hopefully next patch fixes a bunch of problems. I think the invisible thrall one is obviously like the biggest issue. Siptah is a huge issue. Like if the map itself is crashing in a specific location. It is interesting that it's just one like spot on the map. I don't understand why, but I think somebody said to me it's a rendering issue. A few people have said that. Perhaps a modder shell will tackle it. A modder shell? What is that? Beginning where and end where are fine. Yeah, beginning where and end where are fine. It's just the middleware, apparently. I didn't even know middleware was a thing. I never heard of it before, but now I know. I'm educated. You know what I mean? Indeedy. Do-do, 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 do-do. Yeah, I do really like the throne. I'm pleased that it's kind of frosty looking. When I first saw the image in like the inventory on Twitch, I was like, it's not. It's just like a very like a kind of a reskin. But it is kind of cool, I think. Excuse the pun. So we're going up, going all the way up to here, where all the like skeletons are. There's also a lot of bosses there. Shall I respec for twice as like more likely to harvest rare resources? I wonder. Careful harvest. Typing bad. What were you trying to say? Works with Argos pieces. He's amazing. You see this stuff. Camel's carrying. Who is he is amazing. Sometimes I miss stuff in chat. I do apologise. Thank you very much. It's very nice. Ooh. Right, onwards, friendos. Onwards. We're going straight on here. Yeah. I'm getting snacky, chat, and I don't have any snacks. I might have to order something in a minute. Any suggestions? What do you think of the new bedroom set? I like it. I placed it, like, off stream at some point. I think actually I placed it on stream the other day. Oh, maybe a mod will fix the chains. I see. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. I've got the ice throne for my desert base. Nice. Yeah, you can make like a frosty kind of room in the middle of it or something. Don't know. Yes. I like it. I wish so you can sit on the bed, the new bed in the bazaar. You just have to kind of like crouch to get in there, which is fine, and you can get out easily enough. I wish you could like click on a bed and it would make you lie down. That would be kind of cool. What else? Like a, you know, like a bench you sit immediately. I think the chaise longue is cool. I wish you could click on that and it would put you in a lying down position. That would be very cool. These are just wishes, I suppose. What else? Carpet's okay. You know, I'm always happy for another carpet. Another idea for improving the game would be to give the black ice weapons and tools heat protection, like 1 bar. Keep you cool. Yeah, that'd be kind of good. Yep. There is a sword, isn't there? Oh, here's the other thingy. I gotta pick up the scroll. Do I? Do I just watch? I think I have to pick up the scroll. Did I learn it? I didn't learn it. So the scrolls, aren't they like they sometimes spawn and they don't always? I assume I haven't. I don't know it. Pictish, snake, belly, chicken. Nope. I didn't just miss it, did I? I think the ghosts will be there even if the scroll isn't, right? Is that right? How do we get the throne? You need to watch any Twitch stream. Obviously only works on mine, right, chat? Yeah, watch the stream for an hour. Watch the stream for an hour. Connect your Twitch to your Conan account. You can do that in game when you like open the game and it says like the menu. You can just click on the bottom right hand corner, connect your Twitch to your Funcom account, and then claim the drop in Twitch after you have watched it, and then you'll see it in game. Make sure you restart your game if you have the game open, and then it'll appear in your furniture. There you go. That's it. Gotta watch Anna. Yeah, that's it. Only works on my channel. Definitely not telling porcupines. One for the watch on the aqueduct when he gives 1 cold. Yeah. And the 1 full bar, you need 4 cold protection. Yeah. Yep. A little bit of protect. Yeah. I mean, I like what they're doing with the, like, legendaries and things. I love that we've suddenly got a bunch of legendaries with some cool, weird features that are new. That makes me happy. Thanks for drop. Awesome. Happy to help. And it is the only stream? Yes, that's it. That's it. I'm the only Conan stream, of course. Other channels? What? Exactly. Yes. So, we're now at a place where there's a bunch of skeletons. I kind of want to respec, peeps. Shall we respec? Should we do like a cheeky respec? So that we can get as many of these skulls as possible. I don't know what to spend my points in though. I kind of don't want to. Shall we kill everybody and then respec? Is that like super cheeky? It is, isn't it, really? Shall we use... What do we use? Do we go for the pickaxe? I'm going to respec. I just want the best chance possible. Let's go for careful harvest and see if it helps us. Otherwise, it's a giant pain in the neck. That's definitely what I was going to say. I don't care about authority right now. I don't care about agility. We'll just go strength. And then a bit of vitality. There we go. So this is going to be my harvesting skeleton heads build at this stage of the game. Level 38. Like some bows and hammers of strength. And agility mix, me too. I love that. Really like it. Definitely. I just want to do as much damage as possible, but I really like the bounciness of the agility points. So we are going to go, it depends what weapons I pick up, but on Siptah, but I do want to do like agility. Fortunately, we have this amazing weapon. I should put bedroll down. Hello, sir. Right. Should make quick work of them. There are bosses here, which I might not fight. Right, let's try the pickaxe. Bone and putrid meat. Is it helping us? So it used to be cleaver to get the most likely chance of having getting ahead from anything. So far, none. Maybe the pickaxe is just the worst thing for it. Because it's like a generalist thing. Jack Skellington, that's it. Hatchet. I feel like this always comes up as a discussion whenever we level our sorcery. On Exiled Lands, the best place we found was the Black Keep, wasn't it? The enemies outside the Black Keep. They seem to drop a skull, and then you can harvest one as well. We got them so quickly from that. Okay, that's a hyena. Oh, we got putrid... oh, we got one skull, chat, so far. We got demon blood from him, so let's keep that. Da-da. Do-do-do. Go. I'm going to level up from doing this anyway. Dun, da, da. Put that into vitality. Doo -doo. Imagine they add giant crabs along the coast to ambush you. Yeah, nice. That'd be really fun. Try the hatchet. Hello, Eugene. Hello, hello. Skellies don't drop much. Yeah, they're just basic skellies. Are there any skellies on this particular map that are like the ones outside the Black Keep? Should I put something else here? Yeah, they're just bad, aren't they? On this map, it's good to take Zatha's beginning origin. That's true, that's true. I always say I'm going to do that and I never do. Oh, I'm running out of stamina. I was like, why can't I attack? I just realised I had no stems. They're dropping steel, which is great. The Weathered Skull one is a bit grindy without Zath, isn't it, I suppose? Yeah, how many we got? Like one so far. One Weathered Skull, peeps. That is bad news. Remember if there's a place with Legion warriors in this map. Maybe like on this left side. Maybe there would be on over there. It's like a creepier, sort of darker place, isn't it? Ba-da-da-dum. Yeah, these guys are really bad. Sorcery is nice and everything, but lightning storm is the power of the gods. I never really use it that much, but I really want to use the teleportation stones for this playthrough. That's why I'm kind of like pushing it early. Oh, we got a weathered skull. That's like 2 so far. Come on, RNG. Okay, 3. I don't think our harvest rare resources is helping us at all, if I'm honest. I don't see any difference in what I would expect. Those are bosses. Oh, balls. Nearly fell in the water. There's like a chest in here, isn't there? Yeah. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Hey, Mr. Skelly. Okay. Well, friendos, I don't think that the hatchet, the pickaxe, ooh, a steel hatchet. We could try the steel hatchet. I don't think it's making any difference what we use. I don't know about anybody else. The luck just seems to be kind of poops. Would you stop shooting my horse? He doesn't like it. Bunch of skellies at the city directly south past the vault. But are they the right kind of skellies? You mean here? Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. Do 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 da dum bum bum da dum bum bum. Did he fall through? I think he did, didn't he? The steel is nice though. I'll take the steel. There's a boss in there. Maybe we'll fight him. The skeleton bosses on this map, they seem to drop different weapons, don't they? The next Exiles. Can I get your loot, friend? Can I not reach you? Okay. Cut our losses there. Leveled up. That's it. Loads of skellies. We will level, I guess. Let's get a bit more vitality. I'm going to go Resurgence. It's like my preferred way. Yes. For the solo life. Try to take the Witch Fire from the blue skellies. Oh, for the sorcery. I just joined. Have you tried a sickle? It may have been luck, but I seem to get a few with that. I think it doesn't matter, Jekka, honestly. I feel like it doesn't matter what you use. Should we see if we can take this guy on? What we need, really, is a bearer pack with a bunch of skulls in it. That would be kind of cool. We got 5 out of all that. We need 1 for the first spell. And I think we need, like, I don't know, chat. What is it, like 15 or... Hi. Okay, we should probably kill his ads first. Fortunately, he's a hammer guy, so he has a slow attack. And we've got time to do things in between, like heal up and stuff. But the cripple is mean. I have got a bedroll nearby. I will heal up when he does his next attack. Because he just wants to hit the wall, really. I hear another archer somewhere. Okay. This is where extra stamina will come in handy, but I can just keep him here. Gouging weapon would be nice on him. Or spectre coating. The problem is, like, when you do an animation, there's a bit of a pause before you can leave your animation and roll away. And I find that hurts me more often than anything else. Um, 20. Right, thank you, Bulwark. So I need 21, basically. Yeah. Send them to the Shadow Realm. I want them gone. Anxious Lurker, thank you for the follow. See, I can't roll out of that. We nearly got him, though. There we go. Got a repair kit, which is less useful than it would have been in the past. Bit of stuff. Right, we'll deal with this guy. Then we'll harvest. Okay, well. It's our first skeleton boss. Okay, we've got a skull. Let's take the steel. Oh, we got some treasure. Is that our first treasure, chat? We got a jaded warhorn or whatever. I feel like we got more treasure before that. Maybe. Something. Now, if he could give us like a bunch of skulls, I would appreciate it. But we got one from him. Could you give me like 10 skulls? I got 1 skull. Okay. I'll take 1 skull, but I'd prefer 10. We got 8 now. Okay. I'm not going to fight those bosses because I don't want to wear down my momentum. It'll just take a lot of wearing. So shall we, let's go to the edge over there because there might be a few more skeletons, and then we could head to that place, New Luxur, or whatever it's called, where the judge is, or whatever he's called here. Almost sent my boss Exile instead of Excel in an email, did you? Greetings, Excel. I mean, bum 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 ba-dum bum bum doo 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 doo. I do like the early game, chat. This is like my favourite stage of the game, you know. Well, I do like the very beginning, like the absolute beginning of the game. It's always really fun. But it's nice before you get to like all the dungeons and things. You're trying to like level up, and you know, things are a bit dangerous and risky. That's where all the fun is, isn't it? Harvest the heinous for demon blood. We could do. Hello, Starboard. How are you doing? That's true. More. We keep getting so much iron. I don't know how much I need of demon blood for sorcery, because obviously I'm not going to make a map room on this map. Happy friendos was the key. Ah, good to see you. Bum ba dum. Doo 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 doo. Did you get your drop? You got your chair. Have to have tea with my dad, but back to enjoy the Conan. Nice. So are you back with us now, or are you off? Leave that behind. Oh, there's a chest here. Can I have like 20 skulls? Nope, but I'll take the queens. There's also another chest around here, isn't there, that I missed? In the water. The momentum has been incredible. Such a great find. Isn't there one here? Bum bum bum. There's a dude here. Can I get you? Oh, this is the same dude. Screw that dude. Okay, I'll take the dollars. Hello, Steel. 75, is it? 75. Got my friend to play Conan. He watches your streams too. Oh, thank you very much. Good to hear. Why is there so much corrupted stone? You can use it to make decorative items. They haven't taken it out of the recipes, I assume. The recipes from the library of esoteric artifacts or the equivalent, some of them require it, don't they? I guess. Used to make a new tune for every chapter, but now I need to keep the treasure for the next chapter. That's... yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I will probably do a fresh playthrough every chapter of all the ages. Because I enjoy it. And also because I just like... well, just because I like it. Really, that's the main reason. But also because I like to test, like, the full, like, playthrough experience, really. There's another guy down there. Screw you, sir. Right, we'll head south. Oh, there's another one. Well, we'll get you. Can I have your head, please? Excuse me, sir. Do 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 do. Da da dum bum ba da dum bum bum. Okay, we got 9 friends. That was better than a kick in the teeth, but still not much better. Zigzag up here. Do 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 do. Best way also will not have problems with already built base. Yeah, I also like to build something new every chapter. Like I wanted like an excuse to build something, and you know, I just like the fresh like playthrough, really. You know, because I stream this game, like it's one of my main games as well. I have the time to be able to like do a whole playthrough, you know. Do I want the pork? Nah. Right. Down south. Oh. The creepies down there. Should we go and see him? There is a vault on the way, isn't there? There's one there. Ba-da-dum. Is that an amanita? Yep. I never used amanitas for anything, ever. Does anybody else use them for cooking or something? I never do any cooking, though, to be fair, in this game. Since devs changed legendaries into unrepairables, I had not had unused legendaries. I had not used legendaries, just keep them in a box. You stash them at your base. Yeah. Pinger, thank you for the... well, welcome in. Hello. Sorry. Lots of talking today. And thank you for the follow. Legendaries of thrower weapons. Yeah, I mean, it depends how much you play, right? For me, so certain ones I will put on my thralls like I always do. And I'll definitely save them. I won't use them a bit, generally speaking, apart from this one. And then repair it and then... put a master weapon fitting on, or a spiked weapon fitting or something anymore, because you can't use them first. So generally I would save them. Like if I wasn't doing a stream, I would probably save this weapon so I could put, you know, the max amount of damage on it. Let's put down a bedroll. Do I have to craft one? Yeah, let's skin somebody. Yeah, but certainly a lot of them I would just put on thralls, definitely. Let's make some bedrolls. I'm going to drop these hyena things because we've got humans near where we live, so we can just squish their flesh for blood. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, bedroll down. Brain is stopping working. You know, my base location are... I give the mushrooms to my buddies since they're new and they eat them. Do they make you sick? Do they poison you? Also, there's a puppy in the camp around there. Is there a puppy? Is there? Ooh, maybe we get a puppy. Like the bog dwellers they are. Oh my god. Found the dog pets are pretty powerful in Siptah. So this is one of the wolf bolts. Let's get some Crimson Lotus while we're here. Is there something for it? No. Gather the herbs when we can. It's brimstone here. Brimstone is basically, and black ice generally around most of the vaults. I might use my daggers on him. Bum ba dum. Bum ba dum. Greetings, friendo. Hi. It's another big armed dude. Sit. Ow! Your AoE is your reach is too long, sir. Sir, if you kill me, I shall be disgruntled. Sir. Oh, there's silver here. Squirrel. Poor horsey. I did put the bedroll down, didn't I? Let's use the momentum. He's got a lot of health as well. Look at that. He's got 2,100. So at this point I could do with some more stamina. There we go. Puppies. Puppies are a bit north for me. Okay. More north, a bit west is a small Stygian camp. Ah, okay. Hello, Squeaky. Hello. Kitty's underneath me. What missions do poison you? I see. Don't find use for legendary. Strong crafted weapon work across the game. I don't see the need. Feels like it's like a raid boss. Yeah. I like the legendaries because I like the cool like abilities on them. So I don't know. All right. Shall I harvest him? I don't think these guys give us anything special, do they? Nope, but I did level up. Oh, blood and exotic flesh. Interesting. I will put points in grit now, I think. Let's get some silver. We need that for our alchemical base. Doo doo. Bum bum. And the horsey can carry it. This is just iron, right? Yeah. Bum ba dum ba dum. Doo 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 doo. Not going to be many skulls here, unfortunately. Shall I get a bit more of this while we're here? Do, 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 do. Need a bearer. I know, I know. We need friends. Do I get some black ice? I'm going to leave the black ice for now. Should we discover the vault? A den of the wolfmen. Eldarium. Sometimes they give ash or vault metal. Okay. So, yeah, I don't really want to go and do the vault, like the full vault, in my gear. There's the insignia. Yes, I just wanted to discover it. Shame you can't use sorcerous skulls in place of weathered. I know, it is a shame, actually. Yeah. I feel like you should be able to. Definitely. That would be quality of life, wouldn't it? Okay, let's go down. So whereabouts am I looking for that little, like, camp with the puppy? Where did you guys say? And more north and a bit west. Like over here. Here-ish. Go north. Okay, let's see if we can find a puppy. I'm alright with like a side tracking. On the line. Straight. I need fuller sentences. Around top of that hill. Which hill? This one? Like over there? Like where my cursor is over there? Yeah? Okay, let's go have a look. Squeaky, trying to get my attention. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-dum, bum. Ba-da-dum. Hello, Piggy. There's a patrolling werewolf. Da-da-dum, ba-dum. Mm-hmm. Round here. Ah, there is. Interesting. I see the puppy. I see the puppy. I repeat, the puppy is there. Puppy. Puppy power. I got him. Puppy is in my hands. I got the puppy. I repeat. Okay, they got very distracted. It's just one pup. Oh, well done, chat. Yes. Pup friendo. Ooh. Oh, I really want that smelter. So, although I do have, like, insta-crafting on. But friends are good, right? We need friends. Shall I knock him out? Would you like to join us? Now, I'm going to have a chat with you about joining us. I want you to consider your options very carefully. It's a very, you know, it's a voluntary kind of, like, recruitment. I don't want you to feel, like, pressured or anything like that. I don't have any points of authority. It's going to take a while. Yeah, so we have a 24-hour pop-up gym, high-fiber foods. What else do we got, chat? We got some, we don't have very good accommodations so far. But we are going to have really quite nice accommodations. You know what I mean? Yeah, you might get a stool, and I might give you a rug for next to the smelter, which I know most people don't give you those things. What else? And, you know, the coal that we use for our smelters are quite clean. You know what I mean? Not at all particularly bad for the environment. How do you feel about it? You want to have a think about it? Okay, have a think about it. Let me put you in the gym, and you can think about it. See if I brought my equipment. Just bear with me, sir. He's just having a little lie down. He's overwhelmed with the, you know, the possibilities, you know. Friendship. Nope. Friendo. There we go. Place it! For the love of God. Place the damn thing. Okay. Sorry, sir. Sorry to keep you. Oh, wait. That's not him. That's his dead friend. Okay. We nearly ran out of our... Need to repair our truncheon. Here you go. Now, have a little go in the gym. And, you know, I'm sure you're going to be really happy. On the team. There you go. He thought about it really quickly, and he's convinced. Oh god. There you go. Friendo. Playful pup. So exciting. Okay, perfect. Let's see if there's anything else here. And actually, let me see if I can repair this. What do I need? A bit of leather. Because of the changes they made to, like, torpidity, I don't have any leather. I could do with killing a dragon or something. Even without Squeaky, who's very noisy, even without any points of authority, you can still use the basic truncheon now to knock people out. It's alright, isn't it? And you won't do any damage to them. There's another puppy! Baby! Oh my god. Friendo. Okay, well, every puppy needs a puppy friend, ideally. There we go. Perfect. 2 puppies. And a crystalline... Oh, iron. We'll take the iron anyway. Frickin' yeah. Let's do a little sort by weight. Yay, 2 dogs. Nice. Squeaky's like, don't you bring back a dog here. I'm like, I'm bringing back 2 dogs, Squeaky. Cheeky cat. Awesome. Well, thank you guys. That was good. 2 spawns. Yeah. Healthcare and Wi-Fi. 401k flexible time. Yes, exactly. How does he fare with the heat? He will have a big fire in front of him. Oh, we'll put him next to the cool throne. Do you know what I mean? Behind the tent there's another puppy. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. There should be 2 spawns, if not 3. Maybe there's a 3rd one. We'll have a look. Did you know that on PvP servers the furnaces actually give you heat stroke if you sit too long near them? They used to on PvE servers as well. Did they stop doing that? Yeah, it's still a thing. That's how I used to use the Nemedian helmet to repair things. That and, you know, poisonous food or whatever. Blunt argument is quite convincing. Yeah, yeah. 2 spawns. Just 2 spawns. Okay, 2 puppies, yes. Best companions? Had like at least 1 of each. You are quite... I am quite hungry and thirsty. How could you tell? Let me have a drink. IRL. Gif Yankee. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Baldur's Gate fan, presumably. Hellhound that cost 1,000 gold. Yeah, there's a Kaya the something and a something the something else that sells them in the centre. Wow, I can word. The bog dweller is on his way. I should be going now. Oh, I like the way you think. Have a good evening or whatever time of day it is. Bum ba da dum. They're quite ominous looking, those werewolves, aren't they? I like running along, by the way, especially when it's like uneven terrain like this. Sometimes it's a bit easier to manage. Do 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 do. So much coal and iron down there. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, butt spot. Put Giphy butts. Oh my god. Bad butt spot. How are you not cancelled yet? Seriously. Hellhound, yes. Bug dweller, yes. Awesome. Alright. Onwards, friendos. Da, 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 da. Do, do, do. More silver here. I don't really want to fight the guy. So what I don't want to... The reason I don't want to fight the guy is not because he's tough, but because he keeps knocking me over, which I find annoying. These are my arguments. Loads of silver here. Frickin' heck. Crikey. Da, da, and loads of iron as well. Holy potatoes. Ba, da, right, which direction do I want to go? This way, really. I'm going to just stay off the horse for a minute. Horse is like, oh, thank goodness. So I have a base right next to the pit down the... Yeah, and gold ore. Yep. I mean, yeah. All the vaults have some gold and silver, don't they? So they're pretty good. Dum bum ba-dum. Do do do. Good night. Good night, Bleeble. Thanks for hanging out. Squeakathon, have you finished all your food? Is that why you're being so interested in me suddenly? It's like suddenly there's a blue filter on the game, isn't there? Ba-da-da, like a greenish, bluish. You see it? It's this like biome change. Pink spider, thank you for the follow. Bum bum. Bum ba da dum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba-dum. So, here, right? For the skeletons. And there's a vault nearby. I guess that's the vault, right? And then this is like New Luxur or whatever. The judges here and whatnot. Loads of them, yeah. I think I need to travel as elephant or rhino hide and obviously star metal. Spooder! Spooder's attack! I don't have any silk. I need some. What did we want silk for? I don't remember. Apart from like nice outfits. Okay, let's use our sickle on this guy to get the most gossamer possible. Or we can use a hatchet to get ichor. Da-da-dum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Greetings, sir. I'm here to modify you. Or make friends. You can choose. Ah, you chose violence. Okay. Cool. Your choice. He won't give us a skull. He'll give us like his own head. Which isn't really the shape we're looking for today. Sorry about that. Killed you for no reason, apparently. The XP's fun, though. Right, so gotta get my harvesting situation ready. I don't need all these cleavers. I'm gonna use the pickaxe. No, I'll use the hatchet. We'll science the hatchet, I guess. I don't think the hatchet is doing a lot more, like, a lot of difference. Right, you better give us a head, sir. At least this, we did get one. At least the steel is a great drop at this stage of the game. Before we're even in the steel phase of tools and whatnot. Hey there, friendos. I have come to modify you. Great. It's a very willing participant. I love it when they're like still facing the other way and they shoot you from like reverse. Right. A blue haze. The smoke from Western Canada has reached Siptah. Is it still going on? Is that not out yet? Apologies for being out of the know. Macadamia, thank you for the follow. Near northwest corner there's Bloodstone Rocknose spawn. Shame the Witch Doctor knowledge is not in the game anymore. Yeah, it would work with sorcery. Yeah, it would have, yeah. They always choose violence. We'll fool them. Ominous laughter. Yeah, the corruption thingy, the corrupted, whatever it was called, powder of corruption. There you go, got there in the end. That was kind of cool. I did it like once, I think. I had a couple of skeleton friendos. Somebody wanted me to try a sickle. Oh, we got a steel. Sickle worked. I think it doesn't matter what you use, peeps. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. There's evil laughing somewhere. Oh, one hit. Okay, well at least we're going to stock up on gossamer. Hi there, friend. If I use a sickle on you, we're like... I didn't get anything from that time. I will take your tar, your pearl, and your gold. And I'll leave you the dyes so that you can, you know, enjoy those. Not that you wear clothes. I don't know why you'd use the dye. Let's science the sickle. Currently in the bushes right now. Phil, welcome back. Thank you for 17 months. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. If anyone here isn't in the Discord and would like to join the Discord, you don't have to be a sub. There's a link in the chat. There you go. I use the dye to paint his toe bones. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's important. The toe bones are very important to the skeletons. Must be cozy. Mordrin, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, friendos. Right, we use the hatchet. Yes. So I wonder if the thing about the sickle, right, could be if you do get the same amount of skulls with that, then not getting the putrid meat is always a bonus, isn't it? Calendros. Calendros. Oh my goodness. Hype train. Calendros, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Holy potatoes. Lix. Lix. I'm just gonna call you Lix. Duralius. I love Duralius. Tufty and Nem and Scob. Welcome in. Enjoy your subs. Thank you, Kel. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I broke my magic 420. You better appreciate that. I love it. Thank you very much. Bless you. That's very nice of you. Welcome in, friendos. Been welcomed in by the greatest turd wallet of all. Never will have words with us about that. Excuse me. I take offence at that. I am the most turd wallety of turd wallets. Yes. Also, exclamation what merch. We do have a merch store and there is some Conan related stuff in there. Some of the memes from the channel related to Conan. If you have any suggestions for merch, do let me know. We have a suggestion box in the Discord. I'm always interested to know. What happened? RPG, thank you for the 200 bits. It just said chi. Did you mean to say chew? Was that chi but a typo? You fell down. Listen, I'm gonna meet you halfway, sir, and I'm gonna join you down here. Thank you for the 200 bits. Dora, is you from Neebs or someone else? I don't think that's actually Duralius. I freaking love Duralius though. I love the Neebs peeps. Big love. Thank you, Starbird. Have I missed the giveaways? We've done one already, Valentin. We're going to do another one at some point during the stream. One lucky winner has been Chobot. I have to say Chobot because I just remember a time when Valk said, I'm the chosen one, and Buttspot changed it to the Chobot one. And so I always say now Chobot one. Whenever I say that, I don't know if you know that, I say it in real life as well. Yep. There you go. Fun fact. Chobot one. Oh, we got 13 skulls so far. We need 21. I love it when they try and kick me and they miss. It makes me immensely happy. Sir, could you cease and desist, please? Your aggression is unwarranted. Thank you very much. Heals him anyway. Another skull. 14, okay. Andy, thank you for gifting a sub to MJ. Or MJ Jack. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy. Look at this. Nice, yeah. More key. Yeah, good to see you, Funcom. They gave me the keys, so big thanks to them. Oh yeah, another level. It is a good way to level up killing skeletons, I guess, isn't it, really? 14. Well, I have incredible maths. I know exactly how many we've got to get now, chat. One does not choose the butt chooses them. Spin facts. Right. We're on a quest to get skulls for sorcery, if you're just joining us. And this is not the most efficient way. Join Zaf, sign up for Zaf, and, you know, use a harvesting thing on spiders or something. Is it on spiders, chat? It is on spiders, right? This is the I hate myself edition of Conan Exiles, where we go around and we just kill skeletons. And, you know, yes. I say hiding to nothing, I believe they say. Eventually we will get there. And inefficiently. Ha! I rolled. Beat you. I win. Okay, this is where chaos ensues. It is a bit... Is it me, or did it sound like there's two danger music tracks playing at the same time? There are. There are. You hear that? Okay, for a moment, there were 2 danger music tracks playing at the same time, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Cal. Thank you all for that hype chain. That was very nice of you. Ooh, are you a boss? Yeah, this is the... What is he? The brute. I think he's got a different name here, though, has he? I don't think he's... Is he the brute? Oh, God. He hit me hard. Sir, can I just regroup and have a think about what I've done here? Oh, he's very determined, isn't he? Sir, please could you not? Would you... Listen, people who shoot me when I'm trying to heal are not fun, are they? Sir. 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 Oi, oi, oi. Okay. I might... Excuse me. I'm going to regroup. Oh, God. Climb. Climb higher. Climb faster. Climb faster. War cry, chat. Remember war cry. Not screaming. He's the brutiest. His name is Benny. Yes. Remember where there are side legion warrior skellies in the middle, but it's freezing there. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. The Violator. Is he called the Violator? Goodness me. His name is the brutiest. I like that. Okay. Alright, let me equip some, like, aloe and stuff. Because he was a bit mean, wasn't he? Fenriton, thank you for the follow. Yes. The problem is the quantity of enemies, really. How's my armor? It's not going to break. Such as it is. Right, we must make sure we harvest all the heads, because that is the real reason we're here. We could go try and kill the judge. Who gives the... He drops the coup de grace, doesn't he? Which is a brilliant weapon. Weathered skull. Okay, we got 15. Okay. Getting there, peeps. 6 left. Oi. We're definitely getting our use out of the momentum, though, today. 16? Ooh. Rage mode activated. Heatherian. Heatherian? Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Not fun when you have 3 criminals and a judge right next to you. Yeah, definitely. I am tempted to fight the brute type dude. Brute-like. Brutish. We'll call him brutish. It's a bit like the brute, but he's just like... It's like his cousin. Bust him up. Should we do it? We do have a very good weapon. I need to put down a new bedroll, don't I, nearby? I don't think I did it. Go, let's just whap it down outside. Bum ba dum ba dum. Yep. Excellent location. Greetings, sir. So I might employ the use of my horse as a meat shield while I, like, regenerate things. The problem is he doesn't... I don't know how predictable he is. New Luxur. Right, fella. Can I get you and only you to fight me? Yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know how predictable he is. That's the thing. It's a bit chaotic as my resurgence coming into play. Yeah. Make a shield. I could do. I don't like using shields, that's the only thing. Yeah, the problem is I can't roll out of his AoE. I mean, usually I'm fine on exiled lands, but But he stays very still. Also, I'm getting crippled and stuff. Oi, oi, oi. I don't know, people. I don't really have the armor for him, I suppose. If I just had heavy armor on, maybe it wouldn't be so punishing. It was easy for me since it attacks. Yeah. A brute feels much easier than him. He's hitting you hard. It'll be a very difficult battle. Yeah. Block, hit one time, block, hit one time. They don't know Anna. She just wants to whack him over the head. Yeah, I'm just too aggressive to use a shield. I don't like anything getting in the way of my ability to attack constantly. Yeah, I mean, that is... I'm sure that's a smart play. You know, we do have a shield at home. Ooh, 19. We're very close to our weathered skull target for today, chat. I'm also, like, hungry at this point. And, yes. Zero, thank you for the follow. He's like the brute block his attacks and mess him up. Yeah. I might just get the skulls and we might come back in, like... What's it, armor? Heavy armor. Bum ba da da dum. Bum 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 ba dum. 73.49. We'll take that one. It's a very random location for a chest, isn't it? Devious Myth, thank you for the follow. There's a fine... Nabrilla the Hungry, yeah, yes. And Nabrilla they're quite lightheaded from hunger. Bum, bum. Surprise, Mother Hubbard. Yeah, I feel like last time we did this, we went to the centre of the map. And I think we decided we needed to kill things in the centre of the map instead. I'm not going to fight you. I don't have the equipment. Can I just lose everybody's attention? Excellent. Goddess Orally. What a great name. Thank you for the follow. Stop it! Stop it! I feel victimized! I feel victimized! I wish to speak to somebody about this. There are too many people. Okay, let's use this opportunity to escapeify. Go in a different direction. I'm just here for the little skeletons. I don't mind killing spiders. Let me get this, like, Spuda gossamer thing. Poor horse. Horse is like, I am a meat shield and nothing else to you, am I? Raphael, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Have to allow that. That was also modded. Oh. Bum, dum. Goo-doo. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. One more skull we're going to celebrate. Yeah. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bear with. I have ordered McDonald's, chat. Help is on its way. Sleep. Alright then. Thanks for hanging out, Bulwark. Right. What do we need? One more skull. Bum bum. Da-da-dum. Snackies. Yes, my tummy's like now like rumbling, so I must eat. Sustenance required. We got all our things that we needed. We got our 21. Oh, do we go try our luck with the judge while we're here? Should we give it a go? Did she happen to get the treasures? Did I get the treasures out of here? The treasures out of here. What do you mean by that? Oh, from boxes. As in, like, Age of War treasure shiznits. Yeah, next time we do this, if I ever remember, whenever I do another Siptah playthrough, we need a collective memory that will go to the centre of the map. Right, I'm going to run through and try and get to the judge. I think he should be a bit more predictable and slow, and we'll try it. Chamber of Sacraments. I think he's behind us. See back over here. Ooh, it's like a bunch of bosses in here. He's not upstairs, is he? Is he right at the back? There's a lot of friendos. Okay, 43. Squirrel. Squirrel. Chaos. Chaos. Oh no, not the boss, not the boss, not the boss. Okay, one boss at a time. These are the rules. I don't make the rules. Actually, I do make the rules. Oh god. Sir! Please, could you not try to hit me when I'm, like, running away? Okay, de-aggro. Aggro deed. Let's get over here. Horsey is playing defensive friendo. Okay, too many people over here too. Okay, everybody who wants to kill me, if you could stop. Oh, he's still chasing me. I feel victimized. I don't know if he can get up here, actually. I don't think he can. This is a nice little bit of safety. Yeah. It's perfect. If I can just get away from the archers and climb up here. You don't make the rules, you just think them up, write them down, and then... Exactly. Precisely. Exactly, I feel so understood. Please form a queue, exactly. It's a convention of Nephronos, it is, isn't it? How is he still here? If I wanted you to, like, if I wanted to fight you over here, you would have, like, de-aggroed by now. Indeed. There he is. Judgy McJudgeson. Right, are you forgetting about us now? Can I fight just the judge with my horse? Without aggroing anybody else? I think his aggro range is probably quite short as well, actually. These guys are seeing me, which is good, because I want to take them out first. Perfect. Great. If you could also die, I'd appreciate that too. Okay. We have no other use for heads, do we now at this point, I think? Alright, let us, quench our thirst and drop some of this putrid meat, because it's starting to smell a bit. You know what I mean? Water. Water. Okay. Let me drink some IRL water as well. Judge. Yeah, Judge, yeah. Don't bring the horse. Don't bring the horse. 50-50 fight. I do like to bring the horse. Is he going to... Well, so this is the thing. So we don't have steel feud. I don't know how hard he's going to hit me. Oh, there's more people over there. He's got 2,600 health. He's nearly headless. How could he be nearly headless? Oh, yeah. Let's deal with these first. Oh, he's got a pokey stick. Pokey stick's bad. Pokey stick, no likey. Me no likey pokey sticks. Okay. Everybody who has a pokey stick is not invited to the fight. Especially people with, arrows as well. Oh, sir. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oh no, the horsey! The horsey! Oh, I should have used my daggers. If he's a dagger dude, we should have used the daggers. Oh no. What about the horsey? The horsey better not die. Ooh. You get a bit of distance. Oh, bugger. He shouldn't be active while I'm this distance, I would hope. I need a bit more. Oh, it's 4 minutes away, chat. It's perfectly safe where we are, right? You can see his health bar, though. Yeah. Been a bit of a glitch for a while. What, being able to see his health bar? Check if horse is alive. I'm gonna get some distance because I'm about to run to the door. I don't want to be doing that midway through dangerous shenanigans. This guy's friendly. He's gonna guard me. You know what I mean? Oh, in the menu. Oh, I see. Yeah, scouting. Yeah. Cliffhanger, I guess. BRB. We'll, let me go grab this. You can keep an eye on me, chat. BRB. Hello. I have returned. I have my McDonald's chat. We're going to go get our stuff back first, though. Person's comment in the game chat. What happened? I've seen health bars from Northeast Island. Do you have some I don't have any daggers with gouging, no. It's difficult, yeah. You can smell it, chat. I've got to eat it soon. I'm so hungry. Okay. He guarded us. He was very kind. So if the horses returned home, it's actually fine because we have oh god, the skulls on our body, as well as all of our valuables. Like our momentum is on us as well. How's the horse returned home? Scouting. Stealthy chat. We go stealthy. We retrieve our stuff. We leave like champions. We eat McDonald's. Not sponsored. See the colour change there? Screewall. See, it's very greenish here, isn't it? Don't shoot me, Archer. Oh yeah, I got the horse to not follow, didn't I? That was it. The oh, we're good, we're good. The judge has like a short aggro range. Welcome back, thank you. Shh, everybody keep your voices down. Indoor voices. Indoor voices. Shh, keep it down, people. Everyone's like, we are quiet. Let me get my little torch out. We appear to have our stuff back, chat. We're gonna return. Yes. Get away from me, you turd wallets. Back off. Back off. I never mess with a hungry woman. Don't use follower keybinds. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I'm still in like quiet voice mode, chat. Yeah, I think if I was using daggers, maybe. I don't know, the pokey stick is the hard thing. If you had any other kind of weapon, maybe I would be okay, but the pokey stick is a pain. And when I'm like hungry, I'm just, you know, I ain't up for it. I'm like running along with the horse behind me. This is so me. Typical. Sharkmaya, thank you for the follow. Music. Was that music from something? Right, can I get on the horse? Go, horsey, go. Do we have enough gossamer? Yeah. We'll be back, spider. Oh yeah, we'll be back. Bum bada bum 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 bum. Sorry. I apologize. When it the sneak. Oh, bum 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 bum. Yeah, sound alert. It's a sound redeem. Do 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 do. Bada dum bum bum badum. Yep. You too can play that using your channel points. Ba-da-dum bum bum. Hopefully I'm smart and it's on a cooldown now, though. Sheep. Ah. Ah. Welcome back. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. How you doing? Yes, escapeify. Escape activation. Oh, God. Just because that's on cooldown doesn't mean all the others aren't on cooldown, Anna. Let me just spam them all for you. Just bear with. Just hold on a second. Let me just press all the buttons. And that, my friends, is why the sounds are not saved to my VOD. There you go. There you go. That's it. Viking ready. Oh, chat. Oh, the McDonald's, it smells so good. I may die before I get home. What will happen? Who will know? Find out tonight on Anna Escapes Hunger. So we live down here, don't we? We don't live up there. Oh, that's where we put the thingy. Okay, if we died... Okay, we did die and it was at the bedroll, that's cool. Oh, the brain is addled from the hunger. Bum ba dum ba dum. Doo 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 doo. The horse is such a game changer, isn't it? What a great addition to the game. Will we be getting a new mount soon? I wonder. Question mark. Bum ba dum bum bum. Is a Prime sub the same as a tier 1? It is, yes. Yes. But for free with Amazon. It's the same for the creator, for the streamer. Has the same effect, basically. Yep. Why do we fall so we can pick ourselves up again? Fair. Bum, bum, ba, da, dum. If I use my Prime, does that help? It does, yes. It does indeed. Yep. It's just the same as a tier 1 as far as streamers are concerned. Thanks for asking. Look how green it is suddenly. Just the lighting. It's like when we all used to use Instagram and we used to put filters on stuff. No. Actually, I know. We still use Instagram. Oh, okay. I just remembered we got 2 puppies, chat. I'm very excited. This is a work in progress. Treehouse we started. So we can become Ewoks. That was our destiny. Camel mount, just saying. You think so? What do you think? What are your predictions, chat, for the new mount? Usually fall because we're too busy looking at the funny shaped clouds. That is a self-report, definitely. When is the Funcom stream? It's on Thursday, 24th. Thursday. Alright. Do you want some words on stream while I eat McDonald's, chat? Would you like it? Do you want to play a game? Let me just prepare words on stream. One moment, please. Words on stream so Anna can eat. Words on stream. No? It's a good song, I think. It's better than what you came up with, which is nothing. She's delirious. Yes, chat. Has to eat. Let's do the thing. Go. Do that. That works because I am a pro streamer. I can press start. I can mute the tab so it doesn't annoy anybody. There you go. Type in the chat and it'll appear on screen if you want to participate. I will be eating McDonald's. I'll be right here, but I'm just going to eat my McDonald's. We have something to do. J King, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. My goodness. Thank you so much. Crikey. Bob, Nelson, Robert, Rifton, Count, and Pepura. I said that very well, didn't I? Welcome in. Enjoy your subs. Thanks very much. Here you go. Show everybody your incredible language skills. Right, I will eat this now. I'm going to mute myself. Oh, that is good timing. See the scoreboard. Avatis, Forig. Well done. Solo. Good job, good job. Excellent. Oh, perfect. Well, let me just put the fan on 1 sec. Okay, I am somewhat nourished. Oh. Excellent. That is better, chat. I needed to eat. All right. Oh. Cool. Right, where were we? Oh yeah, Siptah. Brilliant. Someone said they didn't like the throne. I kind of like it. What do you not like about it? I like that it's like a big ice block. This is the like the stone throne. This is the Gelid throne, and we've put like a frosty thing behind it. It has like a bit of like transparency to it. You see that? If you tell. I like it personally. It's like a frozen throne. Yeah. It's late. All right then. I'm not muted. No. Do you not hear me? Test. You can. I know you can hear me. I can see my mic moving. It'd be amazing if a frozen building set. You hear me? Good. 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 I can hear speaking. Excellent. Oh, Butspot can hear speed butting perfectly. Perfect. Perfect. It'd be amazing if a frozen building set. Oh, imagine. I would like that. Yeah, it's also got a bit of shine to it. I like it. I wasn't sure. When I saw an image in like the claim thingy in Twitch, I was like, oh god, I don't know how I feel about that. I was like, it's exactly like this, but it's actually quite different. So yeah, I like the look of it. Me too. I will use it, definitely. Maybe we'll do like a black ice kind of like castle or something. I don't know. And like frost it up a bit. Yes. Especially for like a northern base. Okay, we got our freaking skulls, didn't we? And we didn't die at all in the process, right? Let's learn some spells and whatnot. Summon corpse, okay. Helpful on Siptah. What do we need next? Oh yeah, this is where we need the 20 skulls. Do we have any spell pages? Yes. Excellent. Amazing. I love it. So glad we took the effort to get 21. Otherwise everyone like, oh god. What next? We need to get ourselves a dancer, don't we? Call of the Dead, Raise the Dead. Okay. Oh, a bit of drink in game. Wait, there's nothing in there. That's why I'm not drinking. Perfect. There we go. What else do we need? Now we need 10 grey lotus powder. Alright. Is this all the grey lotus we've got? Ah, so I remember going to this camp here for grey lotus seeds. Well, I remember getting a bunch from there when we did our last shenanigans. Let's just check for any seeds or anything in a random box, because some people have like broke into our camp, and sometimes they like mess things up, chat. You know what I mean? Normally, you see, normally I put things in like the perfect place, obviously. Is that a weathered skull? No. I would have been so upset. I would have been like, no. All that effort. Turds, I would have said. But no. Are they sorcerous skulls? Yes, good. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. No need to panic. Nothing to see here. Okay. So let's do a bit of composting, shall we? Points to spend. Bit of grit. Right, journey. Compost. Where's the compost journey? Oh, God. This is the hard thing when you've been playing the game for a long time to be like, I know what I want to do. Is there a journey for that? I bet there is. Etc. Is it part of Brewer? No. Let's unlock the compost heap first, shall we? Peasant. Farmer. Unlocked. Genius. Knew that would work, obviously. Farmer. There we go. Access or place a crude planter. Hopefully I can do everything with my... excuse me. With my construction hammer. We chuck these on the ground. There is a squeaky screaming outside the room. Don't be alarmed. She's really just squawking about being really happy about being outside. Kind of want to keep those dice, honestly. Okay. Planter. Decorations. Decorative. No. The reason I don't know, by the way, is because usually when I do planters, I'm doing it in creative mode. Have I learned the actual planter thingy? It'll say... construction hammer. Yes. Crafting stations. It's a crafting station, isn't it? Farming. There we go. I got there in the end. Do I have any bricks? Yes. Perfect. Let us place a thingy here. Access or place a compost heap. Let's do a compost heap. Oh yeah. Amazeballs. Let's pop it back here, just out the way, because it stinks a bit. Harvest plant fibre. I happen to have some plants nearby. I am carrying a bunch of crap in my inventory. Let's put all our metal in here. We've got some... Let's put our tar and things over here. That will do. There you go. Warhorn definitely goes in the alchemist bench. Everyone knows that. Let's get some plant fibre. You're on top of the Conan page. Yeah. Yeah. Mandatory random mushrooms in your backpack. I know. I like the look of it. Yeah, the throne. Nicholas, thank you for the follow. Need black blood. Yeah, we know. I know I'm gonna get it from the harpy turd wallets. Put bone into a grinder. Bone. One of these will show bone meal. Bone. I need to transfer it in, don't I? That's the only thing. The easiest thing to do is to transfer it in, take it out very quickly, and then... Yeah. Facts. Okay, let's make some bone meal. There we go. Obtain compost. Okay. So, I'm going to need some rotten flesh. Which I have some stored. Don't ask me why I have it. I have it. Don't judge me. Sometimes you just need to keep things. Okay, rotten flesh. And then we'll put some bone meal in here. And then we'll put some plant fibre. That's it. Which I have, obviously. There we go. Wonderfully fast crafting. Oh. What mods do you use? Exclamation mark mods Conan. No breaks. No gaps in the word. It's just quality of life mods. Yeah, Unlock Plus is the one that shows, that does this. Yep, basically means I can pull stuff into things. It's brilliant for kind of crafting from containers effectively. Right, obtain compost, plant seeds. Now, we are going to need to make potent compost for the Grey Lotus, aren't we? Which means we need turds, probably. Or blood and ash. So, not these Light of Krillans. We can do ash and blood, or poop and ash. Do I have any ash? I wonder. I feel like I have. Can I just do this? I have a bit of ash. We don't have any poop. We definitely had poop and I binned it because I don't like to keep things like that around. We can make poop by putting some of the pets that we have in the poop maker, otherwise known as the animal taming pen. Crafting stations, friendos, small animal pen, caps to bring everything into my inventory. Yeah, we do have all the mats. R to auto hit the terrain. Perfect. Now we have some pets available for poop making, which I think I put in the thrall pot. Who should we convert? Do we do a puppy? Should we make a puppy? Can I carry both of you? Yes. I need savoury flesh will do, right? We'll make one of them without any, like, how do I say? Poop intentions. Oh, it won't work. Does he need feral flesh? Not just any meat. Squirrel. I bet it's feral flesh. Surely. Squirrel? What do you eat, little friend? If it's bones, I should be very confused. We'll do that. Exotic meat. Exquisite only. Interesting. Yeah. So we need to find a kudo or something. Probably up there. Alright, well let's go up there. We don't have an exquisite flesh. Let's go up the slope, since we've discovered it now. Do I have my cleaver? I do, yeah. And in fact, I think I have a steel cleaver, so I might drop the iron cleaver. Let's go get some. Sir Zaku, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum. Do 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 do. What is the quickest way to get up there? How far away is the path is my question, I guess. Maybe here. Should we climb it? We could do with making a lift as soon as possible. Bum ba-dum. Do 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 do. That is the maelstrom. I hope they bring back events. I feel like events make the world seem so much more lively, both on Siptah and on Exiled Lands. Obviously, Siptah has its own maelstrom or whatever, but on Exiled Lands, I feel like the events are so kind of handy. This is our path, isn't it? Yep. Let's mark it, I guess. Up we go. Do do do. Thank you for looking, by the way. Do 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 do. Right, so we need a kudo or something equivalent. think some baby animals give you exquisite meat. If you want to be like a monster. There's a deer. Deer shouldn't give us exquisite meat. It should just be savoury flesh. I think elephants also give exquisite meat now. And they didn't used to. What kind of accessibility options does the game have? Is there an option to turn off blood, for example? I don't believe so, no. Nope. Apart from that, other accessibility options, you'd have to ask specific questions. Not a lot, I would say, probably. I think it is something that they are working on, or they have a plan to work on. I don't know when. I don't know any details about that. But no, it is. I mean, it is a reasonably gory game. It's not like it is rated mature, you know. Wasn't there one with gore? Nah, there's no gore. There's no gore option. I would probably turn it off for some things because just for like YouTube and whatnot. Do we find an elephant maybe? I bet a mod does remove blood. Is a mod to add more? Goodness me. Yeah, there's probably mods for it, I suppose. Yeah. It's a fair point. There's a mod for a lot of things. What do we do, chat, for exquisite meat? The only thing I can think of is a kudo. Or a... I bet the Isle of Dawn. I bet the Isle of Dawn is our best bet. Where we were before. Because there's definitely kudos on that. Go check what the princess says in the tavern. You're talking to Jason. I think the video games adopted the US movie ratings. If there's blood, it's R. If there's no blood, it's PG-13. So if the game has blood, it will be M. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, it is quite gory. Like, I mean, in terms of like chopping people in half and whatnot, it is kind of gory. Well, there's some undead friendos over there. Thing is, I don't think there's enough of those undead friendos for us to get the 21 skulls, if I remember correctly. Is there a vault right by us? No? There's not a vault down there, is it? Is it that close? Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This is where we get super sidetracked. Horse is like, you know, you could use my help if you wanted to. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. I guess not. Do-do-do. There's one there, right? Yeah. Shall we go to the Isle of Dawn, Horsey? Horsey's like, I don't care. There was a beheading in Star Wars, so no, but no blood, so PG-13. Yeah. So universal, just because there's no blood. Also, spoiler. Oh my god. Sorry. Apologise. All right. Oh, we forgot to leave everybody at home. Going in the wrong direction. Didn't say who got there to... Okay. All right. Fine. Forgiven once. Just this once. God. Seriously. What was I watching the other... I was watching a stream the other day. And people, like, mentioned something and people were like, oh my god, spoilers. I think it was, like, Grey's Anatomy. It was like, that is such an old TV show. At what point is it okay to talk about stuff that happened, like... I guess lots of people are rewatching it, though. Sorry, drinking water. I mean, Diet Coke. Let's be clear. Caffeinated water. It's very helpful. Look at this game. So beautiful. If you knock me off this cliff when I'm having a moment, sir, I shall be quite unforgiving. How pretty it is. It's the thing about Siptah. It's gorgeous. Did I rebind my bed? I didn't, chat. I'm going to put a bedroll here, and then I'm going to put one down when we get down to the bottom. Just in case I get diedified, because, you know, I will just respawn at, like, technically not that far away, because we did spawn. Oh, well, we have a bed there, so that's not too bad. Okay. Just gotta, like, yeet and have hope, you know what I mean? Yeah. Have full confidence in yourself, obviously. Full damage. Ay, ay, ay. Every time I press X, she pulls out her torch. I don't want you to pull out your torch. You need to put your weapon away, lady. Da-dum, da-dum. Damn. Andros is, like, obsessed with the idea of me dying from a height. Great mod. Great. Very supportive. Turd wallet. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. We need to clear our corruption as well. Maybe we go get ourselves a dancer while we're ootin' about. We could go to a little camp where I know there is one. It's quite a dangerous camp, but we have a very good weapon. So maybe while we're here, we grab one. That's not a bad idea. Do we have the mats for the thing, though? No. So we would have to... We would have to take them back with our crappy bindings. We do have a load of iron on us. We could just quickly smelt because I have, like, smelting on Insta. You'll have to watch my video, Jason. Won't you? Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh. So there's a very dangerous boat here. I guess whenever we see flotsam, we'll grab that. There should be some around here, right? I think so. Right, a new bedroll. Bit of insurance. Right, that is now our only, like, well, nearest place. Stop it! Okay. I don't really like the running attacks. Does anybody, like, use them? I don't really like it. I prefer to just kind of approach and... I don't know. I don't enjoy the running attacks. We like safety. Hello, Jay. Thank you, Kevin. Bum ba dum bum. Do 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 do. I see. I don't think there's a flotsam, are they? She's a tier 3. We could do with her for the chain bindings. We're not in any hurry. Now I'd like to get my truncheon out because I would quite enjoy thralling you. However, you seem to have chosen violence today. Don't you come and get me. She doesn't know what to do. Don't suddenly don't develop a brain. Oh, I don't have enough of my truncheon durability. Look at her. She doesn't know what to do. If she suddenly, like, jumps on here, I shall scream. I can't make another one as well. Poops. Chat. Oh, well, I guess we'll just kill her. We'll get one another time. Unless we could go kill a dragon, but she won't be here when we get back. Because it's single player. Everybody just respawns when you leave. Did you test Dance with Bears? Oh, look at her flappy flap. Look, what are you saying, Jay? How do I like the update? If you're talking about chapter 1, I like it. I'm like ready for chapter 2 now, though. I think, yeah. I like the combat changes. I like that we do lots of damage. I like that the bosses have less damage, like less health, and they hit harder, but they take less time to grind down. We're gonna leave these guys because there's so many of them. What did we come for? Oh yeah, we need to find a kudo. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like doing what's it called? Grit and agility builds. Sorry, I just ate McDonald's if my brain doesn't work properly. Tagging the horse, what a bunch of mean NPCs. I know, they're terrible, aren't they? How did you react so quickly? I don't believe that. It just disappeared. That's funny. Right, kudo hunting or elephant. I mean, I know where the elephants are, so we'll go kill the elephants, I guess. Nerfed by McDonald's, I know, yeah. Literally. It's funny. Well, I was starving and I was like, I'm gonna have to order McDonald's, peeps. Yes. I'm glad I did anyway. Ba-da-bum. Bum. Yeah, I'm very ready for the next chapter though. I'm a big fan of the Purge. And it's about time it had an update. You know what I mean? So it should be very good. So bad. Also, any food is better than no food. I approve of eating. Yeah, I mean, you know, one has to eat, doesn't one? Do you know what I mean? Susumi. Hello, hello. Yeah, so let's go to the elephants. This is probably the best way to go to the elephants. I'm going to leave the rhinos. I don't think the rhinos drop exquisite meat. Maybe the babies. Hi, my English is not good. Okay, you're very welcome anyway. Lots of people here don't have very good English and it's their first language. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm kidding! I'm kidding! It was a joke! Hello, Brucey. Oh, that's very nice. How are you doing today? Not the rhino babies! I would never. I would never. Never. Definitely not. No, no chance. My treasures are on the roof. Your treasures are on the roof. I'm looking forward to designing some purge stuff. Anna's English is terrible and she's English. Just stay long enough to hear her forget how words work. Listen, in my defense, right? I do a lot of talking, okay? Eventually, I'm gonna misremember how to put them together. Okay? Right, kudo. Effectively taken down. A lot of people are scared of kudos, not me. Nope. No, they're terrifying. We just get rid of the body so that you don't have nightmares. Right, let's take on our first elephant, shall we? While we're here. Boot in the boot. Oh my god. Oh, it's just still damaged from the NPC camp. Not the horse. Not the elephant. My god, my brain has been nerfed. I can't speak anymore. That's been a long day. In a nice way. It's been kind of a long day. Exotic flesh. Just rummaging around in its tummy, right? I feel like I'm in Jaws right now. I'm just like rummaging around in the shark's stomach. Okay, so yeah, Scottish flesh. Scottish flesh inside the... Sorry, Scots. My English is also terrible. There you go. English is a horrible language. No one should feel bad for how they speak. Right, yeah, facts. Exactly. Am I going to kill the baby? No, I won't. She can do a funny American accent though. That's why players are different. I can do a bad American accent, which is fine for comedic purposes, I think. It depends. Occasionally I can like round an R, but generally speaking the R is like the hard part for me. It's like the true boss, you know. I don't know how you managed to fit so many R's into your words. I said R's, not us. Chat misbehaving. Do we want anything else while we're here? We wanted to get a dancer, didn't we? Okay, there is a dancer that spawns in an NPC camp nearby. Okay, I don't want you to get your torch away, you fool. I want you to put your weapon away, not get out the torch. It's like broad daylight. She's an idiot. What can I say? Why are the people purple? Because they're not humans. They're not people, I guess. We do not know either. Oh, look at those babies. Do our R's terrorize you? Yeah, they do actually. I have been personally affected by the R's in the United States. That's right. I said it. I said it. Yeah. Gonna have some McDonald's Coke. Thanks for that. Thanks for McDonald's. I mean, it's terrible, but thanks. Yeah. Thanks for the sustenance. Unhealthy as it is. Still very satisfying. You would fit in Boston? I've been to Boston, you know. I've been to Boston for a week once. On a work trip. I was very excited about that. Boston for free. My R's would probably cause a nightmare. They're the rolling kind. Really? I mean, I grew up like some European R's. European arses I can manage, right? But I'm just making the joke ahead of time, okay? Although I know it's not arse in America, so, you know, only... Oh, I've never known him to attack them. Squirrel? Have I? Maybe? What was I going to say? Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I was going to murder him. Let's put down a bedroll before we go in here because it's quite dangerous. Let's put it somewhere sneaky. Yeah, I can do like, you know, French and Italian and, you know, those kinds of R's. But the American R, it's just, I don't know. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Considering how much, like, how saturated my my country was from American TV. It's like, what am I saying? It sounds so silly. But yeah, considering how much American TV I grew up on, I think I'd be able to say an R. Or can't. I shall not. Didn't put the R's into words. You did, we just pronounced them. Yes, we put them in there as just a bit of fluff. We didn't expect you to, like, go all out and pronounce them properly and stuff. God, Sisyphus. Been to Boston, did you build a base there? I didn't. I would have if I had a choice, though.
In the name of Set.
Right. Oh, I don't have a truncheon! Right, okay. Here's the plan. Kill a dragon. Get the leather. This is the plan now. Kill a dragon, get the leather, because dragons give you ready leather. Cooked leather. Which means we're going to go into the danger area where the game crashes. So let's just, everybody look at the ground. Don't look over there. Don't look. Don't look. Everybody look at the ground. Look at your feet. Don't look at it. You kill a dragon just to get some leather. I know. That's it. I could make a tanning bench, honestly. But there's baby dragons over there we could totally fight. Right, put your weapon away. Put your weapon away! Stupid woman. I'm a pro gamer. I wouldn't do fetch quests for purple people. Okay. Well, no one asked Jason, to be honest. Mine are the Nordic kind, which are the most intense from Europe. I need an example. Like, write me a Nordic word. Let me see if I know how to say it. Make it safe. Okay, make it TOS. Would you say we're entering a zone of danger? I was trying not to get danger zone from like Top Gun stuck in my head or something. Speaking of cooked leather, have you seen the movie Perfume? I have not. Why? Weapon away. No torture weapon, I know. Jessica, hello. I missed this commentary to get me through a boy. Oh, it's good to see you. Bless you. Yeah, sometimes I stream a bit early, finish my stream a bit too early for the Aussies. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Right. Game, don't crash, okay? Don't crash. This is why we moved. Just don't look over there. Don't look. Don't render it in, game. Now, this isn't just some kind of, like, superstition. Don't you dare. This isn't superstition. This is because the heebie-jeebies, the bad guys, are going to get us. The boogeyman gets us if you look at the wrong place. Serious. The game will crash. Look, everybody look down. Okay, I may need to drink some fluids. Right, let's do this. I'm not going to put my bedroll down here because this might be suboptimal. Okay. No. No. Oh, shizzle nits. Don't look. Okay, I'm going to put it here. Drink some potions. Don't look. Superstition, that is it's a great tune. Okay, excellent. Now, we have a bedroll down. Okay, this is a bug. Wait, look down. Go around telling the bugs to look down as well. Okay, we could harvest them. We could harvest them for, okay, there's a Luxur boss over there. Do we go, oh wait, that's the red mother. Let's not fight the red mother. Wait, that's the baby. I will fight the baby. But the baby is perilously close to the red mother. So if the game crashes and we have to respawn, it might be suboptimal. That's a good one. Any Nordic word will do. Rodgrud. Is it like a sound? Or like a r sound? Okay. Okay, we're gonna go kill a baby dragon. We'll kill it with iron poniards. And we'll make sure I harvest it, chat. Don't let me forget. I'm trying not to render in the other island too much. Can I go on this side? If it crashes, I want to be in the water, or at least out of, like, danger. I'm honestly not kidding about not looking. Can we just fight it like this? We'll get it to chase us and we'll fight it on the water. Can I shoot it? I don't want to get the red mother involved, though. Here, dragon friend. Yeah, over here, you little turd. Okay, so if something happens and the game crashes, it's just you, right? And you, like, barely bite and stuff. We moved house, like, twice in this series so far, because the game was crashing a lot in this area. But there are dragons, and we need leather, and I like fighting them. Gotta roll the R, like that. See. Is there a highway? Is there a highway? Oh god. Ever seen Vikings? No, I didn't see it, no. Ragnar. Like that. As close as you get in English. Like fighting them too. They're fun, aren't they? Okay, can I get the hide? What's my best tool? Let's use our pickaxe. Leather. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now, without looking, everybody look away. Don't look at the dark places. Everybody move. Fractured Citadel. Is it the Fractured Citadel itself? Nice to catch you live. Oh, videos on YouTube have been very helpful. Oh, thank you very much. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum. Okay. Can we escapeify? Is there anything else I need here? I could... Right, now that we're safe, do we try... Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, it's the boss! It's the boss! I repeat, it's the boss. This is where we leave, because if the game crashes, we're in trouble. It's going to be my excuse for the whole playthrough now. Oh, I'm going to leave now, just in case the game crashes. I mean, wait. I didn't say that. Yes. Escape. Escapeify. The horse will stay behind. You'll be okay, won't you? Horse says, yeah, it's fine. Alright. Now we should have what we need to repair our truncheon. What do I need? I need some plant fibre. We can get plant fibre. Stop hissing at me. Do not like it. Perfect. Well executed. Not at all problematic. Let's repair it and let's make a second one, shall we? Now I need branches, but I have the tools for that. Who is... Let's make another. Perfect. Alright, alright. Whatever happens, don't let me drop the exquisite meat on the ground. Yes. The boss didn't know booster. Oh, yeah. Corner. Is there a UI mod? The Hosav's UI mod, yes. On the screen. Yep. Thank you, that. Alright, let's go get ourselves a dancer, friendo. Hello, Shellbacks. I feel nostalgic about seeing you. Oh, am I going too close to the... I'm going too close to the dark place. Too close. Must escape. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Okay. Everything's gonna be fine. I don't think we're by the giant snakes. I wonder what it is about the fractured citadel that's causing the crashes. Run towards the light. Ooh. Just hope it's not an oncoming train. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good plan. Okay. These puppies are a nightmare. I don't want to hit you. Don't make me hit you. Don't make you hit you. Okay. Keep going, everybody. I think it's going to be fine. Love it round here. I'm so sad about the crashes. I really wanted to live on this island. Stop biting me when I'm eating snacks, okay? It's kind of rude. The horse doesn't mind. Horse is fine. Horse is like, why are you throwing me under the bus? Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. I know, to pronounce a Scandi R, just imagine you have it like that. Like that. Is it one of those? I apologise for anybody who had to hear me make that noise. It's in the game. It's fractured. It's what breaks the game. Oh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. It's so obvious. Yes. Do-do-do. Okay, let's get ourselves a dancer. I guess what we could do is we could just place a wheel outside this camp. Is he still chasing us? What is going on with that freaking creature? Because we have loads of iron. We have the means to get everything else. Outpost, question mark. Raises an eyebrow. Too much roll. Too much roll. Too much spitting. Was it too spitty? Wipes microphone. Not really. It didn't spit. But it sounded like I did. Like that. Too much roll. I don't know if I can say it without giving myself a sore throat tonight. Might need like a honey tea or something to like prepare for these situations. It's a nation of, like, sore-throated people. Don't you get a sore throat from speaking like that? Well, yes, actually, we do. It's just a common problem. We have a lot of ear, nose, and throat specialists in our country. Right, let's get a bit of a situation going here. Over there is a great place for like a little camp. The problem is there's a lot of animals that spawn on there, so you have to deal with them, slash block it all off, slash... I mean, you could just build some blocks at the front, I suppose. But there's also babies over there, which are kind of fun to steal. You know what I mean? Right. What we need, chat, is a smelter. Let's smelt some shiznits. Smelter. Crafting station. Yep. Smithing. Yes. Furnace. Do you have... What's your stone situation? Yes. I even have a smelter dude in my inventory. That's kind of funny. There we go. Let's cook our iron. I need something to burn. Oh, we've got some wood. Something. Yes, a little bit. Okay. I have very fast crafting on. I only need like 50 of that. So I guess we could get a bit of wood. And a bit of stone. And then I can craft some twine. I just have to find it now. Squirrel. There, 40. Okay, another 10. Perfect. Okay. So now we just need a bit of stone and a bit of wood. We could go murderify some cats while we're at it. Just for fun, really. Not because we need to. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Nice. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. All right. Oh, Tarzan has awoken. This is quite a tough camp. This is with the camp we're going to get the... Did I not place the bedroll, peeps? We'll just do it temporarily. Can you forget about me? Because I'm not quite ready for you right now. So if you could pop back to the shop later. I've fought them so many times because I lived over there at one point. It was good times. I played with my friend who died a lot. A lot. How much? A lot. It was fun. Obviously, I never died because I'm a pro gamer. Just never die in video games ever. Culture of silence, chat. Keep quiet. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Excuse me. It's rude to hide from in the bushes and pounce on people. Excellent. Right, bit of wood. Right, we got all the wood we need. Need a bit of stonage. Okay. 200 stone. Okay. Let's do it. Place down a little wheel. We're probably going to come to this island a lot. So, you know, we're going to want to be able to, like, yes, steal the people. That ship earlier. What do you mean? What are you saying? 50 of that. So now can I make my little wheel, friendo? I need the wood, which the horse has. Listen, you don't have the ability to climb up here, so I'm not afraid of you. We are going to need stairs. Or, I might just put them down here. Out of the way, not too close to that. Yeah, let's do it. To pronounce the rude sound, you probably sound like a U and place it in the middle of your mouth. My tongue is already in the middle of my mouth, Calendros. Above your teeth and just touching your lower lip. Rude, good. Rude, good. It's the best way to describe it. Sounds like that. Do you know what I need to do? I just need to hear it and then I will probably be able to recreate it. Probably. Maybe. With some practice. But I think trying to do it with descriptions is suboptimal. Yes. All right. What do we do here? We could put the smelter in here too. There you are, Betty. He's like, "Oh, thank you. It's ever so comfy." Let's see if there's meat in here. The only reason to have a smelter is just to dump stuff in it, right? Get rid of the things. Okay, perfect. It's a perfect time for a stealthy attack. Let's put 2 of these on our hotbar. Make sure we've got plenty of heals. And we place another bedroll in a slightly more safe place. Brilliant. Super. Oh god. Oh no. Sir Patrick, we have found a flaw in your incredibly highbrow training. That is a demon cat. No? No. It's just a normal one. I thought it was darker than usual and it scared me. I'm really kind of terrified of the cat on the savannah on the Exiled lands. You just see him. He just has this ominous presence, doesn't he? So spoopy. So at the back of this camp there's a dancer, and because we have improved quality of life, we can make them look however we want. So it doesn't matter. Try to say Rudgrud med flood. Did I say Rudgrud med flood? Was that perfect? We're doing Danish tongue twisters now. Hey, I don't know. Okay, I mean the tier 3 alchemists would be great, but we got to kill these people fast. There's too many of them, and they like to murderify. It's a horse, you numpty. It's a horse. Identify yourself. Nay, I shall not. There's a scout report here, which is kind of handy. I don't think the bodies used to disappear, did they? There we go. Get away from my horse. So, oh, radium heads. Nice. Oh, is that steel? I might take that from you, madam, seeing as you have no use for it anymore. Limited use. I mean, you know. She needs a casket. Okay. Alright. So, this is where the turd wallets came from. Hi. There's always a couple of cooks. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that they don't all have, like, daggers anymore. Maybe a good thing? What do you think, chat? Are you happy that the cooks now have a mixture of weapons to kill you with? But this camp particularly, it was like 3 cooks and a freaking, at least an alchemist and a sorcerer, and everybody had daggers. It was a nightmare. Do you know what I mean? So there are some free goods in this, like, camp. There's some stuff in here. Fiery steel and that well. There's also some weapons usually leaning against there. Gotta remember not to murder the dancer. Ah, a sorcerer with an axe. Have they respawned outside again? No. Oh my god, did you see the damage she did to me? I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I couldn't move! I repeat. Oh, I was crippled. Oh. Oh, so scary. This is why I don't have stairs, because they will just come up the stairs and try and hurt me. I'd rather take my chances and climb. This Kari steal? Well, I just got it. Danish tongue twisters are the best. Hey Danes, just because your language is guttural noises doesn't mean we want to be subjected to it, said with a by a half Dane. There you go. What's important is no one has managed to kill me yet, chat. Let's take their goods. That's right, you better run away. Right, there's some more people. Let's try and kill them as soon as possible. The jackal laughs for me. The cripple is a pain in the butt, isn't it? I missed that old perk that got rid of any, like, that reduced crippling effects. I remember that. What was that? I don't remember which perk it was, but it was good. They hit hard. You can learn Kari armor by delving bench. Yes. Yes. Baywatch camp. Everyone will be in their underwear from now on. I mean, swimming costume. It was the same thing, really. Take the steel and the leather. Loads of good loot in these camps for early game. I don't see anyone in the cage. I see a sorcerer. I see a tanner. This is a very good camp for crafters, really. It's just quite dangerous because they're aggressive little fudgers. But so is my horse. Haha! Surprise! He got you. He farted on them and he made them stupid. They were so distracted by his farts. That's what happened. There's a dancer somewhere. Should be a dancer at the back over there. Is it just a chance to spawn? I missed my agility. I would have been able to do a double roll then. It makes a big difference. Tier 3 armourer. I mean, you know what? While... Oi, oi, oi. You are too strong, lady. So quite often I found... The blacksmith responded. I found that they wouldn't come down these stairs. And they would always go round. Yeah. They wouldn't path to me through the stairs. And I could cheese them a bit. But then sometimes they would. Oh, there's the dancer. And then I would be, like, upset because I'd be dead. Ooh.
Glory in your death.
That's true. Don't kill my horse. I like him. Her. Sorry, I apologise. Ooh, wow. He is not taking anything from that hit. Right, dancer, you're why we're here. Please don't hurt my horse. She's very sweet. I don't think his friends know he's here now. They've forgotten about you. It's time to join my group. That's right. The mighty Fuendos of Turd Wallets. Yes. Okay, excellent. The speech is what won him over, essentially. It wasn't the bludgeoning about the face. I don't want you to be distracted by that, chat. Let's take him, put him in the wheel, the pop-up gym. I'll be back later. Everything will be fine. Poor horsey, I know. Can't help being gassy. All he ever gets to eat is grassy. Actually, he's on the vines today, but they really have the same effect. Didn't mean surprise my moment. Hello, Efka. Hello, hello. Yes, got some nice tier 4. Yeah, it's a good camp, definitely. Yay, we got a dancer, peeps. Right, so we have an instant table on. We'll dump them in there. Okay, hopefully nobody, like, respawns and things. Is there any problem with single player? Yeah, this is where the spiky things spawn. Like right here, usually. There's like spears leaning against that. Have you respawned or are you just there from earlier? Did you just escape with your life? Turd wallet. I was hiding. No one thought to look up here. That's what he said. You just whispered it. Ba-dum. Do 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 do. Da-dum. Horsey's like, could we go home now? I'm afraid for my life. You must be strong, Horsey. This is how we make friends. I could leave you outside, to be fair. But you are quite a useful decoy. The horse doesn't even know how to stand up anymore. The horse is broken. The horse... You have so much health, Horsey. What is your health? It's like over 11. Yes. I'd give you like a potion if I could. To get you some more vines as well. Shall we leave you with the other stuff? I don't want people to respawn. Next time we go back, we'll leave you out there. She's just having a nap. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Yeah, these stairs are like quite a good cheese. I've got to be careful because things will, people will respawn. Okay. Shizzle nuts. See, it's stair cheese is great. That sounds wrong. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. He found out about the stair cheese. Now he's confused. He's having a little bit of a fit on the stairs. I am way too amused by this. Did you regen your stupidity? Don't find out about the stairs. Don't you work it out. Yeah, he can't go down the stairs. This has been a thing for a long time. Okay. Don't make it up the stairs. Don't make it. Stair cheese. We need like a song for the stair cheese. Stop hitting me so hard. You're a Stygian. What is wrong with you? Oy, 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 oy. Such a meanie. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, where's she gonna go? Oh no, he foiled my stair cheese. It's a McDonald's chat. My brain is too giddy now. That's it. That's what happens when you give me like saturated fat and salt. Fell down then once. He has a trauma.
Sid will grant me cunning.
Will he? He hasn't yet, has he? Get down the stairs. Stairs will be our friendos. A tier 3 armor and a tier 3 blacksmith would be great.
As the snake strikes, so do I.
He is at full torpidity. Don't work out the stairs! Don't you work out... They're learning, chat. They're learning. Don't you learn about the stairs? I must play to my strengths. You're like the brute and I'm like the smart one. With the silly comments. Now, if you fall into textures, I will have to slap you one more time while you're unconscious. But I'll do it respectfully, okay? But it really won't be about you. It'll be about AI. Just terrain, textures, gaming frustrations. Okay, you next. Sit. Just because I moved away from the stairs. Come here. Come here.
As the snake strikes, so do I.
Damn it! I have no heals in my hotbar now. One sec. It's good fun. If he's attacking and the attack brings him up the stairs, he's all right. But otherwise, he's like, I don't know. I don't have the right shoes on for that terrain. I just don't know if I can manage it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to test these boots if these have got holes in the toe. They're not new or anything. What do we do, chat? Do we do blacksmith or armourer first in case they despawn? Should we do blacksmith? No, we've got a blacksmith. We'll take the armourer first. We've got a blacksmith at home. Okay, this is why we make 2.
If my snake strikes, so do I.
Right. Let's get the armourer first. Stir cheese for the win. Now, probably when we come back, everybody will respawn. I'm just like, you know what I mean? I am Freedom. Thank you for the follow, welcome. Uh-oh, the kitties have respawned. I repeat. Kitty's ready to attack. There we go. Armourer and dancer. Could hold them a little at a time. That's true, that is true. Facts. Bum ba-dum bum bum. Ooh, bodies despawning. We earned him fair and square. You're not taking him from me, kitty. You'll not take him. I refuse. I refuse. Horsey, get the cat. Trample the kitty. I give you permission. Okay. Everything's fine. Who's there? Yeah. I thought he'd be okay. Hopefully. Listen, kitty. Kitty was thwarted by a rock. Ooh, how do I say that? Callie? Can I call you Callie? Welcome in. Trying to work out how to pronounce people's names is the real boss of streaming. Oh, sir. This momentum has gotten its freaking money's worth, hasn't it? We've got our money worth out of it, I guess. Considering it was free. Just a boss modified. That is all. Right. Anybody else we need to, like, attack? No one was in the cage. Nope. There is a jailer type person up here. There's a thing here. I'll take this. I'll take this. I should take the ivory arrows as well. I remember seeing this Tanner's bench here and thinking, ooh, I bet they were using these as like, I bet these were like templates or like, sorry, like possibles when they improved the benches. And I was like, oh, it's a shame we don't have these in game as alternative or whatever, like benches. No. And now we've got it. We've got an improved thingy. What is the heart that I just got? Is it a heart of a hero? It is a heart of a hero. I could clear my corruption with that. And I shall. There we go. Corruption removal. Nice. Ooh. Sweet. We better get out of here before people start waking up. Try to modify us. Right, we got ourselves a dancer. We also got an armourer and a blacksmith. And we got a smelter from Ilium. Some very aggressive people going, where are all my friends? I don't know where they are. Taskmaster would be great, though we don't have much use for them yet. I'm just going to lose aggro from everybody. Poor horse. The poor horse, chat. Ugh. Oh. Can I get my horse to teleport to me? It used to be that when you went on a different platform, I got scared then, that you're... There you go. They would like teleport to you on the same one. Like above the wine cellar, places like that. Alright. Oh, there's the white tiger, what is it called? Jaguar. One skull friendo. I do have a bedroll down, don't I? It's going to attack me. Right, let's load this up. Take you, leave the bedroll. We got to put our friends in here as well. We came for exquisite meat, chat. Don't let me drop it. He doesn't have any snacks on him anymore. I could give him bark. Do we have any bark? Yes. There you go. Heal from the bark. Slowly. If I leave the smelter here, I can leave some things here as well. Because we've got a lot of stuff to take back with us. Because we came over, like, over-prepared or under-prepared. Let's put it back. Do I need to get it? The stone off thingy. Smithing. There we go. Yes, the problem is going to be just got too much stuff to take. Now we've got three crafters to take with us. We'll leave the wheel here. Actually, we could leave stuff in the wheel if we wanted to. Oh my god, I got scared then. I thought it was the white cat. Oh, okay, sort by weight. I could leave the iron behind. I'm gonna do that. Oh god. Is that a tongue twister? 4 fine fresh fish for you. Do you find that difficult? Is it because you're trying to go like this? How to find fresh? I'm trying to roll my R's, chat. I'm trying. Promise. Butt spot. Well, we have stabut, butt kit, casket, and the English have 4 butt fresh fish for you. Oh, butt spot. You turd wallet. Right, let's leave the iron here because we've got loads of iron near us. Leave it in the smelter. Oh, dear me. Ba-dum. There we go. The wood can stay. Perfect. Excellent. Bum. Alright, let's go, horsey. In your own time. Thanks very much. Horsey's chomping down on that bark. There you go, horsey. Escape. Leave him behind. This is the best way. Get down the hill. Okay. Back to our little, like, shack. Whatever it is. Bum doo 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 doo. It's Mariposa. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. All right. How far do we have to go? We're just going to here. So we needed the exquisite flesh for the dog, to convert the dog. We needed the dog to make poop. We needed poop to make potent compost so that we could make grey lotus seeds into grey lotus flowers. Yep. That's what's going on here. Hello, Sam. How you doing? How are you? Welcome to the madness. Ba-bum, ba-bum. I've got that nice sleepy feeling in my brain from this McDonald's now. Looking around. Nice. Do 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 do. Bum ba da bum. Do do. Shall I kill the Sirta? I don't think I'm going to, because we already fought him on one, like, about 4 times today. Maybe. A phoenix. Thank you for the follow. We need poop. Yeah, we need poop. All of this is just about poop, really. We could have used a different animal, but we didn't buy. We picked up 2 puppies anyway. So, just, there we go. Yes, we picked up 2 puppies, and I was like, well, we want the pets, so I guess this is what we're doing. This is what's happening. It was a decision. We do also have, like, horses and things like that. We could have just used plant fibre for a horse. Oh, I'm going to drink this Diet Coke and I'm going to be wide awake. And then I'm going to finish the stream. And I'm going to need to try and sleep at some point. Better than being hungry though, eh? Ooh, half his health. Bum bum. Do do do. We're about as close as we can get to the Isle of Dawn without worrying too much about crashing. So we're alright. Definitely need a food nap. Really? What did you have, Dave? The epic legend, the quest for poop. Yes. A quest for puppies. Right, well, and now we have a dancer, we have an armourer, we have new staff members. Make it to me, friend. Okay, let's put the recruits in their stations. We also have a smelter. I shouldn't go anywhere without, like, leaving things behind and freeing up my inventory, but you know what I mean? What are you gonna do, hey? Let's put the armourer in the armourer's bench. And the blacksmith, you can go in the tinker's bench, my friend. Tier 3. I'm assuming the other one was a tier 3. I generally don't pick up less than tier 3, yeah, these days. And we got a dancer who will be undergoing a series of changes sometime fairly soon. Maybe immediately, actually. Because, you know, everybody needs a hobby. And the improved quality of life mod is a good fun. You know what I mean? Right, sir. If you'd like to look this way. Okay, say goodbye to your balls. There we go. That will do. Yeah. Hyborian? How do we feel about Hyborian? Better? Hello, Tabrix. I made a burrito! It took 2 days to make it. Why did it take 2 days, David? What did you make? Did you make your own cheese? Were you, like, fermenting some beans or something? Hello, Tabrix and Duran. Gameplay is so smooth. How many FPS do you get? My Conan runs at 40. I'm on about 67, 73 now. It's like flicking between the two. Some point after my nap, I might post a burrito mix. Oh, yeah, you should do. Just got my drop. Next time, playing my character will ponder life choices while sat upon an icy throne. Absolutely. A cool butt is the important thing. Changing tools like that, a mod. It is a mod. It's the improved quality of life mod. Yes. Tab back in, say goodbye to what happened. He was juggling, and I changed something, and he lost his what he was juggling with. That's all that happened. Should we go with her? She's kind of pretty, isn't she? And now the fun. So we can change her faces. This is the improved quality of life mod. These are the things I'm probably not going to change too. Her natural face is quite nice. I don't want it like... There you go. Cool. We'll keep with a basic face. We can give her a bit more of a tan if we want to, just like you making your own character. And then all these hairstyles are from Barbarian Barber. Obviously the top ones are just the regular base game ones, which are lovely. Or we could go with Barbarian Barber, which has a bunch of options. Mine is like... This is mine. My characters. But we won't go with that. What kind of hair shall we give you, madam? Oh, and down here we have a Kuba Salon, which is some of the African textured hairstyles. And whatnot. Just a few of those. What shall we give you? I kind of like that one. I don't know. Should we give her like a bob? No? She can have a big ponytail. I kind of like the big ponytail. I think that's from Akuba's, is it? No? Is that from Barbarian Barber? We can change everything we want. She's going to be a dancer. Oh, the decisions are difficult. I don't like the giant hairstyles there that much. It's kind of sweet. Let's imagine for a moment we're going to go with that. Maybe we'll stick with dark hair. And a suits her. I like the side. Oh, kind of like the pony actually. Big pony. I can never... The problem with me is I can never re-find the ones I want specifically. I need to start making notes. Like... Or something. Or like, you should be a way to pin favourites or something, maybe. I do like that one. Should we go with that? That's one I used for, well, Eye of the Light or something on the previous playthrough. Mods haircuts, yes they are. Oh yeah, Jason, behave yourself. Come on now, you know better than that. The Mickey. We can change the size of her ears as well, actually. Give her like a pony kind of thing. I don't know. I'm indecisive. There is a lot of choice. I mean, I'm happy there's loads of choice. But I want to be able to pin favourites. Could go with that one. That's kind of nice. Shall we? Eyebrows are not too offensive. Eyeshadow colour. You have to press 1 in the game if you want to see any lipstick, otherwise it just doesn't show it. I'm gonna go with none for her. Let's go for green eyes or something. Head sliders. I'm probably not going to change anything. I generally make their ears like way smaller because their ears in this game are like always huge. Face shape is already kind of perfect. Sliders. I usually lower this like sinewiness. And then maybe increase height a little bit. So she looks like a warrior. I'm probably going to leave her shoulders. And then just a tiny bit on the thighs. And on the hips. The depth is like this depth. There we go. And then this one is obviously here. That's about it. There we go. She looks pretty good, right? And we can name her. What do we call her, peeps? There's a lot of options. It is, yes. Mickey ears haircut. Nice. Should see Anna make a character in Baldur's Gate 3. It did take me a long time. She looks amazing, though. Am I right? She was like, everything was perfect. We hadn't mentioned the Avatar, the second Guardian. I know. I saw that. I was like, no. I know. Say the same thing about, is this game? Yeah, definitely. She looks awesome. She does, doesn't she? Bella. We could call her Bella. There we go. There we go. And now we have a pretty female dancer. And that other dude is just long gone. Excellent. Bella. Bella's good. Bella's good. I don't know if we've had a Bella in this game, have we? So now we need an outfit for her. I might... She's not going to fight anything here, so I don't have to worry too much. What do we give her to wear? There's a pair of shorts somewhere. I don't know if I'll be able to find them. Was it that? It's not a skirt, is it? This is from Immersive Armor, this stuff that you see. The transmog. Oh, it's a skirt. I mean, I've never seen that before. When you click on gear in the game and you go all the way to the bottom, all these ones with this pink outline, they're from Immersive Armor. I don't know how many... Have any of them from Fashionist Chat? I think they're all Immersive Armor, right? What do we give her to wear? It is hard to see with a size like this. You can make a bench for it, by the way. I know what this is. Aras. What is that? They don't have any benefits. Oh, it's like a... Ooh, it's kind of cool. I've never seen that before. Wow. Maybe not with the scoit. That's kind of cool. I've never seen that before. Her butt's too big for it, apparently. Maybe just the pants. What can we give you to wear on your lower bits? What about... God, what are those trousers called from the Debaucheries of Decetto? Innkeeper, no. Innkeeper trousers. They are not what I was thinking of. Bum ba dum ba dum. Bum bum. I've never seen that before either. Doesn't go with what she's wearing. Bum bum. Kind of frumpy. If you don't have any mods, this is one of my favourite like outfits for rules. It's from the Debauches of Ghetto DLC. There you go. Innkeepers, whatever they're called. Nobles, sorry. That's it. There we go. We can dye it at some point. I've never seen that Aramusha thing. It's nice, isn't it? Cool. Okay. Did I get sidetracked, chat? A little. Just a bit. Okay. Priorities, obviously. Right, let's convert the horsey, the puppy. Puppy, we've got the exquisite meat. We'll convert both of them, then we'll get the poops. For the compost. There we go. We've got Aries. Okay. Now we need him. We're going to keep him in there. So we'll do one of those. And Thor. Got two different pups. Oh no, I took him out. Wait, can I put him back in? Yes. Okay. Right, make us some poops, friend. Crafting is on super fast. Super, super fast. Okay, so you're like, oh my god, what is happening? That's your answer. Let's put the bits and bobs in here. Like any job, he's a good crapper. Do you know what I mean? You can find the cloth she's already wearing. You can dye it. Yeah. Italian Carina means lovable. Maybe another name for another one. The dude is just sitting there watching telly. I mean, the oven. Hello, rat. Hello, hello. Bellissima. Right, we've got 120 of this. Should we place one of the puppies? This is Aries. Ah, we got a friend, chat. So see, he's got 1,700 health. Straight out the box. He's got 118 armor. His favourite food is spiced leathers. This is going to give him 10 heals per second. And then all the way down this list, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 heals per second. So spiced livers is the best. And actually we do pick those up from enemies now and again, but not in enough quantity, so we'd have to craft it. Otherwise we could just make meat strips, or we could make savoury jerky, or whatever. Okay, and if we wanted to increase the amount of strength that they gained when they leveled, we could give them spiced leathers. And you can see, because of one of the mods I've got, it tells you what they get for each. Human flesh for vitality. Okay, potent compost. Potent. There we go, it's crafting. Name the dog Carty. Cheska, thank you for the follow. Right, that's crafting. Let's get some things out of our inventory. What do we do? Let's put the leather in here. Dragon bone. Gotta put the Siptah stuff away. We got our sorcery stuff. Oh, people shouting. Meat we can put in here. So the only problem now that we have a human is that they are going to eat, they're going to pull food from the thrall pot, which is fine in theory, except they will just pull raw meat, and they will pull like what is it called, raw meat and putrid meat as well, which is kind of annoying. I don't know why that is, because they didn't used to. Well, they didn't at certain times, I'm sure. Okay. How was the compost? We wanted to make potent compost. Alright, we're going to make the regular first, okay. So I'm missing the blood. Okay, let's put blood in here. There we go. Yeah, so it takes the compost first. 2 compost. Okay, perfect. You could do with more ash. There's a lot of ash on this map. The enemies in the center of the map drop ash and black ice and demon blood, things like that in their inventories. Do, do, do. Dyes. Most of the dyes I'm going to drop. Grey lotus seeds. That was kind of scary. It made me jump, chat. Okay, it's growing already. How is it already growing? Oh, because I just placed the flowers. Excuse me. My brain isn't working anymore. There we go. Potent compost. So we need like 10 lotus powder, don't we? For sorcery. I don't think we'll have enough from all this. Hello, Tiff. One basilisk, hello. Oh, Carty. We should call him Carty. We'll call one of them Carty. Right, what else? We could do with going to get some more ash, really. I don't know where to get ash apart from the enemies in the centre of the map. But they're not very far. That's the only thing. At the, what's it called? The Citadel of the Triumvirate? No, that's the wrong name, isn't it? Whatever this is called. The, Accursed Citadel. Yes, whatever this is called. Around there, or like here, or here, I think here, there is some like scary creatures that drop this stuff, so I don't have to fight the maelstrom itself. Oh, Isle of Siptah is a nice map. I got a base on Siptah and the Exiles. Nice. Shall we do our second little, like, what is it called? Giveaway. You ready, chat, for this? We've got an Isle of Siptah key to give away. Edition key. And I can feel that my brain isn't working as well at the moment, so it's probably a good idea to do it now. Advert is ending. All right. There we go. I'll wait for the advert to end and then we'll discuss this. Shall we pick? Okay. Let me just get rid of this game sound a bit. Okay, so if you'd like to win an Isle of Siptah edition Conan Exiles key, just type !play in the chat now. !play if you'd like to participate. If you don't want it, you can play if you want to, and if you don't want the key, just make sure you tell me immediately if you win, so that I make sure I kind of make a note of somebody else's. It's an Isle of Siptah edition key for Conan Exiles. Yes, yes, indeedy. I'm gonna press. Oh wait, did I not do it yet? Hold on a sec. Try it again, chat. There you go. There you go. Do it again if you did it already. There you go. I have it. Good luck all. Nice. You can play if you want to. Just make sure if you do win that you Oh my god. I just picked this map randomly. There's the map. Yeah, but you don't have to do anything when it starts. You just have to like enter the thingy. Dum 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 dum. Give you a few minutes to like load in while I have a sip of my drink. Oh, yeah, if you've got a friend you want to play with, and they don't have the game, it'll give them the game, and it'll give them this key as well. It'll give them the Siptah map as well, which is pretty cool. Thirteen out of 100. This isn't Conan. We're doing an Isle of Siptah giveaway right now. If you'd like to enter, you can do !play in the chat. Yes. I realise this is not Conan Exiles. Yes. Okay. I will press start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Good luck, everybody. So make sure if you do win, if you don't want the game, you just wanted to kind of play, if you just wanted to play the game, then make sure you tell me immediately. I will whisper to the winner on Twitch. So make sure your Twitch whispers are open. There we go. We're off. We got Leela and Kevin in the front. Okay. Now immediately switched over to Super Sug. Okay. Basilisk. Falk. Leela and Kevin. Oh my God. I'm going to get through the funnel first. Everybody's very mixed up together. Oh, gosh. Hello, hello. I thought this was a new Conan event. Yes, it is a new Conan event. This is just how I do my giveaways. I think this is what what was in this game was intended for. If I'm correct. It goes like silent once it gets started. Maybe I just have the music off or something. Oh, Lemuto, I see you there. Bless you. So Sug is in front. I Heart second. Oh, it's changing very quickly. I don't know how to get closer. I can track each person. Sug in the lead. This is their journey. Oh, rigged. Oh, Cam, bless him. There we go. So yeah, Sug in the lead. We got I Heart in second. And here's Bothico on his way down, or their way down. Okay. Oh, now. Oh, Starbird is in the race. Oh, with a little happy face. Oh, Sisyphus is there. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, we got I Heart in the lead at the moment. Tearing through everybody. Like, get out of my way. I'm going to win this. Oh, there's the finish down there. Oh, do we have a winner already? I Heart is the winner. Congratulations, I Heart. Super Sug going in second. Of course, there's no second place in this game. So only first place and losers. Nightlink, PNG. Well done, everybody. All people making their way down. Valkyris and Kevin, I see you on your way. J King on their way. Congratulations, people. Well done. Well raced. Well raced. Oh, we got Mutton in there now. I remember last time he was in the last. Nuka, Almighty. Very well done. Very well done. iHeart, could you type in the chat? Yes, if you'd like the key, and I will note down your name and I will whisper the winners after the stream. I was third and I just got stumped. Rigged. Yes. Did Anna just go full Ricky Bobby? If you ain't first, you're last. Yeah. iHeart, do you want the key? No, this is for Steam. This is a Steam key. You don't have it on the PC. Or you don't have a PC to play it on, I suppose. Do you want to give it to the next person? Or do you have somebody you want to give it to? It's up to you. Give it to someone else. All right then. Second in is Super Sug. Super Sug, do you want this key? Will you be able to use it? Second place, Super Sug. Write something in the chat. Right, yes, if you'd like it. We'll move on to the next person. I'd love it. Awesome, awesome. I'm very happy to give it to you. Let's make a note of your name. There we go. Well done. Congratulations. There we go. So Solo 1-1 and Super Sug 1-1 today. Well done, everybody. Good job, good job. Oh, bless you. Well, I'll be giving away some more keys at some point. What is this one? 2. Oh God. How did I? Oh, that's display. Oh my God. Squirrel. There we go. Good job I didn't have the codes up there, isn't it? Anyway, I think we're going to end it here today, chat. Thank you everybody so much for hanging out. Hope you all got your drops. I will be back